KeonSports.com with you for the second straight night. Indeed, the Keon Sports Media Group NFL Draft Show. You wait for it all year long. Last night was a phenomenal night one, and we are back here for night two. We want to thank everybody who joined us last night. Record numbers put up. We greatly appreciate the support. As we come into night two, as me and my partner Cole McDaniel have said numerous times, night two tends to be really our favorite night of the draft. A little bit more laid back as we take a fun approach tonight. And clearly, this is the kind of night where you see some trades you might not have expected. We saw a lot of trades last night in round one, very early on there. A lot of good things going on. We mentioned a couple times last night how night two is all about comfort, relaxing a little bit more, and you could obviously see the big upgrade of the nights right off the bat. Dahmer, how you like the new digs, bud?
You know what? My spine was starting to get inverted at one point. It was starting to feel like my spine was pushing up to my throat. But you know what, Vince? We're going to be relaxing. Steelers got 2 picks in the second round. Joey Porter Jr. is about to be a Steeler for life. I'm relaxed. I got the big chair. I can put my feet up if I wanted to. I'm not going to. But, Vince, it's going to be a good night.
Awesome, my man. We love to please here. Now, the man who rearranged the furniture sitting to his right, and he's going to want to take full credit for that, moved to what I feel is a very heavy entertainment center, but he moved it right out of the way, no problem at all. Our guy, Cole McDaniel. And before we officially bring Cole in, going to tell a really quick funny story about him. If you have listened to our Climate Tech NFL prediction show, you know our feelings on Baker Mayfield. One of our first ever conversations, about maybe 4 minutes after we met, it came up immediately about how we felt the Browns should have picked Deshaun Watson when they had the chance. Instead, they ended up going with Baker Mayfield. And again, at this time was, I want to say, May of 2019. So fresh off of Baker Mayfield's rookie season, where everybody was like, just going crazy for him.
Right.
But besides that, the very next conversation we had, maybe, 10 minutes after that conversation, Cole says to me, "You like watching the NFL draft?" And I said, "Cole," it's one of my favorite nights of the year now that you bring it up. And, the rest is history, right, as they say. So here he is. You guys know him. You love him. The Keon Sports draft guru, Cole McDaniel. Cole's going to talk to you about anything he wants here. He's earned that privilege. He's going to read you some sponsorship reads, and we're going to kill a little bit of time here before round two begins. Without any further ado, the man, the myth, the legend, and the newest furniture mover, Cole McDaniel.
Well, I got to say that, first of all, night one was a blast. Shout out to Brandon Soder for what he did again yesterday, as he obviously had the highlight packages up. Did a great job of putting these picks up here on the screen as well. So, of course, Brandon, if you're out there watching, listening right now, we appreciate you. As for night two, it's just the crew here of Vince, Dom, and myself. We're back here for night two, and we talked about this before off air, and probably going to say it now on air. Night two might even be more fun than night one because of the aspect that night one does drag out. It's pretty slow getting through 31 picks this year. Normally it's 32, but more time on the clock certainly takes a lot more time to get through those selections. Now, the clock speeds up a little bit. We get through round two and round three. A lot of great players, a ton of talent in night two. But like I said, things start moving a little bit faster. And we've really developed this habit of not only do we break down these picks, but we get to play some fun games as well. Of course, Vince is going to lead us through that. We're going to talk about the divisions, who we think is possibly the front runners in those divisions, just in the middle of the draft. So it's a blast getting to go over all those things. So looking forward to it tonight. I did get the privilege tonight of making the executive decision here as the vice president of Keon Sports that Don Clary, who said last night after the show that his butt hurt so bad that he could feel his spine in his throat, I figured, you know
class.
What? Let's go ahead and let's give him the wonderful, relaxing recliner so he gets to sit in the king's chair in the middle today, which I think he deserves that as his Pittsburgh Steelers about to be coming up on the clock. He's going to be thrilled about that. We just have to make sure he doesn't fall asleep over here in that middle seat. So, but no, I got the pleasure of moving furniture around. So, Vince, I will try to do my best to help you move everything back at the end of the night as we tear down. And Not just say see ya. Thanks for the.
Oh, you better not.
Thanks for the good night.
Not today of all days.
Let you do the furniture yourself.
Yes, fans, just to take you behind the camera real quick. Today I had a pretty crystal reminder that I am 41 years old and still light years away from being in shape. So will not tell a story other than a personal trainer absolutely kicked my butt and made me see Jesus Christ. Tom Cleary, speaking of Jesus Christ, what will go through your mind tonight if they don't pick Joey Porter Jr. with the first pick of the second round?
So there's two mind thoughts here, right? Two mind thoughts. Two ways to think about this here. Joey Porter Jr. is the favorite, right? I mean, if you're a Steeler fan, I think anyone could quote Joey Porter Sr. Hey, they shot me in Denver, and then they went on to win the Super Bowl. If you don't know that quote, he said that right when they went to the AFC Championship game. Mm-hmm. Joey Porter Jr. is you want that legacy to continue with him, and when you see that name, that's what you imagine him being. Now, he's not his dad, but he's a great player on his own. You have a safety from Alabama as well that dropped as well, who arguably should have been taken in the first round.
Right.
He's at the draft still. Joey Porter Jr. isn't. Mm-hmm. That might say something, right? The Steelers probably made their pick yesterday,
right,
as soon as it ended. So I'm not going to be upset if they don't take Joey Porter Jr., but as a lifelong Steeler fan, I would like to see that name in a Steeler jersey again.
That'd be pretty cool. You know, I was joking with you a little bit last night about why wouldn't he want to play for the Dolphins? And clearly I was joking, but, you know, we remember his dad playing for both teams. But
I didn't realize that.
I was joking around.
Yeah,
but
I forgot he even played for them.
Yeah. You know, it's funny because I remember him playing and always having the jersey up underneath the pads. I know it sounds stupid, but like the different things you remember as a kid, and even at that, I wasn't even a kid anymore, like a young adult, but you remember those types of things. So, you know, Cole, as I spent a little bit of time here kind of sharing the information, I should probably throw it out to everybody as well. If you're only watching this on YouTube, we have several forms to communicate with us tonight. Mm-hmm. As you saw from last night, there's those comments on the YouTube page. Well, I'll have Facebook up here, and I will have Twitter as well. Now, our Facebook is very simple, Keon Sports, or you can contact me at Vince McKee. On Twitter, you want to go over to Sports Key 1. So again, Sports Key 1 on Twitter. I am literally probably 15 seconds away from going ahead and tweeting out the show on Twitter as well. Cole, do you agree, number one, that it will be Porter? If not, what are their other options? And then, again, if you could kind of talk us through the sponsors.
Yeah, absolutely. Joey Porter Jr. would make a whole lot of sense. Obviously, the family ties and needing a corner. But offensive line could still be something that they go after. Broderick Jones was the selection in the first round. Actually, a really good move to get Broderick Jones. But I have to say that Osiris Torrance, he really at 340 pounds, big guy in the run game, can move some bodies. He might actually be a decent guard. The Steelers could use a guy who can move some bodies like that in the run game, help clear out some space for Najee Harris. So I would say Osiris Torrance, a guy that I do know that they, from my recollection, what I have heard, they brought him in for a top 30 visit. So he's certainly a guy that is at least on the radar. Maybe it would have been the selection here if Joey Porter Jr. was not sitting there, but I think it makes too much sense for Porter. I think the value's higher.
Now, you know, with Osiris, remember they spent money on guards. Mm-hmm. Daniels is back for, I believe, his second or third year. Mm-hmm. They just spent money on a guard from the Eagles. I think they feel set there. I feel like they don't want to spend a 32nd pick, mm-hmm. which it's a second round pick this year, but 32nd, that's a first round pick. Yeah. So I understand it's day 2, but this is 32nd pick of the draft. They might feel that they're comfortable at that guard mm-hmm. position, and I feel like they should be. That's a position where they grew, and they have someone new there who's been there, done that.
Right, absolutely. Let me get to these sponsors here right now, as we've got about 4 minutes remaining of the Steelers on the clock and getting us started with the first pick of the second round. But first, we're going to take a look at 5 great sponsors here. Appreciate these 5 companies for being a part of our draft coverage this year. And although the draft coverage is winding down now, we're going to have a blast tonight. Still going to be a long, action-packed night, really, of a lot going on in this draft. I'm sure a lot of trades. I'm sure a lot of interesting picks. We're going to have a really good time. But like I said, love to see these sponsors back again next year. Anybody else out there interested in sponsoring, make sure you reach out to coachvin14@yahoo.com, as well as on the social media platforms to reach out if you want to inquire about that as well. So first off, Hinckley Roofing. They are your first choice in commercial or residential roofing. This family-run company has been around for 50 years and is your first choice in trusted roofing needs. You can find them online today at hinkleyroofing.com or call them at 330-273-2979. That's 330-273-2979. JBL Roofing and Construction, let their team of professionals help you with vinyl siding, windows, roofing, and gutters. Get the job done right the first time and stress-free with JBL. Call them today at 330-677-9463. That's 330-677-9463. Or visit them on the web at jblrc.com. Pulp North Olmsted, from wraps to bowls to smoothies and everything in between, this is the perfect healthy option for the person on the go. Stop in and taste for yourself at the North Olmsted location. Of course, you see the Pulp cups out here as well, as we've been drinking some Pulp. Got some food tonight as well from Pulp as well. TNT Construction, and they provide residential and commercial remodeling, construction, and building services to clients in Cleveland and all of Northeast Ohio. Make sure you look them up today at tntcleveland.com. And Gotcha Covered Medina. Gotcha Covered of Medina offers affordable and high-quality blinds and shades that can completely transform the interior of your property. With affordable pricing and experts in the field of home redecorating to guide you, check them out online at www.gotchacovered.com/Medina or call them at 330-446-3647. That's 330-446-3647.
Tonight, we look forward to all year long, as Cole referenced it, kind of a night where we take very, very serious. Obviously, everything we do here is very serious, but we like to have we like to have some fun. Clearly, throughout the night, we're going to play a few games. Probably going to start those closer to the third round. If you have something to look forward to, leave it in the comment sections as you can play with us. One of which is better or worse. Very easy. We look at last year's record of each team as we go through them real quick, and we decide, will they have a better record or a worse record this coming season? And keep in mind, those schedules come out next week. However, you kind of already know who they're going to play and who they're going to play, just a matter of when. Also, who the starting quarterback will be for each team. 32 teams in the league, probably fly through 26 of them in a matter of a minute, but there's always 6 that kind of lead to a debate. And here we go with the first pick, as Dom has sprung up from that relaxing recliner. Alan Faneca going to do the honors here, and there it is. So the suspense ends, and once again, Pittsburgh gets lucky. Joey Porter Jr., the selection, cornerback out of Penn State. Guys, take it home. You spent a good 10 minutes there in the pregame show of why, and now you get a chance to take him home to Pittsburgh.
I'm going to start first because Dom's going to want to talk a lot about this. I'm going to say that I know that your dad, of course, was mentioned in the comment section and said that they would be first-round winners. I said that the Steelers weren't necessarily going to be first-round winners, but they put themselves in a position to possibly be draft winners. Here on night 2, things pan out. Joey Porter Jr., their selection, they've addressed their 2 biggest needs. Offensive line, specifically left tackle, as well as the cornerback spot. Pittsburgh, 2 picks down, and already just through the first pick of night 2, round 2, and I have to say the Steelers, despite probably being the team that consensus, most people aside from Steelers fans say might be on paper at the bottom of that division in the AFC North, they're putting together a good draft that keeps them in contention, puts them on the rise. Credit to them, starting off the draft hot. Typical Steelers draft. Dom, take it away.
Every time I see a Steeler who was from Penn State, I always think of Franco Harris. And so it's emotional in that respect, seeing someone wearing the blue and white going to wear the black and gold, and it's Joey Porter's son. It just means that much. And this isn't just he's Joey Porter's son, we have to draft him. This kid deserves to be here. It's one of the best cornerbacks in the draft. I don't know where you had him in your rankings for overall prospects.
Yeah, number 3 corner.
Yeah.
And Joey Porter Jr., was actually my 15th overall prospect, so still very high.
Yes, he was about a middle round guy that got taken 32nd.
Mm-hmm.
They stole him from everybody else.
Yeah.
The fact that he got passed up is absurd. Broderick Jones is a refrigerator with legs. They can move really quick.
Yeah.
He's a refrigerator with horse speed. And then you have Joey Porter Jr. He can be your cornerback in the future. And this is a team where it's really been corner by committee since Ike Taylor's retired.
Right.
So you have a team now that can finally say, hey, we have a cornerback. And mind you, he's going to learn from Patrick Peterson. Like, he has someone he can
Past
learn
his
from.
prime, but it's a good person to learn from. Yeah.
Well, listen, Patrick Peterson, he's smart. He knows where to be. He's not the fastest. He's not the most athletic as he used to be. He's still a smart cornerback, right? He's still going to be productive from times, but he's not a number one guy. Joey Porter can be that number one
He'll
guy.
be the number one.
And Patrick Peterson can help him get there.
Agreed.
Because he's a guy that's going to want to see this young man grow and help him get where he has to go.
Yeah.
And before you continue, Vince, Cole, after this pick, we're going to the Super Bowl.
You know,
Well, we heard that with the Kenny Pickett pick last year. I knew you'd be excited about this draft, and you definitely have reason to be excited through those picks. I think the Steelers have hit a home run. They've knocked this out of the park so far. Credit to them. For anybody here in Northeast Ohio who you didn't pay much attention to Joey Porter Jr., and you're like, who's a good comparison? Martin Emerson Jr. was my best comparison for him. So you saw Martin Emerson Jr., a longer, physical corner, maybe didn't have the best ball production in college, only had one interception in college, Emerson did, but you saw what he did as a lockdown corner for the Cleveland Browns when he came in, not afraid to challenge bigger receivers on the outside, show off his physicality. Joey Porter Jr. moves a lot like him, and I think that's something that to pay attention to there. So obviously things are going to start moving quicker. We get to the Arizona Cardinals next.
I think there's a trade.
you had mentioned Patrick. You had
Titans.
mentioned Patrick Peterson. Obviously, the Cardinals, one of his former teams there. But it does look like the Titans, who have been very active in this draft, have gone ahead and made a trade. And now this is the second time in 2 nights where the Cardinals have traded back.
Yeah, the Cardinals are beginning to trade back. To me, Will Levis is still sitting there, and I thought Tennessee, they were going to be in the tank for Caleb Williams conversation. They might still be if Will Levis doesn't pan out, but to me, Levis slipping all the way through the first round. Tennessee, they can now jump up and get a quarterback here, and hey, will Tannehill get traded now? I mean, that's a potential question. Do they want to play Levis right away? Or will they have Levis sit behind Tannehill? That's a good question. But Tennessee was one of a couple teams that I certainly think had their radars on him. I'd be shocked if this is not Levis here at 33 and he doesn't have to wait much longer.
Well, we've gone ahead, and broken Levis down numerous times.
Yeah.
Brandon did a good job of it last night as well. Brandon Soder Penner, who just said, by the way, in the comment section there, congrats on the Porter pick down. That's directly from Brandon.
Mm-hmm.
So no, I mean, regardless, this is a situation where you've taken Tannehill maybe as far as you could get with them. You were the number 1 seed in the playoffs 2 years ago. He's a kind of how do I want to say this here? He kind of peaked late, right? I think a lot of people would say Tannehill's time in Miami was a little bit underwhelming. He seems to have found his legs since playing for the Titans.
Can I say why, though?
Sure.
Remember, he was a former wide receiver. He didn't start playing quarterback until college, I believe.
You're correct.
Yeah, Texas
So-
A&M, very late bloomer as being a quarterback.
The pick is in clearly, but why would you trade then? Because you knew Pittsburgh wasn't going to pick Levis. So why did they wait until now to trade with the
Well,
Cardinals?
they had to get probably ahead of, I think the Raiders were probably still in the hunt. There were the Lions coming up might have thought about drafting him and putting Levis behind Goff. That would be my best guess.
So do you think
There
this was
was
a
a
trade
rumor-
made last night and they just officialized it right now? Maybe in conversation with the Cardinals?
I would say there was probably a conversation already had.
All right,
At least this morning, maybe even this early afternoon.
I would think
Yeah.
so.
Yeah.
Yeah. Roger Goodell at the podium. Again, Keon Sports with you. Cole McDaniel, Don Cleary, along with myself, Vince McKee, tonight. And there you go. Wow, I didn't see this coming. So heck of a job, guys. Going with Will Levis, quarterback out of Kentucky. Very interesting. The 33rd pick overall normally would be the first pick of the second round. Tonight, the second pick of the second round. Love some of those old school Houston Oilers jerseys I just saw in the crowd. Can never get enough of that. Guys, break it down. How many years, if any, is he going to sit behind Tannehill? Or, as you just said, Do you think now Tannehill gets traded?
I think that's almost a tough call. It depends upon what they're thinking. Do they now think that they just got their franchise quarterback in Will Levis, or do they think that they got a potential steal getting him in the second round, and then now they're thinking, hey, let's just see what happens, and then, you know, if he flops this year, we can still try to get Drake May or Caleb Williams next year. I don't necessarily know how they feel about this pick, but I do know that they're trying to move off of Tannehill at some point, and it's obvious they do not trust Malik Willis, who was awful, and then they ended up letting Josh Dobbs start ahead of Malik Willis because of how bad Willis was. So
Ain't that something? And they drafted Malik Willis high last year, third, fourth round, right? Wasn't it fourth?
yeah, he was still a fairly early pick.
Yeah.
So it's just interesting there. I think the biggest thing here is it makes sense why Tennessee came up ahead of Detroit, because Detroit, if you look at it, you also are in a position where Goff is better than Tannehill, but Goff might only, you're thinking, he might be our guy for, I don't know, 2 more years, 3 more years. So Goff's not your long-term guy. He's just your guy who might help you with still competing right now. But I thought that Will Levis would make a lot of sense to them to sit on the bench. Now, I think Jaron Hall of BYU is a beautiful fit with the Detroit Lions, where I'd love to see Hall sit behind Goff. And then I think he would become a great starter for them down the road. But with Levis sitting there, Detroit at 34 was definitely a threat to Tennessee. Smart to trade up with Arizona, who didn't need the quarterback. And Arizona, not afraid to keep trading back. So, interesting enough, Levis has the big arm. I still, like I talked about yesterday, I have the questions with him. I don't necessarily know if he can throw guys open. I didn't see that in college. You need to in the NFL. He steps into pressure too much, and I think forced too many sacks himself. That wasn't his offensive line's problem. It was his own problem. I think that Titans coaching staff, they have a lot of work they're going to have to do. The potential's there, though, for Levis to maybe midway through the season take the job from Tannehill if Tannehill stays.
I still say, again, bold prediction on this one, though, for the Titans, to kind of wrap up the Titans real quick. Really think Vrabel's coaching in the Big Ten next year, somewhere.
Yeah.
2 years from now.
I'm just interested what team it actually would be.
He would be
Midwest.
It's a great Midwest. I could even see him coaching a Rutgers.
Well, here we go now. Goodell back to the stand. And, guys, there was a rumor earlier today, Detroit Lions looking to trade away Swift. They got that loaded running back room now at their last night's draft pick, having Montgomery. So let's see what they do here. Hey, good tight end there. Sam Laporta, tight end out of Iowa. Something our guru here, Cole McDaniel, had going on. Why did you, and what's he going to do there?
Yeah, Sam Laporta, he was my number 2 tight end.
They're starting to get loaded up.
I had him going at number 18 in the first round. And they actually took his teammate at Iowa, Jack Campbell, linebacker, in the first round. Interesting enough, DeAndre Swift could be on the move because you have Montgomery, and apparently the Lions love Jahmyr Gibbs so much that they would have been willing to take him at pick number 6, is the rumor coming out, ahead of Bijan Robinson, which is fascinating. So we'll see what happens with that running back room, but I said last night, both of those picks, I'm like, tight end has to be on the watch for the Detroit Lions. It is their worst position on the whole roster, a good roster at this point. They have not much depth, guys you've never really even heard of. Sam Laporta brings you that run after catchability. He was the best player on an atrocious Iowa offense, and that's hard to say when your tight end's usually your most productive, best guy, and Iowa couldn't do much of anything unless they got him the football. Huge win for the Detroit Lions.
So they've now added 2 skill position players to that offense here in the first 34 picks of this draft. We said it last night. We'll expound on it a little bit more later tonight when we start playing a few of our games. But certainly so, guys. The Detroit Lions making some things happen. They might sneak up on teams next year. Dom, this is something, too, with TJ Hawkinson. Oh, wait, we got another trade here. This is why we need Brandon for the details. It is Colts trading their pick to the Raiders.
Yeah, I'm guessing Hendon Hooker. The rumor is, last couple hours, Hendon Hooker is an attractive prospect for the Raiders, where they're thinking with him that he's a guy who can learn from Jimmy G for about a year or two as Jimmy G's the bridge quarterback. Hooker, his thing is he has a lot of talent. He has good arm strength. He made a lot of big plays with Tennessee. The only problem is that offense was so dumbed down at Tennessee. He's going to take a little bit for, I think, them to... At least scouts think it's going to take him a little bit to figure out the playbooks, figure out reading defenses a little bit more because it was all based on quick decisions. So we'll see what he does with Las Vegas, but my guess here is now that Levis is gone, Hendon Hooker's the first quarterback up on most teams' boards. So you come up, you make this selection. To me, I'd be shocked if this isn't Hendon Hooker.
I keep having to remind myself that Jimmy G's the quarterback.
Yeah, I
for the
keep
Raiders.
forgetting.
I literally almost asked you, who's your quarterback again? Like
Yeah.
It's so unnatural. It's so weird.
I like the fit though. I
I
don't
think
mind
it's a
Jimmy
great
G there.
fit. Yeah, it's just
It's
so,
a good holdover.
I don't like it. He's too handsome to be wearing a Raiders uniform.
If he would have
picture-
ended up on the Patriots, I actually think the Patriots would have been a perfect fit for him.
Oh, it's like he played there before.
Going back
Yeah.
home. Yeah. Going back home.
Yeah.
But Raiders it is. Interesting. But he's with Josh McDaniel, a guy who a ton of experience with.
Yeah. He's too handsome to be wearing a Raiders uniform. Listen, when you're a Raiders quarterback, you have to have like a uneven beard. You have to be like smoking cigarettes between halftime, like during halftime, and you have to be like yelling at people. Like Derek Carr was the perfect. Always looked like he had mascara on or like eyeliner. Like he always looked like upset, but he was very humble, good guy. Like said all the right things. Did you see how the look on his face for like, oh, that's a Raiders quarterback? No, Jimmy G's too handsome. He was perfect in San Diego. He's very much like a Silicon Valley looking guy type of quarterback. Great. He'd be great in a Rams uniform.
I gotta say, Derek Carr might still fit the Saints mold, though. I don't think there's
Yeah.
a huge difference between that Saints and the Raiders side of things.
No, you're 100. Well, because the thing is, like, I know the Saints to be like the Drew Brees, like they're always a contention type. Like, but then I have to think back of like the Archie Manning days
Mm-hmm.
of or whatever his name was. It's not Archie Manning. What's the dad's name? Manning.
Archie.
Was it Archie? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, it's the kid in Texas' name is Archie, so that messed me up.
You know, the
Yeah,
Saints were terrible for many, many, many years before they got Drew Brees.
Oh yeah,
They,
because
they had an occasional few spurts here and there, but overall, terrible.
well, yeah, they drafted a running back and got rid of their next picks for the 2 years.
Well,
Ricky
Ricky
Williams.
Williams, if the Browns would have drafted Ricky Williams with the first pick in that draft over Tim Couch, we might be having a lot different conversation over the years than we did. But
Mhm.
that's
He
my own
he
two
was
cents.
going to leave the NFL no matter what.
Well, you know, the devil's lettuce gets the best of some people. So
Yeah.
that's what happened with him, quite frankly. Fascinating 30 on 30 on Ricky Williams. Check that out if you ever get a chance. Well, Goodell's up, and let's see what they do. Is it Hendon Hooker?
Has
Or are
to
they
be.
going in a
Should
different
be.
way here?
I don't know what else they'd get here.
Raiders fans are excited.
Wow.
Whoa!
And they went with the tight end who I actually thought was the best tight end in the draft.
I like that pick.
It is
What about-
Michael Mayer, tight end out of
Waller,
Notre
is he still
Dame.
on our team?
Definitely going to help Jimmy
Where'd he
G.
go?
No, makes sense there on that. I'm surprised because Hendon Hooker would be like the next quarterback up on most people's boards, so I would have thought they were trading up for him. But Michael Mayer, a guy who really consensus most people thought was the number one tight end. I had him as my number one tight end, can really do about anything. Interesting enough here, the Raiders, they have a loaded wide receiver room, at least for Jimmy G and whoever is going to be the backup quarterback, the future quarterback as well for that team. Because you have Devontae Adams, Hunter Renfrow. They brought in Jacoby Myers as well. DeAndre Carter made some plays happen for the Los Angeles Chargers when he was there. So now I think I like that room at wide receiver. Problem is at tight end, I still think there's been plenty of questions. They brought in O.J. Howard. He's now in that room as Darren Waller is now with the New York Giants. That trade, of course, the Waller move to the Giants was very recent here in the past couple of weeks. So they still needed that number one guy. Of course, also Morrow, who is the backup tight end behind Waller, of course, had the tough news that, you know, he had been diagnosed with cancer and stuff. So he's has that battle right now as well. So they needed a tight end. Michael Mayer, he's going to be able to be a good inline blocker for Josh Jacobs. And then he's another weapon for Jimmy G, who, by the way, he loves to throw to tight ends.
Our division's loaded.
Yeah.
We talked about it last night. Raiders are getting better. Lost a lot of fourth quarter games last year where the Raiders took it right down to the wire and just could not get over that hump towards the end. The Chargers, with as much talent as they have, I still believe that unless Coach Staley, you know, kind of evolves, I'm not sure how far they can go with him at the helm. So a lot of things to be said. Guys, very early into this night, and as Cole had mentioned, you know, night two kind of flies by this second round, and then the third round really flies by. But, these picks are coming fast and furious.
Yeah.
And when you look at the number of picks in the NFL draft, it's fascinating. Even if you were to say maybe the top 75, those are 75 really, really good players. So you could see, a kid go late second round, early third round that might not have been on a ton of radars, but year after year after year, we see those as some of the best players in the draft.
Yeah.
Is it because they don't have enough, they don't have as much pressure on them as the top of the round kind of guys do? Or is it the better fit, the better situation? If I give my 2 cents, a lot of times I feel they do better because they're getting picked per need, right? And they're getting picked and placed on it could be a good team, a good player going to a good team, as opposed to the first round where you see the first 10 picks. Usually the teams kind of stink. You know what I mean? So we're seeing top talent go to a crappy team. It's harder for them to get over that NFL hump.
Yeah, maybe. I think also, too, all these guys are good players in their own respective right. There's actually not, big gaps, typically, between guys. I can say that there are certainly some gaps, but if you're looking at a end of the first round linebacker compared to a beginning of the second round linebacker, margins kind of razor thin at times. So sometimes it's about fit, the team that you get with, but yeah, I think it's sometimes just about how guys develop as well. It's not always just about talent. You see it as well where a top prospect coming out of the high school ranks, they then struggle to adjust to college, or you get somebody from college who they struggle to adjust to the NFL. It's also about how much they can absorb and take that in and learn, and sometimes it's about that social emotional growth that they have in order for them to be able to develop and adapt at the next level.
Listen, you can have all the talent in the world. If you don't have social emotional growth, you have nothing.
Fair. Very
now,
fair.
The Rams here, Stafford, how hurt is he, right? Do they pull the trigger on a quarterback and shock everybody? They need a running back.
Yeah, they need to take a quarterback at some point tonight. I don't think it's now. This is their first selection of the draft. One of the teams that didn't have a pick in the first round. I think they have so many holes on their team. Actually, my team needs sheet, they had the longest list. I had them needing offensive guard, tight end, edge rusher, cornerback, defensive line, quarterback, offensive tackle, safety, linebacker, running back.
This team just won the Super Bowl 2 years ago, and you just read me half the...
It says right there, 2 defensive starters remain from the 2021 team.
This team has been depleted.
In big time.
Absolutely depleted. Stafford's not the same. Honestly, this
McVay
is
didn't
almost
wanna
impossible. This is almost impossible to pick because they have so many needs.
Yeah, and McVay almost didn't come back to coach.
Yeah, and I honestly, for his sake, he probably shouldn't have. He probably should have gone into the booth and started broadcasting because this year is going to probably be rough for the Rams again, especially with the Seahawks getting better.
Well,
and then obviously how the Niners always perform.
And they pick a guard, Steve Avila, the guard out of TCU. I thought they might shock some people and go with Duggan, the quarterback out of TCU, but they don't. It is Steve Avila, the guard, TCU. How important is that guard going to be to protecting the quarterback there, Dom?
It's going to be huge. Mainly you want your guard, especially if he's on the right side, to be more of a run guy. Your left guy works in tandem with your left tackle, so of course, blind side most of the time. A guard protects the pocket's depth. It allows it so your quarterback can step up when need to, and it controls the width is what the tackles do. But for a guard, it really controls the depth. That's what he's going to do here for whoever's playing quarterback. If it's Stafford, if it's Hooker, if it's Duggan, if it's someone I never heard of before.
Yeah.
He's going to be vital to their success, but they have a lot to work on. He's the first piece of a puzzle, and the entire puzzle is just blank. It's white. There's nothing to it. You just put a piece down, you got to figure where everything else is. They don't know where everything's going.
What is Steve Avila going to bring to the Rams?
Yeah, and to finish your point, I think Cooper Kupp and Aaron Donald are the only things I feel sure about and confident about on that team right now at this moment. And I like Matthew Stafford, but last year he didn't look the same with his decision making, and his arm was clearly bothering him. I'm questioning whether his career is about to be done, honestly. Here's what I'm going to say about Steve Avila. Steve Avila, my 14th ranked interior offensive lineman, of course, combining the guards and the centers together. He was my 151st ranked prospect overall. I wouldn't have personally wanted to touch him before the 3rd round. I think you could have gotten him probably there. But the reason why some teams were going to take him earlier is because he has versatility between guard and center. So that does help out a team who struggled on their offensive line last year.
What position do the Seahawks go with this pick?
Well, we got edge rusher now.
Defensive end out of Auburn, Derek Hall. I thought you might be able to sneak it in. But it is Derek Hall, defensive end out of Auburn. Yet another SEC player off the board. What can you tell us about Derek Hall?
Well, Derek Hall, he's a guy who, by the way, your autocorrect, if you ever try to spell his name, will definitely try to mess that up because it's one R there in Derek rather than the 2 R's or, spelled D-E-R-E-K. But regardless, Derek, he's a guy who I think he fits in best as a 3-4 outside linebacker, more of a stand-up guy. Don't want to see his hand in the dirt too much. I think he is a better get-off when he's standing straight up, and this is a good fit for him with the Seattle Seahawks. I thought the Seattle Seahawks at some point in the first 2 rounds they would go edge rusher, and it makes a lot of sense that they do so, and they get Derek Hall, who's going to help them rush the passer. They need to work on that front. It's going to really help their defense. I like what the Seahawks have done. Derek Hall, good player. Maybe not one of my favorite people, and now we have a trade up on the board.
Interesting, the Colts have traded back yet again, this time with the Atlanta Falcons. We saw the Atlanta Falcons give our guy there, Brandon Soder-Penner, a moment of rejoice last night with their pick of Bijan Robinson. And here the Falcons return now into the 2nd round. The Falcons, a team that showed us some flashes last year, actually beat the Browns at home. Looked good in certain moments, really can never seem to get over that hump. I feel they waited way too long to go to Ridder over Marcus Mariota. That's something that should have been done week 3 or 4, in my opinion. But regardless, Colin Dom, why did they trade up? Who do you think they grabbed right here?
Well, I have to say that a lot of people are going to start thinking quarterback, but I think with Ridder,
that'd be crazy.
I think with Ridder and Taylor Heineke, I think you're okay right now. I don't think you need to jump at any of these guys on the board. Here's my best guess. Who's somebody who's going to be a 1st-round selection who slid a little bit? That's Brian Branch, the safety of Alabama. I think for Atlanta, that would help the back end of their defense a lot. I say you jump all over Brian Branch here right now. You make that selection. Maybe it might not be one of your biggest needs, but he's one of the best guys on the board right now. I would say this would be a no-brainer pick for a team that they've made some moves on the defensive side of the football. They've just made some moves in general here in the offseason. But I'd love to see them take Branch here. That's going to significantly improve that defense.
And they just added Bates as well
from
the Bengals. So it's really going to, it's going to be a strong safety combo there if that's who they get. And I think you're right there. I don't know who else they would get. Like wide receiver, I don't think they'd go. They don't need a tight end. Offensive line, maybe. I'm not too updated on their offensive line. But I feel like it's a defensive side of the ball pick. But if you're trading up, it has to be Brian Branch. He shouldn't be here right now.
Yeah.
He should have been selected.
And he's the only guy of the 4 guys that were in the green room last night. He's the only one who returned, so we would get to see him walk across the stage, and we'll wait and see if that happens as the pick is about to be announced.
Quickly, you mentioned Tyler Heineke. Man, I think the Commanders took a step back by getting rid of him. And if they're going to try to rely on the combination of Wentz and Brissett, I don't see it going their way this year.
How?
Matthew Bergeron, I'm sorry, tackle out of Syracuse. So, yeah, they're going to beef up that line.
Yeah, Wentz is gone, dude. Yeah.
My apologies.
Sam
They still
Howell.
have him on the roster.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, you're good. Sam Howell and Jacoby Brissett. That's the combination
You're ready to
there.
win 3 games next year in Washington. We'll
Yeah.
go ahead with this pick.
Yeah, they might struggle there.
What a stupid move.
Well, speaking of possibly
Back to the
stupid
draft.
moves, I don't necessarily feel too good about the Matthew Bergeron selection. He's a guy who I personally, with my rankings and where I put him, I wouldn't want to touch him personally myself before maybe, like I said, round 3, round 4. I know it's beginning of the 2nd round, but why trade up here? Bergeron, he's a guy who played at left tackle for Syracuse. I think he moves well. I like him as a polar, especially in the run game. He actually moves really well in the run game. But in pass protection, I think there's a lot of work that can be done on him as a player. I actually would love to see him get moved inside to guard. I think it would be a better fit for him. I think the way he's built, he looked better as a guard. But again, we'll see what they decide to do. But hey, I like that they didn't trade up and try to go for a quarterback here. Again, would have been a bad move. I know there are a lot of people not sold on Ritter, but I believe in Ritter. And worst come to worst, Heineke's there. And I think Heineke's really not a bad backup to have either. So protect your quarterback, whoever it is under center. Of course, Ritter to start the year. I just think there's other better offensive linemen out there that you could have picked rather than Bergeron.
Yeah, watching the clips that they showed, I feel like his hand placement a lot of times seems like he was heading towards the outside of the shoulder pad, especially on pass pro. Didn't tend to re-engage a lot. Would throw his hands once. You have some offensive linemen that are taught throw your hands and hook on. Then you have others that are taught to keep re-engaging. He didn't do either of those.
Yeah.
So that's concerning. That it seems like almost he's been told to punch and then just keep shadowing him. His stance is very, very wide. He's gonna have to fix his stance. It's very obvious when he's when it's pass or when it's run. When it's pass, his leg is way far back. Again, I don't know if he was the early second round selection that should have been picked there for offensive tackles.
Traded up to get him.
Yeah. What I would say about Atlanta, I think their weakest spot on their offensive line, if I look at this, Jake Matthews is their left tackle, Matt Hennessy at left guard, Drew Dowman at center, Chris Lindstrom at right guard, and Caleb McGrary at right tackle. I would say left guard might be your weak spot with Matt Hennessy. My guess is you slide him inside to left guard. I think that's the best thing for him. I think there's some similarities to the Peter Skoronski build. So I think that Bergeron actually inside would be better. And like I said, run game is his strength. They're going to rely heavy on that run game with Bijan Robinson, who they selected. So that is a trait that is a good thing for him. He just needs a lot of work on the pass side of things.
Obviously, last night, Carolina began the draft with Bryce Young, quarterback out of Alabama. While we have a little bit of time here before Carolina makes their second-round pick, if you guys just kind of want to recap again, what do you think Bryce Young's going to do in Carolina, and how quickly does he start?
Well, here's what I'm going to say here on this one as well, just to start off. I believe in my last mock draft here at pick 39 for Carolina, I had them needing to take a wide receiver. But Adam Thielen cannot be your number one guy there. I think that's an issue. Thielen's wearing down. He's getting older. He's a decent possession receiver, but he's not going to get you the big explosive plays. A name to pay attention to is probably Jonathan Mingo. He's a guy who I don't love. I didn't even have him in my wide receiver rankings because I had him just outside. He would have been my wide receiver like 28 or 29, and I only put 27 in there. Here's why people love him. He's coming from Ole Miss. So the recency bias of DK Metcalf as well as A.J. Brown, and with Mingo being a big wide receiver, everybody thinks, okay, he's going to be like those other two guys. I think there's a lack of separation. He has good hands. He makes some big catches, but I question that route running ability. I don't think he's going to be nearly the same level as the other two. But he's a guy who, again, getting plenty of attention, plenty of hype, and even though I didn't necessarily rank him in my top 27 guys, not in my top 208 prospects, I still think he's going to go here in the second round, and I think Carolina, they need a big receiver, so I'm going to say Mingo here. As for what you asked about Bryce Young, I'm going to say that I think he's going to have a good career. I question if he's going to stay healthy and be durable with that size. I also question if Frank Reich is going to utilize him properly, because this is the first time Frank Reich's really had a smaller quarterback like this. Skill set's there. He can escape out of the pocket. I just have too many questions about that size. And like I said, his arm strength at times, I think he underthrows his receivers, especially on deep balls. They have to come back to it. So we'll wait and see. I think he'll be the second best of this group, at least the top four guys that we've talked about. But I'm interested to see what happens with this pick.
Jonathan Stewart, a former tailback there in Carolina, one of the better ones they had about 10 years into their franchise's history. At the podium now, making the pick for the Carolina Panthers. As we said, they're going to have a long journey back to relevancy. Started last night with the Bryce Young pick. So there they must have heard Cole McDaniel break it down. Jonathan Mingo, you better believe it, the wide receiver out of Ole Miss. I mean, you just talked about him. So obviously it makes sense to you, it makes sense to them.
Yeah, like I said, Mingo's a guy who I don't necessarily love. Like I said, everybody's sold on him being just like those couple other Ole Miss receivers. The body build's similar. He's going to be an outside receiver. I just questioned about the separation. I think there's a lot of good things there. My gut instinct, though, is he's just not going to be quite the same as those other guys. And, again, I just didn't... Maybe I was steering away from him too much, but I just didn't want to get caught in the same line of thinking as most people do, that this is literally A.J. Brown or DK Metcalf all over again. The highlights look super similar. I just didn't want to fall into that trap. But regardless, he's going to be an outside receiver there who has pretty good hands, but I'd like to see the route tree get better. I would like to see him create some more separation, and we'll see if Carolina and Bryce Young, if he's a good fit there. But like I said, there's a lot to be seen. I still think the Panthers have a long way to go before they're competing.
And by the way, I really love those Ole Miss jerseys.
Mm.
A little bit different, kind of high school XFL-esh
They can
combined.
change
But
the blues too.
I do like them a lot. All right, Saints on the board, picking straight to the heart of our guy there, Tony Bogan. Last night, I feel like I got a hell of a pick. Again, late first round, but to me, they snagged a tremendous ball player there with Breezy. But now the Saints sit and they think to themselves, okay, we got this flashy quarterback. A wide receiver just got ripped right in front of them there. What are they going to do with it? Again, fans, just to remind you, it was last night. It was Brian Breezy, the defensive tackle out of Clemson, going late to the Saints. What do you feel they're going to do here now?
Yeah, I'd say the linebacker could possibly be a thing that they want to do there. I think they need depth. I like the starters that they have, but I think they need depth in general. So Trenton Simpson would come on the radar. I think Drew Sanders of Arkansas comes on the radar as well. Those are two guys that I think are possibilities here. I'm going to toss out something interesting, though. I'm going to say that running back might be something to consider here for the Saints sooner rather than later, because the questions are, will Alvin Kamara be suspended here at some point? Obviously the NFL had talked about they were dealing with the Watson thing and other things this past season. They wanted to get more information on Kamara and kind of wait off till next season. So Jamal Williams was brought over from Detroit, but you would still need another running back in that room that you could rely on. So could Zach Charbonnet, could Zach Evans be in the conversation? There are multiple guys that I think could be in the conversation at running back for them. So that's certainly a possibility in addition to linebacker, like I said. Safety also could be a need for them. Of course, it would make sense, Brian Branch, if they want to pull the trigger here on this. I think they'd be excited about that selection. Can't believe that Branch is still there. I can't believe a single safety hasn't been selected.
And Terry Matthews on the Saints, he could learn from him as well.
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't be a bad pairing there. I'm all for, especially in a position where there's more than one person starting, which is mainly all of them. But anytime you can have a tackle learning from another tackle, similar to what they did with the Lions did a few years ago. Anytime you can have a wide receiver pairing with the wide receiver or cornerbacks, anytime you can have people learning, I'm a big fan of that. Can really show growth.
So the selection is in. It is Roman Harper.
That would be fitting if it's a defensive back.
Certainly so. As the Saints will make their second selection of the 2023 NFL Draft. You're listening to KeonSports.com, also watching Keon Sports here on YouTube, and we greatly appreciate that. As always, I'm Vince McKee alongside Don Cleary and Cole McDaniel. Pretty comfy over there, Dahmer?
Yeah.
Excellent. The pick is in. It is Isaiah Foskey, the defensive end out of Notre Dame. So we've seen a couple Notre Dame players go here in the second round.
Yeah. Thought they were going to go edge rusher at some point in this draft. Again, didn't just mention it. I think there were some other better edge rushers out there than Foskey. My question with him is I think he needs a lot more pass rush moves, but the question is, there's no question about his motor at least. The guy never gives up. He keeps working hard. But against the top-tier tackles in college football, he got shut down. Anytime he went against a tackle who was considered to be a top prospect, Paris Johnson Jr. and DeJuan Jones, that Ohio State game, Foskey got shut down. There were a couple other games as well there where he did struggle. I like the motor. Seems to be a guy who, like I said, doesn't quit, doesn't give up there as an edge rusher. But like I said, I'd like to see the pass rush moves be more than just trying to bull rush, go straight through the tackle. Again, he needs to really develop that bend around the edge.
No, it seems like he likes the point of the attack being directly at the chest.
Mm-hmm.
Before usually a defensive lineman, boom, to the chest, and then they set their move.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't do that, it seems. It seems like he waits for you to punch, which is smart. Wait for the offensive tackle to punch, slap the hand away, go on the outside.
Mm-hmm.
That can only work so often because when you go against a offensive tackle that has been there, done that, has gone against Myles Garrett, has gone against T.J. Watt, who's gone against the best of the best in the league, that move is going to work once.
Yeah.
And he's going to reconnect, and he's going to get on your hip and ride you up the field, and you are going to be lost.
Yep.
So he needs to figure it out, fake inside, go outside.
Mm-hmm.
Put your hands in their chest. He's a big body. Use that. Hit the weight room. Get those arms strong and get in someone's chest. Swiping someone's arm away only works at the college level. It's not going to get you far in the NFL.
And if you watch his film, it's a lot of that over and over and over again. Like I said, the better tackles, they would figure it out. Certainly for New Orleans, they've addressed the defensive line. That's great. You know, now they have also another guy who can plug and play on the outside opposite of Jordan. And I think that is going to help them out for sure on the defensive side of football. I mean, the Saints certainly are putting themselves in a position where they're probably favorites in that division right now. And the Falcons, I would argue, are the team that might be nipping at their heels there at this point. The Falcons may be getting better faster than people expected. But the Saints don't necessarily love the pick, but I understand the fit there for them. And for their sake, obviously they're hoping Foskey pans out.
In that division, though, I mean, Tampa Bay without Tom Brady, let's see what they could do.
Mm-hmm.
3 straight years, you got them in the playoffs. That is something. But
Right.
what is the drop-off going to be with Baker Mayfield? I
They have a better quarterback now. What are you talking about?
I believe it's going to be sizable, the drop-off. So, it's going to be
I mean,
like,
he
he's
was.
gotta be joking.
I was smiling. And by the way, I know we'll talk more about stuff like this later, but isn't it incredible that a few years ago, how I used to walk in my dorm hall at Baldwin Wallace, and everyone was wearing Baker Mayfield jerseys, and he was the up and coming because he would do a 4-yard run, get thrown 5 feet into the sideline, and hype the crowd up. Everyone thought he was going to be a star,
Sounds about right.
and now he's just a bum playing in Tampa. Is the most remarkable story arc, and he didn't do anything but play through injury because he wanted to be there for the team. That's all he did wrong, and then they brought in Deshaun Watson.
I disagree with that.
No,
That's all he
no,
did
I
wrong.
understand his
Watch
play.
Justin
His play wasn't
Herbert play
great.
for 1 quarter for the Chargers. Watch Herbert play for 1 quarter. And it's so
Who
clear.
has more playoff victories?
2 years ago, it doesn't matter.
The
Baker
Browns
Mayfield-
defense.
Yeah. 2 years
He was
ago,
quarterback.
you know, I'll never forget. I'm sitting there and actually had COVID at the time, and I'm, you know, just laying and watching this game. And even as out of it as I was, when the Chargers played the Browns a couple years ago, it was so crystal clear,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yeah.
That Mayfield wasn't an upper echelon quarterback. Go back and look at the stat line. Mayfield actually put up big numbers that game, and still, even with that, it was night and day.
Yeah.
I mean, I could go off. I'm not going to.
No,
It's just-
listen,
I trust me, I can go
don't-
for 45
don't-
minutes on the subject. if
I
had to.
never thought he was. I thought he was very serviceable at times. I never thought he was. You can't do the because he won games. There were games where he looked good
A
enough.
few.
He won with that team.
He had flashes. His problem was part of it's the ego, and part of it was his mechanics were bad coming into the NFL, and he never corrected his mechanics. He threw everything off of his back foot. He was scared in the pocket, and he struggled with his mechanics, and he never actually truly worked on it and corrected the mechanics. And the mechanics and the issues with not knowing what a touch pass is and sailing everything and launching it got worse when the injury happened.
Well, here's a team with a quarterback who I absolutely love. Obviously, there were some issues there last year. I get that. Kyler Murray, the Arizona Cardinals. It's funny enough, Enos Williams, the defensive back for the Arizona Cardinals all those years. I had so many of his football cards. I used to love this guy. Used to get his football cards all the time. Kind of cool for me to watch him make the pick here for the Cardinals. And we will see which way they go. Again, Arizona 2 years ago was red hot and tanked. And last year they just struggled all year for whatever reason. This year they go with the linebacker out of LSU. It is B.J. Ojulari.
Yeah, I love the fans, cheering
fun.
when they don't realize even who the player
Yeah.
actually
Well,
is.
I like
count on that.
I like when they're looking. They're like, please. Who are you? Like you don't know
Who are you
anyone. who's-
begging
Yeah,
for?
who are you begging for? It's like it's so annoying.
Yeah.
Two draftings that I hated. One for years when it was in the Jets. I talked about it in Newark last night with Fireman Ed. Hated it. They don't always show Fireman Ed. And the NBA draft for years and years and years, being in New York at Madison Square Garden. I always was Spike Lee. They'd show Spike Lee every single time the Knicks picked. I know you're a Knicks fan, so I'm not against the
No, I
Knicks.
get it. He's annoying.
But that was stupid. Anyways, B.J. Ojulari, the Cardinals took him. What do we know about him, Cole?
I guarantee you those fans were like, Larry Fitzgerald returns. Larry Fitzgerald returns. And then they're like, B.J. Ojulari, linebacker, LSU. They're like,
Yeah, Larry Fitzgerald.
I never
Exactly.
pronounced the name right. So I'm
Hey, and by the
feeling
way, Larry Fitzgerald,
he's
he's a
happy.
legend.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's true.
Oh, God. First ballot Hall of Famer.
Oh,
Don't try to
so
tell me any
good.
different.
So good.
Absolutely.
B.J. Ojulari, he's a guy, by the way, going to be an edge rusher that they need. I was surprised they didn't go edge rusher
That's cool.
right at the beginning of the first round. They ended up getting Paris Johnson Jr., traded back, then traded up to get ahead of Las Vegas as well as Chicago in order to take Paris Johnson Jr. And now they decide to go edge rusher here. Ojulari, he's a guy who he's going to do his best to try to get after the quarterback there in Arizona. And now Green Bay already up on the clock.
was
Well,
your
the
way.
Packers saw somebody they wanted and went right after him. Is it Hendon Hooker? Nope. Luke Musgrave, tight end out of Oregon State. They finally pick a skilled position player in the first 2 rounds. It is Luke Musgrave, another tight end off the boards. Oregon State, let me see if I can remember this correctly. The Beavers?
Yes.
I love it.
By the way, Vince, I don't know if a tight end. I think it's a big skill. I don't think it's is it considered a skill position?
Sure as heck should be.
It should
If you
be.
have
It's
a
because
really...
when I played, we always called him big skill, and they always did stuff
Okay.
with the linemen.
I'm just kind of saying, though, that a really good tight end is a game changer.
Mm-hmm.
Look back in the history of football. Teams with really good tight ends were usually some of the best teams in the league. Look at Travis Kelce right now with the Chiefs. It's a difference maker.
Mm-hmm.
What do we know about Musgrave, Cole?
Yeah, so he's this tight end class, by the way, pretty thin. I really do like a couple prospects at the top of the class, but it's still thin in general. Luke Musgrave, he's a guy who people were ranking him as the 3rd tight end, the 4th tight end. They were putting him high at the top. He's my 8th tight end, and actually way down my list in actual rankings in totality over the all the prospects. I have him at 147 of all my prospect rankings. Here's the thing. He's got good size. People see the hands, the possible potential that he has, but I have too many questions on him. Check his stats. Take a look and see what he did. He's some of the lowest stats of all these tight end prospects because he hasn't done much on the field. Everybody's just looking at him in the size and the potential, the way he moves and everything, and they're thinking, wow, this guy could be great. But he wasn't great at Oregon State. He was very limited in what he actually did. And the highlights, if you actually look at what some of these places they're trying to piece together, like if you're watching on TV, you go back and you watch this after, and you go look for his highlights, it's going to be a really short package because there's not a ton to put in there. So, very unproven. Everybody's looking at the potential, but I would like to see something that's more definite and more solid there. So, plenty of questions there for me. I understand the position, but come on, there's better tight ends out there that you could take. And Tucker Kraft would be somebody that I would have liked to have seen them take at that spot as well. So, if you want a tight end, maybe Kraft over Musgrave.
No, here's the thing. It's not like he played for a bad team. Oregon State was a team that was regularly ranked in the top 25.
Good last year.
It was a good football team.
It was a legendary Oregon State
It was
team.
because they were above 500.
Yeah, right.
But and they'll probably be better this next year, Cole. But seeing his stats so low and his highlight reel so low, it almost makes you curious of why he was ranked so high.
Yeah. Here we go. Now, fast and furious as we've reached the 8 o'clock hour. Packers wasted no time, and now the Jets have wasted no time. Speaking of the Packers, just made a deal with them. Obviously, the obvious Aaron Rodgers going to the Jets. So here we go. And it picks in. It is Joe Tippmann, center out of Wisconsin. We'll let Dom actually start this one because it seemed like you were excited for it.
Oh, I like his name.
And Cole
Yeah.
with the breakdown of the actual
Yeah,
player
yeah,
himself.
I like this name.
Okay.
Fascinating stuff on the Cole.
Yeah. So center is the main spot that the Jets need to address on that offensive line, and they certainly could get a tackle. They could certainly do things like that because Mekhi Becton's had his questions there at tackle. But hey, I mean, you have Aaron Rodgers now. You need to have a guy that, you know, Aaron Rodgers is directly behind that you can trust. And Tippmann is a good player. He gets out in front as a run blocker. He's a pretty good pass protector. Hey, if it's an offensive lineman from Wisconsin, I'm probably going to trust them because
Absolutely.
that is absolutely one of those offensive line U type of schools. There's a
Big
couple
old
of them.
farm boys.
Yeah, they're burly, they're tough, and they are good. Now, here's what I'm going to say about Tippmann, though. I actually really like this center class, John Michael Schmitz of Minnesota. Bigger, probably even a little bit more physical, a little stronger, moves bodies even a little better in the run game. I like him better. Luke Whippler, more of a pass protector, but I like him a lot of Ohio State. Also, Olusegun Oluwatimi of Michigan. I'm a big fan of him as well. I'd say Tippmann is kind of sliding in behind them as well as Alex Forsyth possibly. So I think there's other centers that could have been in the conversation. I probably would have wanted to see go before Tippmann, but regardless, I think that at least addresses a need for the Jets. They're going to feel good about the pick. And like I said, when in doubt, and you need a lineman, take a guy from Wisconsin.
And you know, I trust Wisconsin for offensive linemen. But one thing we got to remember here is your center isn't your best offensive lineman.
Yeah.
He's your smartest offensive lineman. He's a guy that understands all the fronts. He understands all the adjustments. He can feel where the pressure is coming from.
Mm-hmm.
He has the permission to look at the left or right tackle and say, bump up, or you have to bump up. He'll tell the quarterback we're switching what side is the man side and what side is the zone side in our blocking scheme. He is the quarterback of the offensive line, and he communicates directly with the quarterback.
Speaking of,
You need someone that can really take charge. Sorry.
no, not my fault. Speaking of quarterbacks, though, Anthony Richardson to the Colts last night. You know, a lot of comps for him on ESPN last night. They were saying Donovan McNabb. We heard some other comps. You know, again, sticking with the Colts, this is a team that could tank, and this is a team that could possibly make the playoffs. We never know what they're going to do. How do you feel things shaping up with Anthony Richardson? How quick will he start?
I like Gardner Minshew. I would personally put Gardner Minshew out there first, but I think when you pick Anthony Richardson that early on, I don't think you can run out Uncle Rico out there on the field instead of Anthony Richardson. I think we see him week one as much as he should have time to develop. I think the fan base, they're going to be clamoring for him. They're going to be paying him so much money as a rookie just because it's so early. He's going to have to go out there, and I don't think it's necessarily the best fit for him. Now, the Colts, they need to address probably that right side of the offensive line. I think they could use some help up there, but I like what they have on the left side in general at the moment. Obviously, I like Jonathan Taylor in the backfield. I feel good about that. They have some good possession receivers. Also, they brought in Isaiah McKenzie in the slot, the muscle hamster coming over from Buffalo. I like the muscle hamster.
After 1 year, that was wild.
Yeah, no.
How in the world did that happen?
He kind of popped off there, had some good moments there with Buffalo, and then, moved over to Indianapolis. So we'll see what the Colts do here. I wouldn't be surprised if they at least try to either protect Richardson or try to get him some other weapons. But I honestly think the Colts should do some things on the defensive side as well. They need a corner, they need an edge rusher, but honestly, I think the focus is probably helping Richardson at the moment.
I'll tell you what. I think the Richardson, even being drafted in the first 5 rounds, is stupid.
First 5 picks is silly.
First 5 picks. He's one of my last quarterbacks.
Yeah.
If you don't produce, you don't play.
Yep.
Those are the rules. I don't care how high you jump, how fast you are. He can't play quarterback at the NFL level.
Yeah, that threw me off too. I didn't see all the hype. I mean, a lot of people had him go number 1 for a while. They're going to go with Julius Brents, cornerback out of Kansas State.
Yeah, I love that pick there for the Colts, actually. I thought they might try to address something on the offensive side, but I said that corner and edge rusher were 2 of their biggest needs remaining on their list. Behind cornerback was my next one. And Julius Brents, he is a former safety, converted to corner. He's a big guy. Honestly, like I said, his official measurements listed just about 6'3". He, on their roster, had previously been listed at 6'4", but he's a tall, longer guy. He has that hard-hitting ability for a corner, not afraid to stick his nose in there. He stays tight in press man coverage, jams guys at the line of scrimmage. I think Julius Brents is an excellent corner, and the Colts secondary needs a lot of work right now, which, funny enough, that Colts team about 2 years ago, they got a lot of turnovers. And last year, I think they had their struggles on defense, plenty of injuries, but Julius Brents, he'll slot in there. He'll be a starter for them right away, and I'd feel good about the Julius Brents pick if I'm an Indianapolis Colts fan.
You know, he's coming from a team that stepped up defensively.
We have a quick trade here, by the way, guys. The Panthers trading their pick the Packers trading their pick to the Lions. Go ahead, Dom.
That's interesting, trading a pick with your division
In your
opponent.
division, yeah.
That's you would never. Could you imagine the Browns and the Steelers just being like, "Oh, hey, let's just switch picks"? Or like the Ravens and the Steelers, or the Ravens and Bacon? No. What are we doing?
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. I do want to say about Brents, though, by the way, though. We just talked about multiple picks that I had in the 100s in my rankings. Again, I'm high on Julius Brents. He was my guy number 32 overall on my list. I believe he was my, I'd have to look at that again. He was either my fourth or fifth cornerback. So again, just a really good prospect, a really good player. So I will give, even though the Colts, I'd say you were losers as of yesterday. Again, this isn't going to totally redeem your draft, but I think Brents actually is, like I said, addressing a need and a good selection there. But I'm fascinated with what the Lions are trying to do right now because they know the guys they want. Maybe people disagree with the value and they think they're taking people too early, but hey, they know what they want. They're going for it. They're getting after it.
The Lions took a running back last night, as you said, Gibbs, out of Alabama. That had a few of us kind of surprised by that, but then the Jack Campbell pick at 18, the linebacker out of Iowa, who I'll be honest with you folks, I don't do nearly the research Brandon and Cole do, but this was a guy that was on my radar, Jack Campbell, just vicious. Yeah. I mean, that highlight reel last night was incredible. And it's wild, as you said, all these Iowa players going off the board for a team that was really mediocre last year.
No, Sam Laporta today.
Yeah, again, the tight end was probably their best offensive weapon.
Yeah.
But Vince, don't let how bad that team was fool you. Iowa was a phenomenal defensive team. They kept themselves in games. They could have won. They could have beat teams they shouldn't have beat if they had any offense that was competent enough to move the ball down the field. They weren't able to do that. That defense was one of the best, if not the best, in the Big Ten last year. They kept them in games. I mean, they were probably top 4 defense in probably behind Ohio State, Michigan, and Penn State for defenses. I'd have to look at the stats. I don't remember. I know Penn State usually has one of the better defenses. I know Michigan State and Ohio State, obviously. But Iowa's usually up there on defense. It's just the offense they lack. But the Lions are one of these teams that they have an idea of who they are. They know who they want to be. You see teams like the 49ers have this identity. I keep mentioning them, but the Steelers have this identity. The Browns are trying to forge that identity. They've had players that haven't panned out that they thought were going to.
But they've gotten closer.
They've gotten close. Well, the Browns have gotten more to that. We're going to scratch and crawl our way.
Yeah.
And it's worked in some instances for some players, but not every pick has hit there. But they're doing a good job trying to develop that. The Giants have gotten to that point. Even no, I was going to say Washington, but they kind of strayed away from that. But they almost did that one year when they snuck into the playoffs, but they fell off since. Even the Bengals have gotten this attitude. They know these teams know what they want. They've created traditions for themselves. They have a mentality. The players know what it is, and they live by that. And they draft players that fit in that mentality and fit in that scheme, and it works for them.
Yeah, and it's funny. Last year you called the Lions lovable losers, and now this year they possibly could be winners.
Yeah,
yeah. They
and you guys laughed at me. Hey, Lions. Going to the Super Bowl.
We'll see there on that. They certainly have a path to get there because the NFC is the weaker side. I gotta say here, like I said, I think they're going to be thinking about the backup for Jared Goff. So Jaren Hall, who I love that fit, as well as Hendon Hooker, they come on the list here, and there's a potential of this. don't be surprised as well. They have some receivers there in that core. Amon-Ra St. Brown, Marvin Jones Jr.'s come back. You also have Josh Reynolds, who's performed pretty well the last few years. But they were expecting Jameson Williams and Quintez Cephas to be a part of that group. Jameson Williams out for 6 games because of the betting suspension. Quintez Cephas out for the season. So now you also could start thinking, well, we want a wide receiver. Well, we lost our burner and Jameson Williams the stretch of the field. Maybe Jalen Hyatt of Tennessee now comes into the conversation, comes into the mix. Some guys like that. Rashee Rice, maybe it could be a wide receiver in the mix. So that or quarterback would be my best guess here for the Lions.
And they still have the sun god, Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Yeah.
Here we go now. The Lions going to make this pick. And as we said, they've really been loading up. I would have loved C.J. Stroud to somehow sneak his way there. Clearly, it didn't happen. They would have had to make some monster moves.
Wow, there we
Indeed.
go.
There we go.
Great
Still,
pick.
Took 'em long enough.
it's a great job there. We talked about no
Feel bad
safeties
for him.
off the board even a few seconds ago. Brian Branch, safety out of Alabama.
I feel bad for him. He's done everything he's had to be a first-round pick. He stayed here because he thought he'd be at least a top pick of the second round. And, I mean, he's going to have a huge chip on his shoulder. We know that for sure. And I'm glad he gets to walk on that stage. He gets to put that line. I mean, was he their 4th pick?
Mm-hmm.
So, again, I feel bad because he does not feel like he's been valued. But he's going to prove himself. He's a good player.
I'm fascinated by
Lions
that
loaned out.
secondary now because they made a ton of moves this offseason. Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, safety, coming in from Philadelphia. They added Cam Sutton, a guy that you're
Quarterback.
familiar
Yeah,
with
very
at corner. Mosley as well. And Mosley is a guy coming over from the 49ers who's a lot of experience at corner.
Mm-hmm.
So now you have Brian Branch as well. So you now have 4 new pieces to your system there, and you already have some other good guys that I still think add some size and some physicality. Ifeatu Melifonwu, still a guy there who has some corner and safety experience. They have some other decent pieces. Honestly, you put Jack Campbell in front of him. You have Brian Branch behind at the next level. I mean, if you're the Lions, I mentioned you might snag a wide receiver at some point. You might get your backup quarterback, and now you can think defensive line. But aside from that, I can't find holes on your roster, really.
No, the Lions have done a good job building this team. It's really, we always think that the process of rebuilding takes 4 to 5 years. It's really only took them 2 years to get the roster playable and, where they were competing for a playoff spot. This 3rd year, they're ready to pounce on a division title.
Right.
And I think if Goff plays to standard, and I like Goff. I know a lot of people don't. I like Goff as a quarterback that can get in there, do what he has to do.
Me too.
And I also think that he can be a guy that he'll have outstanding games, but he's not an outstanding quarterback.
I think
though.
he got our hopes up pretty
Right.
high a couple of years ago when the Rams went to the Super Bowl. You
Yeah.
know, and I've talked about it with Cole on numerous episodes of the Climate Tech NFL Prediction Show. I will never forget this Monday Night Football game with the Chiefs
Yes.
and the Rams that
I'll
year
never
in
forget
Mexico.
that. I'll never forget that.
Oh, was it sweet? And it was, the shootout of the ages, right? And I
Did they
remember-
win that game?
The Rams won. And I remember thinking to myself, like, man, this is going to be the matchup for many years to come. Mahomes with the Chiefs, Goff with the Rams. And this is before Mahomes and Chiefs even had won a Super Bowl.
That was the
They
year.
ended up
That
winning
was the
it
year
that
they
year.
lost. No, that was the year the Chiefs lost in overtime.
Oh, yeah, to the AFC
So-
Championship Patriots.
yeah,
it was the
then-
year that the
yeah.
Rams. I'm sorry, you are correct.
Yeah,
That the
'cause
Rams won on a BS call against the Saints to get in. Interference that wasn't called.
I watched that.
Yeah.
I watched
and
that Chiefs game in Finley Hall.
then, and it was
Yeah.
like 10-3 or some ridiculous Super Bowl where the Rams didn't even score a touchdown on the Patriots. Yeah. But
Well-
still, going back to that Monday night game, just to kind of close out this point on Goff, he had all the tools. I don't know what has happened since then. And then people say, well, with Sean McVay, clearly the Rams knew what they were doing getting rid of him because they won the Super Bowl
I don't
last
think-
doggone year.
I don't think he's ever had all the tools. I think he's been a good quarterback, but that it's just been good. Never had the potential to be great. I was a lot higher on Wentz. I liked Wentz way more than I liked Goff coming out of that class because Wentz, he could make these incredible throws. He had a stronger arm. He was more mobile. I thought Wentz could do a whole lot more. The problem is he got the injury bug, and then he hasn't been the same since he started getting hurt. Goff, for himself, he's been fortunate that he stayed actually pretty healthy throughout his career so far. So now, as we turn to the Patriots, though, and they're on the clock, Patriots, probably even though they made one pick in the first round, one of the winners of the first round, trading back to the Steelers, then they still got their guy in Christian Gonzalez that I had mocked to them, where corner was one of their biggest needs. Huge win for them. I think that's great for them, but their two biggest needs, wide receiver and corner, is what I would argue. I think they really need to touch on wide receiver here because you lost a guy in Jacoby Myers who was a big impactful player for you, so I'd like to see Rashee Rice, I'd like to see Jalen Hyatt, Josh Downs, somebody to give Mac Jones another receiving target.
Now we got Sebastian Vollmer, two-time Super Bowl champion with the Patriots, up there to make their pick for New England. We talk about an embarrassment of riches. That really happened with them last night, having what happened to them fall to them in the first round for the Patriots, as usual. Never fails for Bill Belichick. How will they capitalize it here in the second round? Time will tell. As Vollmer making the pick, as I yak away over here. And there it is. It's official. Keion White, defensive end out of Georgia Tech. Cole, what can you tell us about Keion White, and what kind of player did the Patriots just get?
Well, Keion White was one of the 4 guys who was in the green room last night who did not get selected, and part of the group of 3 guys, aside from Brian Branch, who decided to go home and not stay there. That was Keion White and Joey Porter Jr. and Will Levis, who decided to go home. So Keion White, watching this from the living room at home, he's a guy who's my 10th ranked edge rusher. A lot of upside, ton of potential with him because he has great athleticism. He's a guy who actually is a former tight end, then switched to the defensive side of the football. And defensive end, he can make some things happen. He can wreak a little bit of havoc. I think there's plenty that can be done to clean up his technique because he's still newer to the position. But honestly, the athleticism, the size, the strength, I think people have to love what they see out of Keion White. He was my 63rd ranked overall prospect. I think good value here, still at 46. Still in that range where I say Keion White, still a nice selection here at this spot. Going to help out the Patriots, and their defense certainly getting better with White and Gonzalez.
We've seen middle-of-the-road players that have dropped in a draft suddenly end up on the Patriots, and Belichick do amazing things with them.
Yeah, absolutely. We will see what happens there. I'm interested about Washington coming up here, the Commanders. They're a team where we were just talking about the quarterback situation for them. Yeah, and I would love to see them take a quarterback here tonight. The only thing is if you get a quarterback, you're not going to get a top-tier guy at the moment.
Yeah.
So you'd almost toss another guy in there to compete with multiple players. And I don't know. You have Brissett. You have Howell. Yeah. And both of those guys, I don't trust either of them. I'd honestly say I'd trust Hall. I'd trust Hooker. I'd trust Max Duggan. Guys like that even more so. But
they're going to go with the safety out of Illinois.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to go with Martin. And Jartavius Martin, he's a good safety. They do need help on the back end. I think there's a lot of routes that they could go there. But I think there's even his own teammate, Sidney Brown, is a better safety than Martin. So I think the Commanders might have reached on safety there. Of my prospect rankings, Martin was my 18th ranked safety. Good player. But again, I think there's a whole lot better. My number 1 safety came off the board. Now my number 18. We still have 2 through 17.
That's unbelievable and interesting stuff. We'll go back to that point there in a second before we get to the Patriots' next pick in a minute.
Well, I think they're lagging here right now. I think Tampa Bay is going to be next up.
Yeah, you know what? That is odd. I think you are right there because it says Washington, Tampa Bay.
Correct.
So Tampa Bay up next. Have a comment here. A couple comments from Mike Rogers in the chat room on YouTube. Thank you, Mike, for joining us once again tonight. Mike Rogers says, I will say Goff benefits playing in Detroit. The dome is huge for him. Dom is right, by the way. Mike Rogers goes on to say, Goff isn't a great quarterback. His strength is accuracy. Doesn't have a strong arm, but can be a high-level QB if he has a ton of weapons. Smart and accurate. Cole responds to Mike Rogers.
My only response is that spot on. Goff has been masked. every place he's been. When he was in Los Angeles, he had a lot of weapons around him, a lot of talent around him, and it was enough to mask maybe the deficiencies that he has. And he's good enough, has the accuracy, I think the brain power at least to command the offense to get it done and just do enough to get the job done. Same thing in Detroit. They started to put some pieces around him, and he's done well with that. And I think right now, even if he's the starter for the next couple of years, they're in a position where it's a much weaker side of the NFL in that division, just in general. But I feel good about Goff and the Lions right now.
Well, here we are, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, a team that several of us do feel that will tank into next year. And Mike Rogers responds with, Cole, you hit the nail on the head 100%. So thank you, Mike Rogers, for joining us this evening. The Buccaneers making the pick again, Roger Goodell on that stand. And as we said, we still feel like they might tank. It is Cody Mauch, tackle out of North Dakota State. Heard a chuckle out of you there, Cole. Expound on why this pick was made. Can't wait to see his
smile.
There it was.
The toothless wonder, Cody Mauch. A guy who listed as an offensive tackle. I think he could certainly play inside. Honestly, he could play at all 5 positions on the offensive line, has the versatility for it. A guy who was formerly a tight end himself, and through his time at North Dakota State, added on weight, added strength, so he has the mobility, the athleticism of a tight end. He moves well. I'd be interested to see how he's going to translate to the next level, but people love him. He's a guy, he told the story about how he lost his teeth and just decided, hey, I like it. It grew on me. So he doesn't want to, even with the NFL money, supposedly does not want to fix that. He likes his smile without the front teeth. Very fitting for him coming from, again, North Dakota State. And I think Tampa Bay, I think their supporters, they're going to really enjoy having him. So interesting to see what happens. But maybe he plays at the tackle spot and Wirfs is just at the other tackle spot, or maybe they slide him inside. I'm curious to see what Tampa Bay does, but I wouldn't be surprised if Cody Mauch and that flowing hair and the internet sensation that he is a guy who's in Tampa for many years to come.
Well, absolutely, fans. I know a lot of you out there have tuned in to us. You got the split screens going. I've actually gotten 3 or 4 texts from 3 or 4 different people with a picture of us up on their it's a picture, but it's us up on their television right next to another television in which they have the WWE draft going on tonight, which I just find to be wild, the similarities. Again, the comments starting to flow in. We appreciate that as well. Feel free to comment at us all night long as we are having a good time here on night number 2. And Dom, your team is on the clock yet again. What are they going to do, the Pittsburgh Steelers?
Oh, I have no idea. They always find these guys in the second and third round. I mean, this is really their true second round pick here. I wouldn't be surprised if they did get inside linebacker. I feel like Joey Porter Jr. Fills up the hole for corner. They fill up the hole at left tackle. You could try to see if you can get another tackle. They're not going to get a guard. They're not going to get a center. I mean, they may get a center. I'd be shocked by that.
There's good centers out there.
They're good centers, so they might look at, hey, maybe we can have a guy that can step up next year, maybe not this year. But I wouldn't be shocked if they go for a linebacker here that they really like. I mean, they filled the void a little bit. Holcomb, I think his name is for Holcomb. Yeah, well, it's a weird name to pronounce, but
Kelly Holcomb. The reason why we know it so well is because he was the Browns quarterback. So it rolls off the tongue of a lot of Browns fans.
Okay. He's a good linebacker, but they don't have a true leader at linebacker. I'm curious if they were able to find one here in the second round. I don't know if there's one available with that caliber there, though.
How do you feel about your wide receiver room right now? Obviously, Pickens has the potential and the ability, but you feel like a wide receiver, maybe a slot guy could be a potential.
Full. It's a full room. So you have Pickens, you have Deontay Johnson, which I know how many people feel about him. I like him. I do like him. You have Allen Robinson that's coming in. Those are the guys that are going to play. You have a few other people that played a little bit last year.
Calvin Austin.
He didn't play much last year. He was injured. So he's a question. I don't know what's going to happen, if he's going to play. I don't know. But you could add a wide receiver, but right now I feel they're comfortable. I think they added to the wide receiver room. with adding Allen Robinson. I think that showed that, hey, we're not going for the draft for this, and they usually do. I've heard rumors of a backup tight end. I don't think they're going to do that. I think they feel comfortable with Gentry backing up Freiermuth, which Freiermuth has became a very reliable guy at tight end for the Steelers. Don't think he's one of the best in the league, but he's in the middle of the pack. He's a good option. I don't know if they're going to add maybe a running back, but again, they're pretty comfortable there. They had a good backup last year as well, so I don't know what else they could do.
You know what I gotta say? Wide receiver. Maybe if you do that, it'd be a slot guy who was more of a slot guy, because I think you're full on the outside.
Absolutely.
I would say middle linebacker certainly potential. If it were me, I know I would have already taken Broderick Jones, who'd be your left tackle, and he's gonna start, but big 360-pound DeJuan Jones of Ohio State, who's a true right tackle, is a guy who's still out there. Why not maybe look at a guy like that who's one of the best tackles out there?
Well, last time the Packers had a pick, they ran up and made it immediately after the other team took a pick right in front of them, right? So the Packers pick next after this pick here to Pittsburgh. I wonder if Green Bay does it again. In the meantime, Keanu Benton, defensive tackle out of Wisconsin, going to the Steelers. I personally like that pick.
Yeah.
Cole, break it down.
Keanu Benton, this is disappointing for me because he's a guy that I would have loved to have seen the Browns maybe trade up into the second round, or if defensive tackles were slow coming off the board, if he made it to the third round, the Browns need to jump all over this pick. Now I'd say that the Browns, their focus probably has this switch to maybe Gervon Dexter Sr., but there were less questions, despite me having Gervon Dexter Sr. as my number 3 overall interior defensive lineman. Defensive tackle there. Keanu Benton was my number 5. The ceiling for Dexter's higher, but Benton, I think there's a whole lot less questions. He's big, he's solid, he's strong, he's physical there in the middle. I think he could be a nose tackle in a 3-4 scheme. He could have been just a defensive tackle there in a 4-3. I think he has the versatility to do both. I like the way he moves. He's athletic for that size type of a guy. I think that's a huge win for the Pittsburgh Steelers, getting a guy on the interior of that defensive line that has that size, that athleticism. And I think everybody in Cleveland and Northeast Ohio should at least be disappointed about that pick, because Benton is a big win for Pittsburgh.
Big time. And not only that, but Pittsburgh gets 3 top-notch players in the top 50 of this draft before the Browns even sniff the draft.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. So, again, they get stronger. Green Bay, yet again, doesn't waste any time at all. Another guy had a lot of his football cards. Leroy Butler at the stand for the Green Bay Packers. Going to make that pick right now. There it is. It is Jaden Reed, wide receiver out of Michigan State. So they have now picked 2 skill position players here in this round. Something they never seemed to do when Aaron Rodgers was there. But trying to make up for their mistakes, we have the vaunted Packers fan in the chat room there, Mike Rogers. Curious to get his reaction. But Cole, what do we know about Jaden Reed?
Well, Jaden Reed's a guy that I do like. I mean, he was my 13th prospect out of these receivers, and trust me, there's a lot of wide receivers out there in every draft class. So I like his ability where he is a quick receiver. I think he can play on the outside. He can play in the slot. He made a lot of big plays in a Michigan State offense that was really lackluster last year, especially with Kenneth Walker the year prior now being gone. They took a major step back, but Reed has a lot of potential. Like I said, I could even see him possibly being a return man as well. I think he has the versatility, the ability to do that. I think you get the ball in his hands. He makes the big plays happen after the catch. The run after the catch ability is nice. My comparison for him is Brandon Cooks. Cooks is a guy who's a similar build, a similar play style. If he can be anything like Brandon Cooks at the next level, then you should be excited. Mike Rogers, out there listening, I haven't liked the Packers draft. I do like that Reed pick. There were maybe some other better wide receivers out there, but Reed probably has to be the pick you feel best about out of those
Rogers
3.
likes it as well. He says, Mike Rogers says, it's about damn time.
Yeah.
So very exciting stuff there for Mike Rogers. A new puppy and a new receiver all at once. All right, the Dolphins make their pick. The Dolphins did not pick last night, so they're on the clock really for the first time in this draft with Teron Armstead making the pick. Looking snazzy in that suit. I got to give it to him there.
Yeah, they only have 2 picks in the first 5 rounds.
Yeah, crazy. And a quarterback who has concussion issues. So here we are. The pick is in. It is Cam Smith, cornerback out of South Carolina. Again, another SEC player off the board, a South Carolina Gamecock, Cam Smith, going to the Dolphins.
Well, the hard thing for Miami and the Dolphins is you have a need at defensive line, offensive guard, tight end, running back, wide receiver, linebacker. You're not going to be able to address those needs with just a couple picks in this draft. So, question marks at least as to, pretty good, I would say, team depth chart in general. I think the roster's not bad at all. I certainly have questions about Tua and his concussion issues. I don't necessarily know if he can be the long-term answer for the Dolphins because I don't know if he can stay out there on the football field. When he's out there, he's pretty accurate and he's looked better and better, but again, he's got to be out there on the field for that team to succeed. I think there's still so many pieces that they need to shape around. I'd say they're slipping in that division. The Bills still number 1 for me. The Jets have probably moved up to number 2 despite me not loving their selection in the first round.
Well, I'll have to disagree there.
I
We'll
like
talk about that in a bit.
I
Yeah.
like their defense. Their defense won them solely games last year. Aaron Rodgers is still better than Tua. The Dolphins, though, again, I don't think corner was one of your biggest needs. Cam Smith still in the top 10 of my corner prospects, but hey, like I said, I think you could have gone somewhere else there.
Up next now, a team in the Seattle Seahawks who suddenly have one of the best wide receiving rooms in the NFL.
For sure. Yep.
Loaded up for Geno Smith. He will have no excuses coming into next year. And the selection has been made. We see the crowd react from Seattle.
Yeah, and well...
And I'll tell you what, guys, before we get to who they picked, we want to thank all of our sponsors one more time for sponsoring this show. And again, the pick for Seattle in now, and it has officially been announced, it is indeed Zach Charbonnet.
Okay, so...
And they needed a running back.
Well, first, here's what I'm going to say. First, I was going to say that yesterday, one of the winners of the first round, Devon Witherspoon, Jackson Smith-Njigba, love those 2 selections. Huge for them. Like I said, their secondary just got really, really loaded. Their wide receiver core just got really, really loaded. Zach Charbonnet, he's a guy that most people are like consensus number 3 running back out of this class, right behind Gibbs and Bijan Robinson. I have not been sold on Charbonnet. I saw him plenty at Michigan. I saw him plenty at UCLA. There's certainly ability. There's certainly potential there with him. The thing is, I have questions about, does he hit the hole quickly enough? I think he dances around too much. For a big running back, I only listed him as my 11th running back in this class because he has good speed. He's actually is valuable on third downs as well because he has good hands. Where's my question? I don't think he's decisive enough when he's hitting that hole. When he sees open space, as a big guy who can break tackles, I think he's danced around. There's too much lateral movements. I want to see a guy like that make a decision quick, hit the hole. If you dance around too much, you start to struggle. And again, Najee Harris, a guy for the Steelers last year who started to do that, where his year previous he was way better than last season because he started to get indecisive.
Completely agreed.
My concern there was Charbonnet. Yeah.
And he's the 3rd running back off the board tonight. And now tonight in this draft, that's crazy to think he'd go so high.
Yeah, well, no, because most people think he's the 3rd running back.
I don't see it.
But I don't see it out of his highlights.
And if you guys watched, if you go back and watch, not tonight, tune into us, but, when you're done and tomorrow afternoon, go in and watch again some of the highlight films put together by Cole McDaniel. And this guy did nothing.
Watch Sean Tucker. Watch Mohamed Ibrahim. Watch Kendre Miller. Watch Israel Abanikanda. Guys that are still on the board. And then watch Charbonnet. And you're going to see that, yes, Charbonnet is breaking tackles because of his size, but he just does not have that same explosiveness. I just have those concerns. Now, here's what I will say about the Seahawks.
You need that size, real quick. In college, size can get you through.
Yeah.
It's not going to do it in the NFL.
No. And you have to make those quick decisions. Here's what I'm going to say. The Seahawks, they did need another running back to pair with Kenneth Walker. But Walker is going to be your guy who he could play every down. But I think he has that elusiveness, but he also has the physicality and the strength. I would have liked to have seen them get more of a guy who's a 3rd down back if they want to put somebody in there. Mm-hmm. A Devin A. Chain, somebody like that, a Tyjae Spears, somebody who's more of your traditional 3rd down back to pair with Kenneth Walker. You bring him in, he adds to that receiving ability and those receivers you already have out there, a running back who can leak out and make some noise by getting some catches underneath and then getting the yards after the catch. Charbonnet can offer you some value, but I think he's going to be more red zone and short yardage situations, which Kenneth Walker's already good in. So I think it's a little bit redundant. And Charbonnet, he's a guy who I don't think he's going to get as many touches as a lot of people thought, where he'd go to a place where he'd start right away. And I guess that's what I like from a standpoint of, I think he needs to sit behind somebody, be a true backup, and that's what he's probably going to be in Seattle.
Let me suggest something here. If he would have, let's say he played in a MAC school, he would have been the third best running back at best in the MAC last year.
Yeah, and people are trying to say he's the third best in the entire draft.
Because he wasn't better than Carson Steele this year, who now is the UCLA quarterback. Wasn't better than Walker, who was at Kent State, now at Ball State now. There's a few others. He was not better than the guy that was at Eastern Michigan. I'm not remembering the name of right now, and that's on me. But wasn't better than him. So he was the fourth.
Right.
He would have been the fourth if he played for the MAC. I don't know if that's the guy that you want as the third best running back.
I'm a big UCLA fan, right? Cole knows this.
Yeah.
We've talked about it. I don't see this. I don't see his game transferring to the NFL level. His size, yes. But he didn't do much at UCLA to the point where it's not like he dominated
And he was
the conference.
very average at Michigan.
I don't get it. I don't get the pick.
No, I it's the size. People are fascinated by the size and that a guy that big can actually have decent hands and offer the pass-catching weapon. But
Pre-draft rank 69, they had him on Yahoo.
We're all on the same page, though, with the questions there about him. I'm interested about this Bears pick now, where they addressed offensive line. They took a right tackle in Darnell Wright in the draft. Vince is changing the channel on the
You're
TV,
good.
and I just said game as we're talking about the draft.
I wanted to give Donovan's update on the Red Sox. They were trailing the Gardens 4-1. Go ahead.
Regardless, the right selection happened for the Bears. I'm not necessarily saying it was the right pick. It was the Darnell Wright selection at right tackle. Again, I think there was better tackles for them. They addressed a need. I'm interested to see if they can bounce back, probably make some better picks. But again, I think they reached a little bit there at that spot. I'd like to see what they do here. Taking a center would be huge. John Michael Schmitz would be fantastic for them. It would be a major win. They still need maybe to get a cornerback, defensive tackle, edge rusher. There's some other things there, especially on the defensive side. But I would love to see them hit offensive line again. And I think John Michael Schmitz would be a major win.
No, cool. After this pick, I want to talk to you about running backs. There's a running back I thought that was actually better than Charbonnet.
Devin Hester making the pick for the Bears, and there it is. It is Dexter Sr.
Yeah, and Dexter Sr., a guy who was linked to the Cleveland Browns as well. And I said with Keanu Benton off the board, Dexter Sr. should be the next option. Well, Cleveland Browns, who want an interior defensive lineman, a defensive tackle, well, that's unfortunate for you that two of the better ones still on the board. They're already gone. You didn't even have a chance, or you didn't make the move to trade up into the second round, and you're still waiting back there in the 70s, and defensive tackles, they're starting to come off the board. So I find that fascinating there with Dexter Sr., but he's a guy that's going to help out the Bears' defensive front. He was my third-ranked defensive tackle because the talent is there, the explosiveness is there, the potential is there. The question with him is his motor. A lot of people have concerns about he always wore down in the fourth quarter and sometimes even late in the third quarter, and he was not performing to the same level that he was in the first half of games. So can he perform all game long in the NFL? Can they get his motor going? Is it a choice? Is it that he can't handle all those snaps? I don't necessarily know, but the flashes are there, the ability's there. Again, now I'm just curious about what Cleveland's going to do with defensive tackle. Maybe Zach Pickens of South Carolina still on the board. There's some other guys later on, but a position that I think might be a little bit thinner than some others out there in this draft. And the Chargers now up on the board, and love talking about the Chargers. I know Vince and I really enjoy discussing the Los Angeles Chargers, a team that has underperformed at times. Maybe we were a little bit disappointed in last year with the injuries and the coaching decisions. Now as they come up on the clock, they're a team that, because of the Austin Eckler concerns, they might consider running back. And I know that Dom is going to say Israel Abanikanda, a
You
guy
looked
that
at
they
my
should
screen.
consider.
You looked at my screen, didn't you?
Well, I did take a glance over, but I can tell you I agree with you that Abanikanda is a great running back, one of the best out there available right now.
I mean, when you break the single game rushing for a school that he played for, with a lot of running backs, deserve to have some looks by the NFL.
Yeah.
I'll say that. No, he didn't have. Maybe he didn't have the 3-4 year production that you wanted, but I do believe that he's a guy that's earned his way, especially after this year, to be up in that spot. But you try pronouncing that.
I love this pick. Tuli Tuipulotu, the edge rusher of USC. This guy, Dom, 290 pounds as an edge rusher. You can reduce him inside. You can keep him on the outside. I know, again, he's trimmed down a little bit since that, so they have him officially measuring in right around 270 now. But again, he's a guy that moves really well for his size. He's tall, he's long. I think you can shift him around on that defensive front. With Joey Bosa, Khalil Mack, the guys that they have already, in that 3-4 base defense, and you're putting him inside, maybe with his hand in the dirt some, with one of those guys on the outside of him. Tuli Tuipulotu was one of my top edge rushers, a guy I had in my top 5 of that group, and I absolutely love this pick. The value's there. It's fantastic. I can't really complain about this. In my rankings, if I find him right now, as I look for this, he was my 34th overall prospect, and he's going at pick 54, 20 picks later than I feel he maybe should have. Great selection keeping him in California.
You know, and there's also a comfort thing when you have a player who is used to playing in that SoCal heat.
Mm-hmm.
It's something different. He's used to playing in that same town. I mean,
Yeah.
again, he's playing in a different town because when you play for USC, you're basically playing in downtown LA.
Right.
But I think it's a good pick. Anytime you can pick someone that's local and is of value, again, you're not reaching for that person, I think there's always an advantage. When a player has to move across the country to a foreign area, that can be tough. And we've seen so many players drop production because they've struggled being away from home.
Yeah, and as Vince is about to return here in a few moments to the broadcast, have to say that the Chargers kind of might have signaled a little bit there about Austin Eckler and what's really going on with him. That, Eckler might actually be a guy who is around at least for the next season and stuff. Because I thought, hey, maybe they do go running back here. I wouldn't be surprised if they do at some point in this draft. But regardless, they decided not to do so, not to go running back. They go with Tuli Tuipulotu, who, of course, Vince was thankful he had stepped away. Didn't have to pronounce
Knew what I was
his
doing.
name. But again, that's the guy who I was talking about with Dom, Vince, as you're returning here. I think he's going to fit really well inside. He's an edge rusher who I was very high on. He just missed my top 3 in rankings. He was ranked 34th overall. He's a guy who has the size to reduce inside in that 3-4 base defense, hand in the dirt, and Bosa and Khalil Mack can rush on the outside of him. Love the way he moves. I like that pick. And now we move to the Chiefs here in that division, who we talked about it. They just have the luxury of everybody's been chasing them. They can just pick whoever they feel like they want to pick that they like. It doesn't have to be best available. They're not in any sense of desperation. Just, who do we like? And they decided that Felix Anandike Uzama, the edge rusher of Kansas State, was the guy that I thought they could have gotten late second round, probably at this spot. But they said, we like him well enough. Let's take him into the first. Now at 55. Variety of ways that they could go.
Well, first I'm going to touch on that pick for the Chargers without even trying to say his last name. The Tuipulotu. Okay. So basically, I don't know how much he's going to help. I think he will. But the thing is, if they could stay healthy, we saw the Chargers defense really take a dip last year when they got dinged up, right?
Yes.
So it's a matter for them that I don't think they're so much as one player away as they are from scheming correctly. Again, not collapsing like they did against the Jaguars in the playoffs. Yeah. So a lot of it's coaching and scheming. A lot of it's health. Now, when it comes to the Chiefs, I want to go back to something I said probably about an hour ago.
Yeah.
Where you see these good teams coming to the draft, a lot of times playoff teams or even a Super Bowl winner with the Chiefs like they've been, where they have such a luxury right now just to pick whoever they want. And, there's no shortages on that team. There's no huge gaping holes on that team, and that's why you see late round picks like that. Not late round, but here we go. Middle to late round of the second round, they could take a chance if they really want to.
Right.
What do they have to lose?
Yeah.
And
No.
that, teams like Cleveland and Detroit, they can't. Year after year, Carolina, and even the Jets. If you don't hit on those early round picks, then you continue to dig yourselves a hole. Also, speaking of Kansas City, that's where the draft is this year,
Yep.
in case people were unaware. But really cool there. I don't know if you guys have ever been there. I like to go check it out one time. I've heard the barbecue is absolutely amazing.
Yeah, I'm
Question for you guys: what state is Kansas City in?
Missouri. Was that? You thought you were gonna get us,
No. Apparently, it's in both.
or were you just learning that?
No, I knew
Oh.
that. So I have a buddy from Missouri, and we always tell him Kansas City's in Missouri, right? And he's like, yeah, well, it's kind of in both because he's a southern accent, even though he's from a Midwest state. I don't know. Yeah,
Okay.
quick little thing. Apparently, like a quarter of the city's in Kansas. It's
Interesting.
right on the border.
Yeah. Right. Okay. No. Cool. Interesting information there. Kansas City, as they come up on the clock here, and their pick is in, about to make the selection. We were talking about all the positions they could go: defensive tackle, offensive tackle, running back, wide receiver, tight end. There's a lot of routes they could go here. They already addressed edge rusher. Like I said, the door's wide open for Kansas City to just choose as they feel fit. They know everybody else is still chasing them. Take who you feel comfortable with right
The
now.
pick is in here. The selection about to be made for the Kansas City Chiefs. We want to thank everybody again one more time. Keon Sports with you tonight. Vince McKee alongside Dom Cleary sitting pretty there, and Cole
Always.
McDaniel.
Sit
Obviously
comfortable.
obviously the pulp. I wish I had something to drink. I do. It's the pulp, as we all have our cups just everywhere tonight. It is Rashee Rice, a receiver to SMU, and we talked about it. The Chiefs in a situation to do whatever they wanted.
Yep.
Now they pick a receiver. They got nothing to lose. Already stacked at the position. Why not one more?
Yeah,
Add it on.
and Rashee Rice was my top guy of the wide receivers available on the board. I had him as my 4th overall wide receiver prospect. Of course, Jackson Smith and Jigba, Jordan Addison, Quentin Johnston already gone. Rashee Rice, towards the end of the second round, still up on the board, and this is a major win here with Rice. He's a guy who my comparisons for him, it was a combination of Brandon Ayuk as well as Chris Godwin. Long strider, pretty good hands. Like I said, a true hands catcher. He really doesn't let that football get into his body, which I like. But I would love to see him clean up his route tree. I think that's where that Brandon Ayuk comparison comes in, where Ayuk wasn't necessarily the best route runner. I think he's still improving as a route runner, but he makes plays happen when you get the football in his hands. I think, like I said, that length, the way he plays as well, has some Chris Godwin similarities. So I like the combination of guys that I'm talking about there. You piece that together, and in Kansas City, they have something to work with. We'll see how impactful he is early, but regardless, you got one of my top wide receiver prospects.
Well, guys, we have a little bit of time to kill here before the Bears make their next pick. The pick is in. Cole, I'm going to give you some random positions, and I want you to tell me who the best available player is on your board right now.
Okay.
Here we go. Ready?
Yeah.
And this isn't even one of our games. I'm making this one up off the top of my head. Best quarterback left on the Cole McDaniel board.
Jaron Hall.
Best running back left.
Sean Tucker.
Best receiver left.
Jalen Hyatt.
Best tight end left.
Tucker Kraft.
Best offensive lineman.
DeJuan Jones.
Dominic Clary.
Well, are we talking offensive tackle or interior?
Well, one moment here. Tyreek Stevenson, the cornerback from Miami, will go to the Bears. And I'll tell you what, I've been liking the Bears for a couple of years now. Bringing somebody in from the U, it will be interesting. I see that as either a boom or a bust type pick. What do you think?
Well, he's a physical guy. I mean, certainly not afraid to blitz. He can spend some time at Georgia, then at the U. Like I said, I think he just had some physicality, some intensity there. He's a guy who's in the teens for me, the low teens on my cornerback prospect rankings. But I think he kind of fits that Bears mentality. I've always thought of that Bears defense usually being rough and tough and physical. And I think he's not afraid to get chippy. He's not afraid to stick his nose in there. So I do think it fits that group nicely.
You know, the reason why I say it's boom or bust is because, again, University of Miami, one of those teams that comes in with a lot of hype every year, no matter what, starts off kind of hot and then busts.
That's not what happened this year. They lost to Tennessee State in week 2 or whatever. Yeah, it was Tennessee State and boom, completely off. It's some school that used to be an FCS school.
Yeah.
They had a horrible year, Vince. It was probably the worst year in Miami football history. I don't think they've been worse.
Giants now on the clock, selection in. It is Lawrence Times, 2-time Super Bowl champion. I believe a place kicker, correct?
Yeah.
Isn't he a kicker?
Correct.
So he's going to make that pick right now for the Giants, and I said it last night, I'm going to say it again. The New York Giants have won a Super Bowl in every decade I've been alive.
Wow.
And
Huge
there it
win.
is. So finally, I mean, golly.
Well,
Another solid pick. John Michael Schmitz, the guy that you guys have talked about a lot tonight. A center going mid to late second round to the Giants. A playoff team that won a game.
yeah, and just to touch on this quickly, John Michael Schmitz is probably the nastiest, most physical run blocker at center in this entire draft. Like I said, my top interior offensive lineman. I was gonna, in that game we were playing, ask you to clarify: are we talking interior or are we talking on the at offensive tackle?
Yep.
Because Schmitz would have been my answer
To
if
interior.
it was both combined.
Yeah.
Okay, but DeJuan Jones, I thought you were talking offensive tackle, so I said DeJuan Jones there. But Schmitz, forget if we even clarify now, I'm going to say DeJuan Jones because now John Michael Schmitz off the board. That is one of the biggest needs for the Giants is getting a center, and you got a center who is a great run blocker. That's his biggest strength. And you have Saquon Barkley. You clear out room for Saquon Barkley where he's still your star of that offense, despite Darren Waller coming in, despite improving at the wide receiver position, getting guys back healthy again. Honestly, clear out some space for Saquon Barkley. Major win for the Giants.
You gotta love how Brian Dable just took a puff of a cigar there. You know he's happy.
Yeah.
Head coach Brian Dable.
Is that what that was?
Yes, that was.
I thought he was eating a piece of beef jerky.
That was a cigar. And he has every right to. Let me tell you, that's a guy the Browns could have had so many times over and just never gave him the doggone job. So Drew Pearson, a legend. This guy was a legend of my VCR as a child because I had the best of NFL Super Bowl tape, right? Yeah, and I fell in love with football from that tape. And he played, obviously, for the Cowboys, made some huge catches in Super Bowls.
Right.
And I remember watching that tape so many times that it actually warped it to the point where I couldn't watch it anymore. That's how often I would watch that VHS tape. So a shout out to Drew Pearson, staple of my childhood, strictly from a VHS tape. So the Cowboys excited about this pick. The Cowboys, a team that simply cannot get over the playoff hump. I'm sick and tired of picking them every year in the Climate Tech NFL prediction show, Cole.
Yep.
I did it again this year. We both did it, and they burned us again. So, Ann Browns, how about them Cowboys, she likes to say. And it is Luke Schoonmaker, the tight end out of Michigan. And correct me if I'm wrong, didn't they pick a tight end last night? Or no?
No,
Okay, my bad.
They must really like these Michigan guys because they reached for Mazzie Smith and
That's
now they take Luke
bad.
Schoonmaker.
I thought they were going to go Mike Mayer last night.
Schoonmaker's a guy who I like his potential. I think he's a good blocker. He's a pretty good, receiver as a tight end. He didn't get a high volume of usage there, really, at Michigan. So I think I'm looking forward to see what he actually does in the NFL. Only 35 receptions, 400 yards. Like I said, not a high volume there at Michigan last season, but they're almost going to be playing tight end by committee there with Hendershot and Schoonmaker and Ferguson. I think it's just a matter of they're not going to have a star tight end. They're just going to have a bunch of guys that they can rotate in and out, and Ferguson's probably going to be the leader for them there. But 2 Michigan guys for Dallas. So, of course, from my standpoint, Dallas keeps dropping down my list of who I care for.
I'll tell
in the
you what,
NFL.
a very good friend of mine at work, shout out to Chad Mercer, his favorite college team is Michigan, his favorite pro team is the Cowboys.
Wow, well,
He's got to be doing backflips right now.
Oh, is he really excited about what the Lakers are doing in the playoffs, too?
How about the Yankees, too?
Yeah. He's so confused.
He's actually the biggest Yankees fan that I know,
Oh.
but he hates the Lakers and he hates LeBron James,
Well,
so that's not going to happen.
Oh. Okay.
Well, was he
Yeah.
is he Celtics fan?
No. He
the-
doesn't watch basketball.
The joke is that most Cowboys fans are also Yankees and Lakers fans.
Right, I get it. But he is it's funny that you said it too, because he actually is, like I said, huge Yankees, huge
Really makes
Michigan.
sense.
Yeah.
That's wild. But no, regardless though,
Yeah.
Bills again. They took a tight end last night. Dawson Knox. They're gonna be double loaded there.
Well, we took care of the offense. Want to play our game on the defensive side?
Yeah. So give me a second to recompute in my brain here, just making sure we're caught up in the chat room. We are, as we know from last night. And Browns likes to have a few interesting comments. So okay, here we go. The best offensive tackle left on the board.
DeJuan Jones.
The best offensive guard left on the board.
Andrew Voorhees, who had the injury of USC.
And a pretty damn cool last name. And
Absolutely.
the best center left on the board.
I'm going to say this is close. This is neck and neck between a Michigan guy and an Ohio State guy, but I'm giving the Michigan guy the edge here. Olusegun Oluwatimi.
I pray to God he doesn't get picked until round 4, so I don't have to say that name.
He's
right.
gonna be staring at the screen for a minute.
I'm going to switch it up on you now before we go to the defensive side of the
Okay.
ball. Best kicker.
Who cares? I'm sorry. Kickers, honestly,
I'll
like
let
I
you
said,
off the hook.
the thing
Austin
is,
Seibert.
no.
Yeah, I know. But was he? Oh, no, it was Cade York that we drafted. Actually, the Browns drafted both those guys.
I'll be honest. Like I said, I dive so deep into these positions, but I don't really spend much time on fullback, punter, or kicker because I know when we do our draft show and also with my prospect rankings, they're not going to make it in my top 200.
Yeah,
They're not going to make it in the first 5 rounds. So, like I said, if there's Cade York was maybe the only guy in kind of really recent history that kind of was sneaking up there that early, and I'm surprised the Browns took him so early. But we'll see if that pans out. Definitely was not flawless last year. Had some issues, but the potential is there with the leg. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. But again, that is one where I don't dive too much into the special teams, even though they are an important part of football.
Well, again, Buffalo, a team we're going to talk about here in a second.
Yeah.
Not a ton of holes. I said I would mention it last night, with Cook
James
as the
Cook.
running back. I actually think if you make him your feature back, right, I think you give him a chance for 1 year. See what he do as your feature
Agreed.
back.
He's my number 2 running back last season behind Kenneth Walker.
I feel like you saw what you were going to have, right, with the dual back system.
Yes.
You know what I mean? And let's try him as the feature back, see how it plays out. His counterpart, hell of a talent when it comes to fantasy football, kind of boom or bust there, right? But Cook was the kind of guy, because of that, he was limited. His chances were limited. But if you give him 20 to 25, the starting running back for last year for Buffalo was not Cook.
Well, his counterpart now will be Damian Harris, who came over from the New England Patriots.
Right.
Devin Singletary now in Houston.
Right.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is, last year, because of Singletary, I just felt like he never had that chance.
Correct. And he should have been given the chance. He should have been given more touches because he's probably the most talented running back in that room. I think they just need him to put on a little bit more weight, a little bit more muscle, so he could fill out a little more like his brother Dalvin.
Mm-hmm.
But if he turns into anything like his brother Dalvin, I mean, he's going to be somebody to pay attention to in the NFL.
Now, the thing, too, here we are with that pick. Fred Jackson, speaking of Bills running backs, making the selection right now here, late second round for Buffalo. Fans excited as usual. I hate those hats. Those striped hats are so ugly.
The Zumbas.
I don't care who wears them, what team.
I have Zumba pants.
Oh, well, I don't doubt that.
Me and my dad have matching Zumbas.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
You could wear them to a game and you blend in, but in normal society, I'd
No, I
keep them
don't
in
think
the-
I've ever worn it. No, I wore it
Keep
to
them in
class
the
a few
hamper.
times to make people mad.
And there it is, indeed. They go guard from Florida, the SEC. It is Osiris Torrance from Florida to Buffalo. He better buy a pair of gloves and a coat.
Well, he's I think he's got enough weight to maybe keep himself warm. Again, a good 330 plus pounds. A right guard that moves bodies in the run game. Like his size, he actually climbs to the second level pretty well, despite his size. So I think that's a good pick. And actually, we were just talking James Cook and possibly running the football. That's going to help him out if Torrance is out there on the field and starting in that offensive line. I think that will at least help them. But we can jump back to what we were talking about just a moment ago. Maybe return to that game we were doing. But for the Bills, definitely fits that need.
And Ann Browns of our chat room says, Did the Cowboys only scout one school in Dallas? I don't know about that Yankee school, but let's go boys. So obviously,
Yeah.
and Browns, despite her last team being Browns, actually a Cowboys fan. That's something.
Yeah. It is interesting that it was that Dallas was taking Michigan guys multiple times.
And Cincinnati, a team that me and Cole both felt very strong about last year, possibly beating. I think we both picked them to beat Kansas City, did we not? We did in the Pick'em show.
We did.
Wait, is AJ Green retired?
AJ Green,
Yes, he is.
7-time.
I did
Pro
not know
Bowler.
that.
Yeah.
DJ Turner, cornerback out of Michigan, yet another Wolverine off the board, as there's been a run on the Wolverines. But DJ Turner, cornerback, Michigan. And I'll tell you what, teams in this AFC North starting to load up on defensive backs. Bad news for Deshaun Watson.
Yeah, DJ Turner, he's a guy who has a lot of speed. There's the potential is certainly there. He's actually pretty sticky as a cornerback. Stays tight to the wide receiver. The ball production, not necessarily his strength, but I think for Cincinnati, that could be a decent pickup for him. I believe, without even looking, I think he was my 11th ranked cornerback prospect. A good player there. Like to see him get a little bit stronger, maybe add even a little bit more weight on him. Still pretty light in that 178-pound range, but moves really well in Cincinnati. Just adding another cog to the machine in that defense and a secondary that needs to revamp a little bit after they lost some pieces last season.
Dom. So, we just got done talking about the Bengals there for a split second. As a Pittsburgh Steelers fan, what is your biggest rivalry
Ravens.
in the North? It has.
Yeah.
No,
that's
it's not
crazy
even
to think.
close.
But
So the way it goes Ravens, Bengals, and Browns.
that's sick.
So what's funny is that the Ravens is because the Ravens almost have like a blueprint, same as the Steelers.
And you guys
It's
always
the same
either win or lose
mentality.
9-6.
Yeah. And then the Bengals are kind of like they want that mentality, so they just play rough and tough with us. But really, both teams just play dirty with each other. But there's some great matchups. They played in the playoffs before.
I
But the
agree.
Browns are kind of like that little brother, really short. He's trying to punch you, but he can't reach you. That's what it feels like with the Browns. It's never felt like a rivalry.
Yeah.
And there's been games where it's felt that way, and then, the Browns are winning, and like, we're back, we're the Browns again. And then you beat them by 4 touchdowns the next game.
Mm-hmm. And
It never, the Browns never keep the momentum. They always seem to one year, hey, it's a rivalry again, and the next year, we're just the Browns.
where I feel like the Browns,
I wish I
they
could argue
view
with
this.
you, but I can't.
I feel like the Browns view the Steelers as number one.
It's the biggest rival.
Easily.
Biggest rival. And then the Ravens come right after because of what happened with the franchise.
Yep.
And then the Bengals are sitting there as the third team, and they always want that Ohio rivalry with the Browns. And they're like, yeah, we're big rivals.
Yeah.
And the Browns fans are like, we don't care about you. The Bengals, they've definitely been a good team, but the Browns have still somewhat had their number here as of late, and I'm not saying that the Browns
did.
for a long time have been dominating the Bengals. Not at all. What I'm saying is that the Browns have been so focused on the Steelers and the Ravens that the Bengals are just like, yeah, you're in our division, but we don't necessarily care that much.
And the one thing with the Browns fans that I realized when I got here was, I remember the one year the Browns had to beat the Ravens for the Steelers to go to the playoffs.
Yes.
I was at that game in Pittsburgh where we were chanting Baker Mayfield. It was his rookie season.
There was?
And that's the year Antonio Brown went insane. Like, he dropped off the face of the earth and requested that trade to the Raiders. I'll never forget every Browns fan I talked to saying, I'm happy we lost because the Steelers aren't in the playoffs.
Yep.
That is the most absurd statement. And honest to God, it's embarrassing.
I remember that.
And listen, I don't hate the Browns. I live here. I do a lot of work involving the Browns. I listen and talk about the Browns literally every day of my life. I'm at a good point in my life where I do not hate the Browns. But I'll tell you what, the Browns fans need to figure some stuff out with their mentality, because it is always, well, we'd rather see the other teams lose than us win. Doesn't make any sense. It will never make sense to me. As long as that mentality exists in this area, I just don't think that the Browns are ever going to be a consistent winner. And that's just the sad reality of it. And I know the fans aren't on the field playing, and they want a championship winner, but...
Fans, we're going to take you behind the scenes for a second here. The reason why I'm laughing is because I could hear him 3 inches from my ear going on his rant. Meanwhile, I'm looking at the computer in front of me, which is on probably a 15-second delay, right? Which is freaking hilarious. That computer in front of this computer is live. So I'm seeing you live here, tape delay there, hearing you live in my ear all at once. And the more passionate you were getting, I'm sorry, but that was hysterical. That might have been my favorite draft moment so far.
Who knew he could have had that kind of rage sitting in that comfy
Yeah, I know, exactly. First of all, what are you bitching about? You're on the winning side of this rivalry.
No. Listen,
Just stop.
I understand. I understand you should be complaining, but like, I work with and around Browns fans all the time, so I want to see the Browns succeed in that way professionally.
Right.
When the Browns succeed, the city is doing better.
Yes, it
And
is.
people are happier, and the problem is,
It's a football town.
it is a football town.
Oh, yeah. Even
No
when
one-
LeBron was here, it was a football
I hate to break it to you. No one cares about the Guardians here. I didn't think that was true. I thought they were the second most popular team.
Agreed. Yeah,
They don't care.
Distant third.
But if they're in the playoffs, they'll go to games.
yeah,
Agreed.
But they don't care.
Yeah.
they're a distant third.
Very much
But
so.
they shouldn't be, and that's the sad thing. Because
I love-
of the main
Baseball's my favorite
consistent
sport
team.
too. And yeah.
Is this the third round? Or are we
Fred
still
Taylor.
announcing all the picks?
Nope, still second round pick
We're
here.
close. We're right at the end.
We will play our game soon. I
I
promise
feel like there's
you.
102
Second round.
picks.
Second round is a normal round
103.
too.
And 103 between 1, 2, and 3. So
And it is Brenton Strange, another tight end from Penn State.
That's a
We're gonna-
strange pick.
yeah, I would agree.
Oh, I said it because it was Nate. He got it.
No, I know. But I would agree. Not one of my.
Titman. What can you tell us about him now? I like his name. Cole? Brett Strange.
Yeah, honestly, like I said, a pretty good tight end. He's a guy who, honestly, maybe behind Evan Ingram, if he's still the starter there, he might actually get some time later on. Can block. Which you can hope for that, certainly, especially out of a second or third tight end that you have. I think he moves quite well. Was actually maybe a guy who I didn't even put in my tight end rankings. I would have probably put him somewhere around the 10, 11, 12 spot. But I stopped at 9 there with that. Like I said, when I put my whole big board together, I stopped at 9. He would have been just on the outside looking in. I liked the Anton Harrison pick for the Jaguars. Brenton Strange, again, a guy that personally I feel like probably could have gotten him maybe even in the 4th or 5th round. I don't know. This might be a little bit of a reach for him. But, yeah, I mean, Jacksonville, they certainly feel that they had the need there at tight end, and they took it. Again, there's just better tight ends
Well,
there.
Don, you saw Penn State play this year as part of your MAC coverage for KeonSports.com. You saw them play. I mean, you saw this guy firsthand.
Yeah, you know what's crazy? Their offense wasn't crazy productive in the 2 games that I saw them against Central Michigan
Right.
and against
Well, I'll tell
Ohio.
you, next year it will be with Drew Eller.
And you know what? There's a chance I might see him live. That's an
Get
announcement
ready.
for later, but the goal is to be there. Another Penn Stater off the board!
So
Come
Juice
on.
Scruggs, the guard out of Penn State, going to the Texans, and the Texans continuing to load up to make a move next year. We will see. I'm loving this draft. Cole, what can you tell us about Scruggs?
I can tell you that there are still 3, there are at least 2
Clifford gets
Big
smashed.
10 centers on the board right now that are better
He's that guard,
than Juice
too.
Scruggs. He's a guy who is a guard/center. He has the versatility. We're talking about a team in the Houston Texans that their only spot on the offensive line they need to fill in to get a starter is the center spot. So pick a true starter, okay? No offense to Scruggs here, who's a decent player, but pick a true starter. Luke Whippler, Olusegun Oluwatimi. Both of those 2 guys could easily be starters right away. Scruggs, you're now going to try to plug him in at center, a guy who's the versatility, yes. But again, I wouldn't be starting him out there. I think he should be a 2nd or 3rd guy on the depth chart there at that position there on your roster. It's the one mistake the Texans maybe have made so far because they knocked yesterday out of the park. That one there, I think they fumbled it a little bit.
Well, it is now 9:10. Last night's draft went 4 hours, about 4 hours. Tonight, we're almost done with round 2. We've been here 2 hours, 2+ hours. So I've waited, we'll say, a conservative 6.5 hours to watch my team make a pick.
Yeah,
Here we go. Finally, what's the prediction? Who the Broncos going to take?
well, if you're saying your team, it gets confusing between the Browns and the Broncos. First of all, because I was thinking,
But he
Browns
also
at
likes the
first.
Chargers.
My secondary
and-
team, the Denver Broncos. Who are they gonna pick?
I don't know. They should go center now. Now that the Texans made a mistake and the Broncos, they still need a center. You should go with one of those two centers I just said.
So DeMarcus Ware will be making the pick right now for the Denver Broncos. At the podium, Broncos a distant fourth place team last year in that division after trading for Russell Wilson. And they're going to go Marvin Mims Jr., a receiver out of Oklahoma, a school that put up a lot of points last year. Cole, what can you tell us about Mims Jr.?
Well, Marvin Mims Jr., and here you go. Here's your information on Mims, as you're going to be hoping that he does well for your Broncos.
Very
and
much
maybe
so.
they can bounce up in that division. He's a guy who's in my top 10 of the wide receiver rankings.
I like that.
He's a guy that I actually had just on the outside. He was number 11 to be exact. But he's a playmaker at wide receiver for Oklahoma. Not necessarily a big guy, but also serves as a punt returner as well. Explosive not only at that wide receiver spot, but in special teams. Now, I would say this. Yes, he's smaller than this guy, but my comparison for him is I think the way he glides and the way he moves is a lot like Donovan Peoples-Jones. Remember, DPJ was a guy at Michigan who was a punt returner for them as well and a productive outside wide receiver. I think it's similar to that. He's not afraid to attack the ball in the air. I think he could play outside. He could play in the slot. So, again, he gives some versatility positionally. I think that's a good pick against still quite a few better receivers on the board than Marvin Mims, but not a bad pick there. I think part of why they did that there too is there might have been some other teams lurking who might have had some interest in him coming up soon.
Thank you. I'm excited about it regardless. Any kind of skill position player, we will see what happens
Yeah.
there. Will Russell Wilson be better in his second season? Only time will tell.
Well, I would hope so.
Well, it means it can't be any worse.
Can't be worse than that.
So here we are now, round 3 upon us. It was a fun round 2. Swing over to KeonSports.com when you have a chance to read all the great content on the draft, the pre-draft analysis of Cole McDaniel. Have about a minute and a half to 2 minutes here before the Chicago Bears make a pick to start the third round. That will give us a chance to jump over to the defensive side of the ball there, Colio. And let's start with the secondary. My actual favorite positions of the defense. I don't know why, but I've always loved safeties and cornerbacks. So we're just going to say secondary. I'll give you 2. Who are the top 2 players left in the secondary to be drafted?
Well, let me give you a safety. Sidney Brown of Illinois should have been already off the board at this point. Can't believe he's still out there. The ability that he has, the playmaking ability, that physicality, the way he's built, is just so impressive. By the way, his twin brother, Chase Brown, a running back prospect who will also hear called over the weekend as well. So that would be cool. You'll see the 2 twins go. So Sidney Brown at safety. At corner, why do people sleep on Travius Hodges-Tomlinson so much? Of TCU, I know he's only 5'9", but if he's anything like his uncle was, LaDainian Tomlinson, running back for the Chargers, going to be a threat. Travius Hodges-Tomlinson, he was a guy who was the top corner in college football this past year. I know that he's smaller, but he's actually a lockdown. I think he can play on the outside or in the nickel. Again, I think he's really good there, but hey, I mean, that's part of those bloodlines, and like I said, that last name. So we had that conversation with Porter earlier. Can Tomlinson be similar to his uncle? Obviously different position, but I mean, his uncle is pretty good.
Yeah, pretty good is an understatement there, Cole.
Yeah.
So I saw something last night. I can't find it, but this is true. Of all the teams that had a player get drafted, so all the college teams that had a player in the draft, every single team has won one game in the United States of America other than one team. What college is that?
Northwestern.
In what country did they win in?
Nebraska, first week of the season in Ireland.
They won their first game of the season. It was a good game.
It was a
the
good
first game of
game.
the season, and then went on to never win for the rest of the season.
Which is crazy because on even years, Northwestern usually does well. In odd years, they struggle.
They are the way. And you know what's fun? I'm watching that team. I'm watching that game. I'm like, oh, Northwestern might find their way in a bowl game, and they just never won again.
Love Pat Fitzgerald.
Me
though.
too.
I think he
Yeah.
runs that program well. I love
Strange
the way
season.
he handles that. And honestly, The tough thing for him is they're such an academic-based school that it's impressive that they compete in the Big Ten, about every other year. What he does with that program so impressive. I mean, I feel like even if they continue to struggle, he should be coach for life there because I think he runs that program
And
well.
they're starting to invest in it more. I mean, they're building a new
Yeah.
stadium there here soon, and it's
Yeah.
like a mega stadium for Northwestern.
And
They don't
actually,
draw a big crowd.
It's smaller in seating,
Yeah, it
but-
looks nicer.
but it looks nicer. It's definitely an upgrade from Ryan Field, which is a cool place though.
yeah.
Linebacker.
Linebacker, that would be Drew Sanders of Arkansas. Surprised he's still on the board. He is really the poor man's Jack Campbell, but I would still say it's pretty close there.
Defensive end.
I'm going to say that's Zach Harrison of Ohio State right now. He's had his ups and downs, but he's an athletic freak.
Defensive tackle.
Well,
Well-
Mike Ditka likes that pick.
Well, that's one of the guys right there. Zach Pickens, certainly a guy who I might have called there. I'd say now, Siaki Ika, the nose tackle of Baylor, is probably the top defensive tackle now, remaining on the board.
Well, fans watching, it was Zach Pickens, defensive tackle out of South Carolina, another Gamecock from the SEC, heading to Chicago. All right, fans, third round, the Browns. A lot of Browns fans will be tuning in here shortly, picking in 10 picks from now. If the Browns don't do what they usually do and trade back, we will see Eagles on the clock for the next 2 picks.
Yeah.
All right, third round. We like to have a little fun here, as we just did there with a little best available on Cole's big board. I
Yeah.
don't believe I missed any positions, did I?
No, you covered all of them.
Tackle, D, and secondary linebacker. We're good. So we're just going to go and give me a second here, guys, because I have to pull this up. So
And as you pull that up, what I want to say here on Zach Pickens, Pickens is a guy in my last mock, if I am correct, and as we get deeper into this, hard to remember some of these picks, but I do believe at some point, whether it was the first or the second, I had Zach Pickens going to the Bears. A nice fit there, and Pickens, I said he would have been a nice consolation prize for the Browns in the third round with Keanu Benton gone and Gervon Dexter Sr. gone. Now, sitting in the 70s, the Browns, you don't get an opportunity at any of those guys. So here's the thing. Everybody who wanted a defensive tackle picked first in the third round for the Browns, I'd say forget about it at this point. I'm starting to think that position group is thinning out. I don't necessarily love what I see from the rest of that class. I mentioned Siaki Ika, but he doesn't fit your scheme very well. He needs to be a nose tackle in a 3-4 base defense. So aside from that, I would say completely move away from that position for now. I would think edge rusher. I'd maybe think linebacker. And I would think safety. I would say those were the things that you'd maybe want to think about here coming up. Change your mindset from the interior of the defensive line for just a little bit because, like I said, the value's not there. You don't need to reach on a 5th, 6th round type of prospect. Address that a little bit later. And Vince, I'll hand this back to you as you're about to look up this stuff.
Yep, have it up in front of me. Just sending out the link one more time here to the text chain I am on. So appreciate that. All right, guys, a little better or worse action.
Okay.
No, and you could also say same. Better, worse, same.
Okay.
We're going to start with the AFC and just go down the board. I'm going to read you their record from last year. You tell me better, worse, or same, and I will answer as well. Okay, start with Cole. Let's go slingshot here. Buffalo. 13-3 last year.
Worse.
Dom.
Same.
I'm gonna go worse. I'm gonna say 12-4. So they're still gonna win.
Agreed.
They're still gonna win the division. I think they actually go to the Super Bowl next year, but they're gonna do it as a 12-4 team. Miami 9-8.
Oof. Same.
Same.
I'm gonna say worse. The New England Patriots 8-9.
Worse.
Same.
Better. I actually think they're gonna be 9-8, maybe even 10-7 if they could figure out the quarterback situation.
The
Pick a quarterback and go with it.
problem's the Jets getting better, though.
And here we go. The Jets 7-10.
Because the Patriots, they got 2 wins off of the Jets last year.
I got a bet.
I don't think they can this year.
Pretty much you're going
So-
better.
Jets better.
Better.
Worse. I actually think if Rodgers gets hurt,
Oh, come on.
Rodgers gets hurt, they're completely screwed.
No,
Chaos.
No, come on. They won all those games last year off of their defense alone.
Flukes. So many fluke wins last year. Now, you would think with Aaron Rodgers they should be better, but I'm going to mix it up and say worse. We will see. All right,
Boo.
Cincinnati.
You need to leave.
This guy stinks.
Tomato, tomato, tomato.
Need to find my pizza boxes still. Cincinnati 12-4.
Same.
Same.
Same. I think they go 12-4 again.
Yeah.
Baltimore 10-7.
Same.
Worse.
Worse. I don't trust OBJ to save my
That's
life.
that's the reason why.
He's a punk, and I think Lamar Jackson got the money, and I don't see it.
I think the relationship.
They're having
is
a great draft though.
but they weren't healthy at the end of the year, so you give them the health. You take away the other stuff. I'm like, I don't know. It's too hard to change.
Are we ranking?
They're not winning 10 games
Are,
again.
are we ranking the teams later in divisions?
Yes.
Or
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, then I'll save my thoughts.
Pittsburgh 9-8.
Worse.
Better.
Way worse.
How?
The fact that they won 9 games last
I like
year.
their draft. It was shocking they did win 9, and because I feel like if you get the Ravens healthy, if the Browns are actually improved, because they're better than the Steelers still on paper right now, and the Bengals still should be the top. There's got to be somebody at the bottom, and my gut
I
feeling
think the
is
Ravens are
Steelers.
the worst team in that division.
Hmm.
Because Lamar Jackson can play 5 games and not show up. I don't know what's going to happen with Watson.
Eagles are awfully excited for a third round pick here. My goodness.
Oh, they might go to couple skate later.
Did I give my answer? I said worse.
Yeah.
Pittsburgh? Oh gosh, 5 games.
Yeah.
5 or 6.
Oh, I don't know. I think they would.
They've been.
I think they sneak 7. at
They've
least.
been saying they're going to go under 500 for the past 4 seasons, and they win 8-9 games every time.
I love the
this
coach.
team is not getting any worse. I promise.
That's more just Tomlin.
I love their coach. It's the coach. Cleveland Browns, 7-10 last year.
Better.
Better, but slightly.
Better. I think they win at least 9. I think,
Agreed.
and if not, you gotta get rid of Watson. Something went way south. If you can't win,
I don't know how you get rid of Watson. With
I don't
that
know either.
contract and
But
stuff.
if you can't
yeah.
do, if next year,
no,
if it doesn't happen next year, the Browns are screwed.
no,
If they don't get better, Cole, if the Browns don't get better next year with everything they just invested,
Vince, what are you going to do with them?
Yeah,
Drop them and still
no.
pay him that money?
no one's gonna take him.
You know what
I
you-
understand that, but I'm saying if he bombs, which I don't think he does.
He's not
I'm
gonna
a
bomb.
huge Watson fan. You know this. I'm just telling you, if he bombs next year, the Browns are really, really in trouble.
yeah, I think part of it is they're in a good AFC division. You know, their division's good. The whole conference is good. That's tough. There are going to be good teams that miss the playoffs in the AFC that have 9-8 records. Maybe even a 10-7 record might not cut it.
Moving on to the AFC South, one of the worst divisions in football last year. A division
Oh,
where
wow.
Jacksonville,
I gotta say that the Eagles just hit a home run with Sidney Brown. Safety of Illinois. They just took tackle Tyler Steen of Alabama. I think that's a nice selection for them. But Sidney Brown was a home run pick here for Philadelphia. No wonder their war room's celebrating right now because they just got the number 2 safety, in my opinion, in this draft. And I can't wait for you guys to see the highlights here in just a moment as well. I mean, dude is awesome. And I'll be honest.
Philadelphia just keeps getting better.
I think Chase Brown, his twin brother, might be a decent running back, fit for the Eagles later on if they want to pair the brothers together. But we'll come back to what we were talking about. But like I said,
Stick with
these
this.
highlights come back
Stick
up.
with this. No,
Yeah.
stick with this. The Broncos up next. But look at that draft so far. That is a loaded draft, folks. Jalen Carter, Nolan Smith, Tyler Steen, Sidney Brown, all going to a team that almost won the Super Bowl last year. 2 Georgia guys, Alabama, and Illinois.
Sidney Brown is the best value pick there. Total monster. Like I said, my comparison was Talanoa Hufanga, who was impressive for the 49ers last season. I think you can move Sidney Brown around a ton. There he is, he's going to be there with his twin brother, Chase Brown, who will be selected, if not tonight, tomorrow. But yeah, can't wait to see what he does with Philadelphia. Philadelphia keeps it ensuring that they are clearly the number 1 team in the NFC.
Well, I don't think there's any doubt now. I mean, let's see what pans out with San Francisco. We'll do it in a bit. And the Cowboys are always going to be a threat, but my goodness, Philadelphia, hell of a draft right now. Jacksonville 9-8, but we're same.
Oh, better. It's so slight though. Maybe 10-7.
Yeah, I go with better. I'm not really focused on the record because they might struggle within the other teams in the conference and non-conference as well. But I think that they wipe that division for the most part. I think the Texans might steal a game, but then the Titans are going to be bad. I think the Colts aren't going to be very good.
Yep.
So I think they're better, mainly because I think they're the top team in that division. But record-wise, we may not see much movement.
Agreed.
I don't think that's as important as winning your division and getting ready for the playoffs.
Agreed.
I'm going to say same. 9-8 and win the division.
Yeah.
Tennessee 7-10.
Worse.
Worse. Agreed. Indianapolis 4-12-1.
Oh, maybe they go 5-11 because there's no tie. I don't know, just slightly better. But I want to say same, but I don't think they're going to match with the tie.
I like that pick. Broncos taking Drew Sanders,
Huge win.
linebacker out of Arkansas. I am loving this pick.
Yeah, Drew Sanders. He and Jack Campbell were by far and away my two top middle linebackers. Sanders is a guy who spent time at Alabama and then was at Arkansas and has the length, has a nose for the football. I just like the way he plays. You're going to like him as a middle linebacker, especially in that 3-4 base defense where he can be there with another guy next to him and he can crash downhill on the blitz.
I watched 2 Arkansas games last year strictly because they always seem to be on TV. Clearly, Channel 19, CBS owns the rights to the SEC. So
Not anymore. It's now the Big Ten.
Oh, that's right. When
They
did
made the change.
Yeah. Woof.
Yeah,
Well,
the SEC going to be with ESPN.
last year, at least.
Oh, wow. And that's not their biggest thing that they
it's
own.
something.
The MAC, I would say, is a bigger acquisition for ESPN.
Well,
Yeah.
maybe. But
Probably.
regardless, and I think
huge.
I think we
Dude,
had
I
at least
hate-
one Arkansas game, if not 2 Arkansas games, in our Climate Tech Inc. NFL prediction show. I know we had at least one last year to predict.
Yeah, one for
So
sure.
I just remember watching them. Go ahead now.
Can I tell you what I absolutely hate? I hate action games. I hate those weekday games. I hate them because I can't. It's so hard. It's so hard for me to go on a Tuesday night to Bowling Green. There's
you might
no
not
one
wanna
there.
bash
There's
something.
no one there. No, listen. Action itself is fun, but the fact that you have a game in Bowling Green against Central Michigan. There's 120 people there. It's freezing cold out. There's no one there, and it's like, oh, well, the ratings are good because no one's at the game. Everyone's home watching it.
Do you want to die on this hill when you're our Maction guy?
Fans, and a separate note, Kino Sports currently looking for a new head of our Mac department. Email me, Vince McKee, Coach
I'm just
Finn,
saying, I'm
14 at yahoo.com.
every fan of these MAC schools where they go to every game agree with you. We have games like the battle for I-75 between Bowling Green and Toledo is on a Tuesday night near finals week.
Okay, what
students aren't going to that?
That is weird. The middle of the week is
Right,
strange.
but let me
that's
chime
for
in here.
sure.
Okay, so let me just say this then. If you're not a MAC fan or an alumni of the school and they're playing on a Saturday afternoon, you're not watching them.
Correct.
I think at the very least, well, I think it's stupid. I agree. College football on Tuesday or Wednesday is just dumb. But at the very least, it gives them a little bit more exposure. People who might tune in. I'll say that to this because I watched a crap load of it this year.
Probably even helps with recruiting,
Pac-10
like,
football, yeah. You're going to be on TV.
and also probably also helps too for guys trying to go to the NFL because then scouts can go to some of those games when they're going to choose Ohio State, Alabama, some of those things.
One thing I realized is the scouts go to their games when they go to Penn State and other schools. When I went there, I saw multiple scouts there. There were nearly none on action games. There were a handful. The one Bowling Green game I went to, that was a action game. There was a few scouts there, and they leave by the second quarter.
Well,
And
listen,
when they play Penn
for
State, they're
people who
there
are
till the
working
fourth.
right, and for people who are working 9 to 5 jobs, they don't want to be up to midnight on a Tuesday night. I get that. I fully understand it. It's not that I'm not disagreeing with you on this, just kind of busting your balls a little bit. But at the end of the day, it's definitely a recruitment piece.
Well, here's the thing though. It is such a bad image when you have your arguably, I would say it's probably your biggest football rivalry between Toledo and Bowling Green, right? were these two next to the
No, it's
Michigan
big.
rivalries,
It's big. Yeah.
next to the Michigan rivalries, because I know the battle for Michigan's huge, and I don't want to dismiss those schools because a lot of them have had a lot of success. And you look into the stands, and these schools are about 40 minutes apart, 30 minutes apart, and there's no one there.
Yeah.
Not because they don't care, it's because you have students that are preparing for tests the next day. You have parents that can't leave their kids because it's a Tuesday night, they got school in the morning, or they can't make the trip. You make it hard. There's a lot of alumni that travel from all over the country, and I just think it's just a bad image when these schools have empty stadiums in the middle of a Tuesday night, and it's like, oh, they're Maxwell's, no one cares. When I've seen the Glass Bowl full, no,
I feel the same way about.
look.
I feel the same way about the USFL. I kind of wish they were playing in front of the actual fans in the actual cities where they belong. As much as it's convenient for me to go up there and cover in McCanton, at the same time, it would probably be
The
better
hub
off.
thing is weird.
Yeah, I don't agree with it. So back to this though, real quick. Indianapolis, you guys both said. Well, we said 4-12-1. I totally forgot after the rant. You said worse.
No, I said they're gonna be better because they might go 5-11.
It's hard to
but
go worse.
it's hard because of a tie.
Yeah.
I can't
I
say
know, right?
same. I want to say same,
Yeah.
but I don't think they tie again.
It's the sun god. When Brandon said that last night, it killed me.
So the Lions on the man. It seems like the Lions are making a pick every 10 minutes tonight. Here they are again, Detroit Lions back on the board, and it's going to be.
Oh!
All right,
That's
so
a
they do
great
take
pick.
quarterback. So
a
we're
good
gonna
pick.
put the game on pause for a little bit here. Hendon Hooker, quarterback, Tennessee. Obviously the Volunteers red hot last year in the beginning of the season. I want to say they ran out to a 7-0 record, beating Alabama. I mean, this kid was at the helm of most of it. Cole, we're going back into full draft mode. The game's going on hold. What can you tell us about Hendon Hooker?
Well, I think you can't go wrong with either Hendon Hooker or Jaron Hall being your selection for the Detroit Lions and be the backup for Goff and sit for maybe at least 2 years and learn. Hooker has some decent athleticism. Yes, he had the injury last year, but he's a guy who can air it out down the field. Now, like I said, that offense in Tennessee was definitely dumbed down. It was about quick decisions, get that ball out of his hand quickly, and a lot of times, too, just bomb it down the field to Jalen Hyatt. It's going to be a little bit different in the NFL. You have to start reading these defenses, and I think he can learn from Jared Goff, who's an accurate quarterback and a pretty smart quarterback. Not the most athletic guy, definitely not the best QB out there, but he does enough to get the job done. Now you get to see Hooker sit behind him, develop, and learn. I probably would have liked the Jaron Hall fit just a little bit better, but you can't go wrong with Hooker either. We expected he might be the next guy to come off the board at the quarterback position. Wait a little while, and there he finally is that selection. Again, I think that's a win for the Lions. We talked about it. They found their identity. They know who they are. They know what they're looking for, and I think they're playing this draft pretty well. Maybe I wouldn't have picked some guys quite as early, but regardless,
They seem confident.
They seem confident, and I think they have good reason to be confident.
And one thing I'll say about Hendon Hooker, I got to watch him. I watched a lot of ACC football in 2019. I remember that first game of the year where he was just running all over the place, throwing the ball downfield against Pitt. And I remember Faith was mad at me because I was yelling at the TV. I was upset. Like, who is this guy for Virginia Tech? Yeah. Led him to I believe he led him to a Coastal championship. Led him to the ACC title game where they probably got blown out. But he's not an overnight success. He had a good year at Virginia Tech, and he transferred. And again, that first year at Tennessee, he had to earn that spot. But this is a good quarterback. He always has been. It just took him a little bit to put one full year in front of the limelight.
Right.
And I just think now we're all seeing who this kid is. I know he's, 25?
Yeah, he's an older
old.
quarterback.
So he doesn't have
prospect.
2 years, Cole. He has 1 year to sit. Because
Yeah.
by the time 2 years comes, he's a vet.
Yeah.
Whether you like it or not, that's a 27-year-old man with only 2-year NFL experience. So he needs to learn quick. I think he will. I think it's just a case of someone who's going to mature fast, and he's ready for this test. I like this a lot.
Speaking of a team with a ton of picks in this draft thus far, courtesy of the Cleveland Browns, the Houston Texans about to hit the podium yet again here, and that is really kind of where we left off with our teams. And by the way, guys, I actually think the Colts are going to be better, not by much. That tie really does screw things up.
Yeah.
So I'll say 5-12. So 5-12
Yeah.
for the Colts.
I say worse. I didn't say anything. I'll say worse.
And it's funny because Houston is our next team. They are on the board as we speak. 3-13-1.
Better.
I think it's a
Better.
consensus. Yeah, definitely better here no matter what this name
Wow.
comes up.
I
And
really
it's a good
like that
name.
pick.
So Nathaniel Dell, wide receiver from Houston to Houston.
So Nathaniel Tank Dell, and he's a guy actually who most people are higher on him than I am. But why do I say this is a great pick for them? Because they have some big physical receivers that I think you brought in Noah Brown from Dallas, who I think is a good blocking receiver, has that size. You also have Nico Collins still on the outside. Yes, you have Robert Woods, who you brought in. But I really think John Mechie also coming back from his battle last year with the health issues and the cancer that was found in him, and he's going to be back. But after a year off, it's a matter of seeing what he can do. Nathaniel Tank Dell is shifty. He's elusive, really clean route runner. Again, I'd like to see a little bit more size add on to him, a little bit more strength, more sure hands. But the elusiveness is absolutely there. So he can definitely clear out some space, and we know Stroud's an accurate quarterback. He can find him, and Dell can make some plays happen. So Raiders are coming up. They're making a pick quickly here. But like I said, I like what the Texans just did, although I didn't like the pick previously.
And by the way, we talked about, it's off topic, but we talked about how the Browns have not had a moment to draft yet. What pick do they have? Do you know?
I believe it's either 74 or 75 coming up
So-
here in a few selections.
So in the 3 rounds that we're watching,
Yeah.
where right now I believe they finished last in the division.
Yes,
correct?
correct.
So right now their goal is to beat out the Steelers, and right now in the draft they have no chance in the draft because they don't have any picks. Right, it's
Yeah.
not their fault.
Free
The
agency
Steelers
was
are
good.
picking 4 picks
Hmm.
by the time the Browns click one. Now the next pick's 80, so the Browns technically are picking one before they pick.
I
their
love the
4th.
name Juice Scruggs, by the way. Juice Scruggs.
That's a great name.
That's
I like the
awesome.
name. Don't love the player.
Yeah.
But if you want to compare the Browns to the Steelers, you have to be worried about some because they have some similar holes with the defensive line. Steelers have been able to address it. The Browns have the last pick, and that's concerning.
Yeah, but they had a really good off season.
They have.
Honestly.
They improved a lot in free agency. The Cleveland Browns did. That's why I actually have them winning more games this year. I think 8 or 9.
Feel
Very
good about it.
respectable. I didn't, and guys, trust me, I love Deshaun Watson. I just, as a lifelong Browns fan, you get nervous. It is another Alabama player off the board going to the Raiders. Byron Young, the tackle to the from Alabama Crimson side, tied to the Oakland Raiders. Las Vegas Raiders. I'm going to start over. So the Las Vegas Raiders take Byron Young.
Byron Young, DJ Dale, both 2 defensive tackles of Alabama in this class. A lot of
Interesting.
people were thinking that Young is the more athletic one of the 2. I would certainly agree with that. I actually prefer Dale a little bit more in his run-stopping ability, but Young happens to be the choice here for the Raiders. They need a defensive tackle. Again, I really think that position group has thinned out. Byron Young, a guy I probably wouldn't have wanted to take off the board until maybe round 4, round 5, somewhere around that range. So maybe a little early there on that one, but yeah, it's a spot that the Raiders, they need to make that selection. But I'd love to jump back to our game here.
Yeah,
And we have the
Yeah.
Texans. We got some other teams to talk about too, and the Texans have just made a pretty good pick. Just
A lot
moment
of fun
ago.
tonight,
And
and
we
thank
said
you.
yes
Yep.
on
Thank
them being
you.
better.
Yeah, I think that's a consensus. Pretty
Yeah.
obvious one. Thank you to Sharon Martin in the Facebook chat room there. Says tremendous work, everybody.
Yeah.
So thank you to
Sure.
her.
Martin McDaniel, I believe, correct?
Yeah. Cole's mom. I
Yeah.
was trying to cover up for you. Kendry Miller, running back
Wow.
out of TCU. That's interesting right there. The Saints, before we get back to our game, quickly here though, Cole, because we had talked about Alvin Kamara possibly being suspended. Maybe the Saints know a little something.
Yeah, I think the potential's certainly there. Jamal Williams was brought in, and I really do like Kendra Miller. He's a guy who he had the MCL injury there in the college football playoffs. That is maybe a little bit of a concern, but I like his size. I like his physicality. He's a guy I would have wanted to see. I'm a little disappointed he's going to the Saints. I wanted to see him either in Dallas and be their first and second down back, coupled with Tony Pollard.
Yep.
I wanted to see him in Tampa Bay maybe, where he'd be a starter,
He's
or the
so
Cincinnati
fast, though.
Bengals.
Yeah.
He has good speed in the open space,
He
but the
does.
best strength for him is his physicality. He was a Doak Walker Award semifinalist. I was impressed with the way he plays. He was one of my top running backs
Yep.
in this class.
Yep.
I had him right there hovering in that top 5, and I think he's a good player where, who knows, if Alvin Kamara gets suspended, maybe then the Saints also decide, well, we got Jamal Williams, we have Kendre Miller. Let's just trade Alvin Kamara.
That's a
to
plug and
another
play.
team.
That's a plug and play to me.
Yeah.
Andre Miller. That's not a guy who's gonna have to wait long to see the field.
I don't think so.
A lot of Browns fans in the chat room starting to get a little bit excited here as they are 2 picks away, switching over to the AFC West, which again, in my humble opinion, a lot of people went crazy over the NFC East last year, but in my opinion, AFC West the best division in football. Kansas City 14-3.
The only reason I'm going to say worse is it's so hard to repeat that. Maybe they're just 1 game worse.
They're the same.
Same.
Mhm.
I'm going worse. I agree with Cole. I actually see them dropping 2 games next year, so I'm going to say 12-5.
Okay.
Still will compete for the division between them and the Chargers. Chargers 10-7.
Well, if they're healthy, unlike last year, they should be better.
Yep. And are they going to beat the Chiefs on a Thursday night football game this year?
Yeah, well, I don't know. Maybe.
We got to get together for that one.
That's
if
the
that
question.
happens.
I love when those games happen. I know we were saying we thought the Chargers would overtake the division
Both
last
times
year.
I think we picked them.
And they fell flat. I'm not going to say that this year. I'm going to say Chiefs still win the division, but Chargers at least get slightly better on record.
Dominic Downer Cleary, 10-7 Chargers.
Better.
I agree, better. And if they do hook up on a Thursday night, which you can pretty much guarantee is going to happen because it seems to always happen that way.
Yeah.
It's like Browns Bengals. You can just count on it.
Yeah.
On a Thursday night. Definitely got to get together for that one this year. Sound good?
Sounds good.
All right. Las Vegas Raiders 6-11.
Better.
Who?
Las Vegas Raiders 6-11.
Worse.
Better. I head and shoulders better. Now they lost their quarterback, who I loved. Jimmy G will come in if he could stay healthy. There's no reason why they can't win more than 6 games.
They added more weapons. They need to touch up on the O-line, certainly. Defense is starting to get a little better. There's a lot that they need work on, but I just can't see that team being worse.
That team has no identity.
Just my reaction to this next one might shock you. Cole McDaniel, Denver Broncos 5-12.
Same.
Better.
Same. I don't think they're going to improve at all. I think they're going to win 5 games at the most. Russell Wilson's either going to retire or something. It's over.
The AFC's
So,
a nightmare.
Yep, 5-12. It's not a good fit. You have to hope you nailed the head coaching decision this year. You couldn't have picked. I mean, their last 3 head coaches have been god awful. They need to nail it this time. I mean, this is a freaking debacle after a while.
It's a home run, but I just don't think Russell Wilson's the guy anymore.
Since Gary Kubiak retired after they won the Super Bowl, the Broncos have had one knucklehead after another try to coach this team,
Yeah.
and it's gotten worse year after year. It's getting frustrating as a Broncos fan. That guy last year was horrendous. All right, Philadelphia Eagles 14-3 NFC champions.
Same.
Better.
I think worse, and you're gonna think I'm funny on this. Worse, but I think I could still see them going to the Super Bowl only by a game. So 14-3, I think they dropped to 13-4, but I think they're gonna be every bit as good. They're gonna be better than they were last year with a worse record. I know you're thinking like, how does that happen? Watch for it.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, they're having a good draft. They got a good team.
They've had a phenomenal draft, but
yeah.
sometimes there's always that Super Bowl hangover, guys. The Bengals lost their first 2 games this year.
I understand.
When a team loses the Super Bowl, the next year
But they lost
But
the
they
same
play in the
Trubisky.
NFC. I don't trust this NFC.
I
conference.
think Philadelphia is going to lose a game, so they're going to go 12-4, but they're still going to dominate.
Mm.
Dallas 12-5.
Same.
Who?
Dallas Cowboys
I
12-5.
fell asleep.
And I didn't hear him say anything. I just heard 12-5.
Grab the chair without the back to it.
No, better. They don't have the Zeke problem anymore.
Garrett Williams, cornerback Syracuse, goes to the Cardinals. Dallas 12-5. I'm going to say worst by a game again, so I see them going 11-6.
Mm-hmm.
Now, whoo, this is interesting. New York Giants 9-7-1.
Well, they're going to be better because, again, I don't think they're going to tie. So I'd at least give them 10-7.
Better.
Oof. I mean, I think they're going to lose one more game, so I see them going 9-8. I think they win 9 games again, so it's kind of a same and a half. So I'm going to say 9 and 8. I mean, right? How do you do the math on that? So Washington, this should be a no-brainer. If I disagree with you on these guys, I'll be shocked. Washington 8-1.
It's a shame because there's so many good pieces on that roster, but I don't trust the quarterback position right now. So worse.
Yeah.
Worse.
Way worse. I can see them completely tanking and having the first pick in the draft next year.
Yeah.
Minnesota 13-4.
Worse.
Worse. Paper champions will be exposed. But I got a feeling I know where we're going with this next one based on the last 24 hours. Detroit 9-8.
Better.
Green Bay 8-9.
Worse.
Agreed. Jordan Love.
Like they don't know
There
who
we go.
they don't know who that is.
Well, I don't know. Jalen Hyatt was, one of the Bolitnikov. Actually, he won the Bolitnikov.
No, I know, but I'm just saying, like, that lady was screaming her head off.
She doesn't know.
She had no idea who
she
that
wants to
was.
be on TV.
No.
That
She
one guy
wants to
was
be on TV.
flexing.
Yeah, I agree.
He did not know who he was a week ago.
And Dom, I've thought this for years.
Just-
It's music to my heart that you've said this a couple times. So I agree.
So these are designated fan areas. These fans are given these
He's
fans
right.
are selected to be there. These aren't random fans that bought tickets.
Nope.
These are chosen to be here by the NFL.
Yeah.
I agree with Dom.
Yeah,
I do.
Because I remember when I worked the draft in Cleveland. That's that they tried that out for the first time.
Can I just say this here on this one?
Yeah.
We just talked about the
This
Giants.
is a draft show.
This
so go ahead, please.
helps them out.
Well, big time.
It really does because Hyatt is a big play guy. He's going to vertically stretch the field. Now, my concern with him is, aside from screens and vertical routes down the
Like we just
field,
saw. Yeah.
well, what routes is he going to really run?
He's
what
not going
he
over the middle.
does aside from that? I don't know. He's got to really expand that route tree. I think he's very one-dimensional, but he is a big play guy, and it's big play after big play. So I think that's actually really interesting for them, where they have a guy to stretch the field. It would be helpful. And now we get to finally talk. Cleveland Browns will step aside from our game. Pick 74. The Browns are finally on the clock. It's taken us forever. We're over midway through Friday night, day 2. And finally, we're here.
I love those colors. And Dom, I know you're the huge Pittsburgh fan and all that stuff, but growing up in Cleveland, like you just learn to love the very dull colors of orange and brown.
Yeah.
And they look so good.
You know what?
And I think it's because of years and years and years.
Like the brown so many schools around here use brown and orange, or just brown, or just orange, and they're like, I've never seen an area use like Baldwin Wallace wears brown. I understand they use yellow too, but like, who wears brown as a primary color? Like, it's not a normal thing.
I gotta be honest though, like the football Nike like brown jerseys look pretty.
And they're gonna pick a wide
BW.
receiver.
Oh, they're nice.
I gotta tell you, folks, kind of shocked by this. Cedric Tillman, wide receiver, Tennessee, now a Cleveland Brown. I'm shocked. I did not see them going receiver.
A little disappointed, honestly.
That makes me worry about David Bell.
I like the wide receiver room already. I feel good about the wide receiver room already. Cedric Tillman, this is funny enough that Cedric Tillman and Jalen Hyatt go back to back because they were the two outside receivers for Tennessee. Tillman was the one who slid underneath of Hyatt's radar. He's a little bit bigger. I like his size. He has pretty good hands. I think he's actually a decent blocking receiver. My thing is this. Of all the Browns receivers, his skill set he's most similar to is DPJ. It's not going to affect David Bell, not going to affect Elijah Moore. It's going to be a matter of he's going to be the backup to DPJ. I think he's going to provide some depth, and he's going to be a good guy to be behind him. Maybe, here's my other guess. Does that mean that this next year might be Amari Cooper's last season? Because their talks were that Amari Cooper wasn't going to be a long-term thing for the Browns. He was possibly going to be a short-term thing, and they didn't want to keep him around for too long because of the finances. So maybe he's the direct replacement for Cooper come a year from now.
That's back-to-back Tennessee Volunteer receivers off the board.
Correct. Yes.
I know you didn't see them going wide receiver, but I know the talks have really been like, Cooper, how long are we going to have him here, right?
Yeah.
DPJ, can he be good like he was last year? Put on a good year last year, right?
Yeah.
He proved his value to this team. That's what he needed to do.
Yep.
More, he's yet to be seen, right? He had his issues in New York, but he can be a really good wide receiver in the team. And I know you guys love Bell, but he may not be he may not play the way you think he will.
Oh, he will flip out if they don't give him a fair shake.
He did not. And again, I know he didn't get
needs to
all
get a
the
chance.
reps that he should have gotten.
He got
but
hardly
also,
any reps.
But he also, when he went out there, is okay, and then he'd go out and didn't do much, right? Maybe he didn't have the opportunity to do much.
Never
but
had.
this may not be a bad thing for Bell because it'll give him a right to have competition and prove that he belongs in that depth chart. And if this guy goes over him, we know Bell isn't who we thought he was going to be, and that's fine. That's why you draft the wide receiver here.
No, Bell's who I think he is and who I think he's going to be. The Browns didn't use him last year because they ran a dumbed-down 5 yards in a cloud of dust system with the run game protecting Jacoby Brissett. Cooper and DPJ even got limited usage at times, but when there were two wide receivers out there, they were the only two. Now that it's going to be Watson as the quarterback in the system, expect to start to see where you have at least 3 wide receivers out there on the field, maybe 4 at times. Okay, maybe you might have an empty backfield, maybe even there's 5 receivers, or there's 4 receivers and David Njoku out there. Because of the guys that they have, David Bell is their true slot guy of that group. I don't expect him to be their big play guy, but he has sure hands. Only targeted, I believe, 30 times last season.
Yep.
Hardly ever threw his way.
And look how many times in the fourth quarter they went to him late.
How many?
A lot.
Yes. How many of those 30 that he was targeted did he actually catch? 24. I know that for a fact. So only 6 sent his way he didn't catch, and I do know good 2-3 of those were uncatchable passes as well. Okay, so here's the thing. He has sure hands. He knows how to find open space underneath. He knows how to find the sticks. And you mentioned it. I believe there were a couple games, very into the game.
Yes.
He was almost a primary target underneath, and they threw it to him multiple times.
Sure thing.
They just need to get him out on the field and playing. Tillman, I wouldn't be sold on that Tillman is set to take over Bell's spot because they're completely two different players. Tillman's on the outside. Bell's going to be your slot guy, and Bell has a more clear path to playing right now.
And yes, we traded a second-round pick for Elijah Moore, but I think he's far from a sure thing.
Well, Elijah Moore
I think
actually had more reps in New York with the Jets at the Z receiver than at the slot on the inside. He split between both, but he played more on the outside even. So you're going to see him go inside, go outside. Moore's going to get moved around, which, like I said, the true slot is actually David Bell. And I just find it interesting enough. A couple days ago, the Browns also posted about David Bell, and
yeah.
I think it almost seemed like they were trying to get the Browns fans hyped about David Bell because he might be utilized more this year. I'm looking forward to that.
Well, David DeLuca, also known as Puka, in the chat room says, "Wolf, wolf, wolf." So clearly he's excited.
Well, here's what I'm not excited about.
Zach Harrison.
Zach Harrison is who I would have preferred to see the Browns select a pick and go, then they can add the defensive end, an edge rusher, be part of that group with Myles Garrett and Alex Wright. And I'm not sold on Alex Wright still, but I do like Okoronkwo, who they brought in. Good. So I think you could have brought in Zach Harrison, who he's had his ups and downs. He underperformed at Ohio State, but he certainly, with his size, his athleticism, he has the flashes to prove that he could be a dominant edge rusher. I would have liked him in the rotation. I wanted the Browns either to go edge rusher or maybe safety. And like I said, I'm disappointed in the Tillman pick, just to be frank. I would have liked Harrison, and Harrison now goes one pick later.
All right, folks, I shall return shortly.
Now, with this addition for the Browns wide receiver, last year I had the Browns wide receiver room as probably the third in the AFC North.
Yeah.
Do you think that they move up at all, or do you think they're still behind the Steelers? And they're not far off the Steelers, because I think they're number one.
I never thought they were behind the Steelers. I thought they were kind of like on similar ground.
I agree with that. I think the Steelers have a deeper room, while the Browns have that true number one option in Cooper. The problem is after Cooper, like DPJ's fine, but it seemed like the Steelers, well, you know, at beginning of the year last year, I thought Claypool was better than he was.
Yeah.
So with Claypool gone, the dynamic changed a lot. But you have Johnson, and then you have I can't remember his name.
Allen Robinson?
No, not Allen Robinson, the rookie from last year.
Pickens.
Pickens is going to be
Yeah.
the number one wide receiver.
Yeah.
I think that's agreed upon.
Agreed.
And he's going to be. He could be the second best wide receiver in that division.
Absolutely. I agree that he has a high
but
ceiling.
he's not there yet.
I liked David Bell more, but here's my thing. Even out of those rookies, here's what I can tell you. I trust both of their hands. Pickens is definitely an outside guy. I think
He's more of a big play
He's
guy.
a big play guy.
Yeah.
Where David Bell's a high volume guy. Where I'm like, Bell could lead a team in receptions, but he's not going to lead you in yards.
Yeah.
Where Pickens could be both.
I think Pickens, and I know your biggest concern with him was him being healthy. I think for him, if he continues to be healthy, he can be one of the best wide receivers in the league. And we saw him have glimpses where, you have that player when you're kind of like, how did he catch that?
Right.
And you see that a lot. From my understanding, David Bell's not that guy. He's a guy you can give the ball to quickly.
Correct.
Have him run his routes. He'll get open.
Dink and dunk underneath.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But again, I think right now, I think this addition with the Browns at wide receiver does not change where they are in the standings of wide receivers.
Well, here's what I'm going to say, and we might be just a little bit different on that, but I'm going to say, regardless of OBJ coming in, regardless of Zay Flowers, I don't care. I'm going to say that he's still the weakest wide receiver room.
Absolutely.
The least depth as well, both combined. Least depth, weakest wide receiver room is still the Baltimore Ravens, even though I do like Rashad Bateman. I'll give Bateman that I like him. Aside from that, again, still the weakest and the least depth. The best wide receiver room is the Bengals.
By far.
But they might be towards the bottom of depth. They don't have much depth.
They have three guys.
When injuries happen to Higgins, Boyd, or Chase, they don't have much. Trent Taylor, I mean, he comes in and plays a little bit. I mean, the depth is probably the worst with the Bengals, but the three guys they have are really, really good. So they're the top of talent, but depth they're down. Here's what I gotta say. The Browns have now, with the moves that they've made, their depth, along with the Steelers, those two probably are the top two in the division with depth at the wide receiver position. But they're neck and neck probably with talent at that 2-3 spot.
And they're probably the only two teams in the AFC North where I look at their wide receiver core and then I'm like, oh, well, they have a good tight end to go with it too. Though I think Freiermuth is more consistent than Njoku is.
Agreed.
I think Njoku is a bigger play guy. The problem is he had a good year last year.
Last year was his pop-off year.
But we keep saying that. You look at his numbers and they're still not compared to the top four guys. That's the problem with Njoku. And it feels like we keep talking about how good he can be and he just hasn't reached it yet.
Wow. And yeah, we were just talking about that and we're talking tight end and Njoku just for a second and like I said, Njoku, I think why I say it's partially a pop-off year is because he honestly didn't have this drops and the issues that he had previously. Mm-hmm. Now here's interesting. Tight end, Tucker Kraft, he's my fourth tight end. Still a good tight end on the board. Surprised he was still up there.
Well, you mentioned that yesterday with Robert Tonyan leaving.
I love the way he plays football, and he should have been the pick. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. They took Luke Musgrave already. So didn't the Packers already take a tight end?
Actually, yeah, they did.
Now they just took Tucker Kraft again.
They did.
So that's two tight ends now, I believe, for the Packers. Tucker Kraft, even though he's selected after Musgrave, I bet he beats out Musgrave. I really like his potential, his ability. My comp for him a little bit. It reminds me a little bit of Trey McBride, who was my top tight end last season.
Interesting to see the Packers double up on the tight end selections. Absolutely. Coming up next, we'll have the Colts, Steelers, Titans, and Buccaneers. I know you Browns fans are desperate for another Browns pick, but you better get comfortable because it's going to be a while before they're back on the board.
Do they have another third-round pick? Or
very end. Number 98 of 103.
Way down there.
Josh Downs, wide receiver of North Carolina. This one's good because Josh Downs for the Colts. Funny enough, though, this is another possession receiver. I swear, their whole roster is possession receivers. They don't have too many guys who vertically stretch the field. Michael Pittman Jr., and Alec Pierce on the outside. Now Josh Downs is probably going to be your starting slot guy, with Isaiah McKenzie being your fourth option. Downs runs some really crisp, smooth routes, good hands. He's honestly the second version of Jackson Smith and Jigba, just not quite as explosive, not as big of a play guy. But like I said, I like the routes he runs. He kind of lulls the defensive back to sleep, and then he makes a quick cut, finds some open space. So it's going to help out Anthony Richardson, but I think a lot of Downs in his work, it's going to be short routes, intermediate routes. Guess what routes Anthony Richardson struggles being consistent with throwing the most, and especially that short one. So, again, maybe not the perfect pairing with Richardson and Downs, but Downs does help that receiver room.
It's all right. Richardson won't be starting there for more than a year.
Yeah, probably not long.
Yeah, because Caleb Williams will be starting the year after.
A little bit of a reaction here in the chat room and on my phone. Got a few messages there. Michael Rogers loving the picks, says we have no tight ends. Obviously, Mike Rogers, our resident Green Bay fan. So
Tucker
he's
Kraft
excited.
one's beautiful.
Now
Steelers
Steelers
trade.
will make a pick yet again here.
No, they trade.
I apologize. Steelers trade their pick to the Panthers. We'll get to that in a second as to who
Oh, I
the
got
Panthers
excited.
select. Also, messages coming in on a text chain I'm on. Fellas watching the show at a watch party, we thank you. Christopher Schroeder says he is all for the Browns taking Tillman because he believes this will be the end of Anthony Schwartz.
Oh, yeah, we didn't talk about it.
Yeah, but Anthony Schwartz already wasn't going to make the roster even with the current guys.
You
If
wouldn't
I
think.
have to say the current guys, here's the thing. Actually, Michael Woods going down was interesting. I would have said, I think that's actually the curtain call now for Jakeem Grant. Interesting enough, because I would have said coming into tonight's draft, I would have said Cooper, DPJ, Moore, Bell, Goodwin, and Grant. Now Grant falls off. Tillman makes it. That's your 6, would be my guess.
Forgot Grant was even on that roster. Grant and Goodwin have always been so similar for me because
So-
they were always kickoff return guys.
Correct.
Speedsters. Kind of never lived up to what I think Goodwin had a higher ceiling
Than what
Grant did.
Yes.
But Grant never did much at Miami.
Yeah.
He was on the team with where they had Parker and they had Jarvis Landry. And he was supposed to be that third option and just never
Dolphins.
it never happened, and slowly they left and he was still there, and
Yeah.
I forget who he played with the year not last year but 2 years ago.
So I think the wide receiver room's
Yeah.
set now. I think, like I said, Goodwin already can do what Grant would have done. So I think Michael Woods would have been in that conversation. Again, has the injury, so he's not going to be playing really this upcoming year because of the torn Achilles. So, yeah, I think Tillman now makes it up there, obviously in there. I think so out of a third-round draft pick. But I think that's your 6. So I'm going to just say it. Cooper, DPJ, Moore, Bell, Goodwin, Tillman. There's your 6 for the Cleveland Browns. Decent depth. I like the depth at least.
Vince, do we want to continue our game that we
Yeah.
were doing before?
Oh, we definitely will. We definitely will.
I
One
do
more
want
here.
to say really quick though, Mike Rogers out there again. You're talking about the Packers. Tucker Kraft, go watch his film if you haven't already. Tucker Kraft, I love the way he plays. I think immediate day one impact is going to be better than Luke Musgrave. Yes, there's certainly a ceiling there for Musgrave, but not proven quite the same as Kraft. I think Kraft really fits Green Bay. The cold weather up there, the way he plays, I think he's going to be your top tight end there. So love that pick honestly for Green Bay.
And speaking of Green Bay, ironically enough, that's where we left off on our
Okay.
game. So Green Bay 8-9.
Yeah, under.
Worse. Oh, jeez.
Worse as well. I do agree with Cole though. I do love those picks.
Yeah, that
See
one
what
was
happens
good.
there. Yeah,
But
but
love the Musgrave one.
still, it's gonna be a step back.
Yeah, step back for sure.
Chicago Bears. This should be unanimous. We'll see.
Better.
Chicago Bears 3-14.
Better for sure. Bears.
Dom. Chicago Bears 3-14. Better, worse, or
Better.
same. I'm gonna go easily better.
Dom is
I'm trying to
enthralled.
I'm trying to
with
figure out
the
what
Steelers.
I'm trying to figure out.
back.
No, I'm trying to figure out what they got. I'm sorry, we don't have Brandon here. I'm trying to figure things out. For
You're
us.
good.
Well, we appreciate your investigative research.
Tampa Bay 8-9.
Way worse.
Yeah,
Worse.
worse. Agreed. Carolina 7-10. I can't believe they won 7 games last year and then
I
drafted
can't believe
first.
that. I'm still gonna say worse.
Worse.
Their roster's getting better, but I'm still gonna say worse because they miracle 7 games.
Yeah, I think they take a step back. gonna say worse as well. I'm shocked they won 7, quite frankly. New Orleans 7-10.
Better win that division.
Better.
Better. Love Derek Carr.
Those uniforms are
Atlanta 7-10.
Better.
worse.
Same. So we have 3 different opinions there. I like Ritter. I like what they did last night, but I don't see them winning more than 7 games. They're gonna have
I'm
to
just
beat
saying
Carolina
like 8 and 9,
twice.
like 8 and 9.
Mhm.
Maybe they can get to 9 and 8, but that's at least a step in the right
They
direction.
need to
I,
go. They
I,
need to go
I think they're
2-0
going to
against
get
Carolina.
brutalized by their non-division schedule.
Maybe, but they need to
Maybe,
go 2.
yeah.
The Falcons. There's no reason they can't go 2-0.
They really
against
improved that
Carolina.
roster this offseason.
Yeah, 2-0 against Carolina, 2-0
Huge
against
step.
Tampa Bay. That's 4 wins right there. You split against New Orleans. That's 5 wins. So you just need to find 2 wins somewhere else just to match what you did last year. I think they can do it.
Yeah, they were already the number 3 run offense too, and they just got Bijan.
Working our way west. Last division for the game here. San Francisco 13-4.
Worse because Purdy's going to be out for a while.
Yeah, worse.
Worse. So them go maybe 11-5. Seattle 9-8.
Better.
Better.
Better. Don't love the running back pick. Do like the receiving pick. That's why I see them winning 10. 10-7 for Seattle. All right, got a couple doozies here. The LA Rams 5-12.
Same.
Yeah, same.
I'm gonna say 6-11. So I think they improved by a game.
Okay.
Arizona.
So the Steelers actually traded back because Downs went off the board before them. They were going to select Downs, and as soon as he went off the board, they decided to trade
You
back.
know, I still think a slot would be good for them. You know who would be interesting? Parker Washington at Penn State. I actually think Parker Washington could be a decent fit there. So we'll see on that one.
Arizona Cardinals 4-13.
Better.
Same.
The only reason I'm going to say it's going to be slightly better, they were so bad last year, but at the same time, even though there's the whole rumblings of Buda Baker wants out and stuff like that, some of that was injuries too for them. You know, they had their injury issues. If they can stay healthy, I think they could win at least one more.
If they retain DeAndre Hopkins, I think they win. I say they go at least 6 wins, so an improvement. If he leaves, they might be screwed. I do like the new coach. Was never a fan of Kingsbury. I think he held them back actually. So
Guys, I got some big news. Antonio
No,
Brown.
yeah, I saw that.
Antonio Brown's agreed to play for the Ravens. The Ravens did not agree for Antonio Brown to play on the Ravens.
Yeah, it was a Photoshop of him in
oh,
Ravens uniform,
like I had
Look,
their
and
minds?
it was actually quite a good Photoshop.
It looks good.
It's
It
believable.
does.
Though it's not believable about Antonio Brown, but
All right, folks,
Yeah.
as we kind of round up or wind up the night here as we approach the 10 o'clock hour, want to thank everybody again for joining us. Okay, that's why I lay out the helmets. I like this one.
okay.
Starting quarterback. And guys, the draft is still going on, but I would have to believe, I'm just going to throw a dart there against the wall. Correct me if I'm wrong, we've seen 5 quarterbacks selected. So,
Yeah,
of those 5 quarterbacks, I don't think anybody. I'm going to word it like this. I do not believe any quarterback selected from this point on has a chance of starting opening day of next year without an injury.
I would think not. I'd
Unless
say
the
Jaron
Commanders-
Hall's the only guy I'd say has a potential to beat somebody out.
Okay, I was going to say maybe less.
You
the
like Jaron Hall as
Commanders,
well, is what you
very
told me.
much so.
Yeah,
Unless the Commanders take him and he balls out or something like that.
yeah,
It's going to
agreed.
take something drastic.
Agreed. Or like Tampa Bay, and then Baker Mayfield somehow gets beat out. Something
could
like
happen.
that.
That
yeah.
could happen. All right, or Denver. Russell Wilson gets hurt in preseason. I mean, there's
Yeah.
unless something extraordinary happens. Before we start this game, I just feel like the 5 quarterbacks already taken are the 5 that would have a shot to start opening day.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm comfortable playing this now, not waiting until the 3rd round.
Okay.
Cool.
Fair.
Okay, we're just gonna go off the helmets. Carolina Panthers, ironically enough, took a quarterback, Bryce Young with the number 1 pick.
Interesting. And really quick,
Oh,
the Tennessee
Spears.
Titans, they take Tyjae Spears, running
Interesting.
back of Tulane. He's a true 3rd down back. And actually that makes sense
a
because
loaded
they,
backfield.
they have I don't know. I don't know if it's loaded. I like Derrick Henry. Tyjae Spears actually has some good ability. I don't love the Hassan Haskins pick they had last season. But here's what I would say. They have a guy who can do every little bit for them. So they're well-rounded. Derrick Henry, again, he's strong, he's physical, he has the explosiveness. Hassan Haskins is a big guy who, I think, goal line situations, short yardage situations, he's powerful. Tyjae Spears is going to be your third down type of back. He's a guy who adds a dimension out of the backfield as a receiving back. Again, he's shifty, he's quick as well. So I actually think that adds a complement to the bigger running backs that they have. Also, by the way, is that possibly preparation for, hey, when we're no longer a running-based offense and we maybe get a passing, get an offense going that's more passing-based, and we trade Derrick Henry in the future. Maybe we have Caleb Williams or somebody else. Is Tyjae Spears now going to be our starter where he's more of an elusive back? Perhaps. That's plan for the future.
How many years does Derrick Henry have left in him as a stud back?
Can't
Two?
be much.
Can't be much.
I
Two
think
at
he's
the
wearing
most.
down. It's starting to show.
Dexter Jackson, former Super Bowl MVP. I remember that way back in 2002
Yeah.
when they smoked the Raiders.
This is a team that should take a running back too.
But they don't. They go with Yaya Davy, defensive end out of
Diaby.
Louisville. Diaby.
Diaby, not the baby.
Hey, still hit the
The
under.
baby.
Still hit the under last night.
And now getting picked, the baby.
As well he should be. Okay, guys. Carolina. Bryce Young.
Yeah.
So we don't even think. I mean,
No.
who's even there right now? Refresh my memory.
Matt
Corral.
Corral, who was drafted last year, had
That's
the injury.
right. That's right. Okay. Be interesting.
But
Tampa Bay Buccaneers. It's got to be Baker. Well, unless they pull something here.
Kyle Trask. it would be Baker Mayfield.
Baker.
It would, but he's going to help them tank beautifully.
New Orleans Saints, Derek Carr.
Derek Carr.
Yeah.
Do we already know then? You're going to say Falcons, Desmond Ritter. It's already been announced.
We're just gonna run through a lot of these. Obviously Desmond
Yeah.
Ritter, Atlanta.
Yeah.
Then Giants, we know who they're having.
Well, yeah. Let's
Danny
go.
Dimes.
Yeah, Danny Dimes.
To play the game, man, we gotta get through them.
Okay.
All right, Commanders.
It has to be Hal.
They're going to run out Hal, but Brissett's actually slightly better than Hal.
Something tells me Brissett on opening day. Let's start with the veteran. That's honestly, I
That's
can't.
rough.
He's so bad.
They-
He's so bad.
I'll be honest though.
He's not a starting
I'm
quarterback.
very thankful for what Brissett did to hold it over, and I actually think he did a good job standing in place and played better than I expected. I think his personality was perfect to not ruffle feathers. He didn't get an ego, so it was then easy to just be, yep, I'll step to the side. He was the perfect guy to fill in that spot, but no, he's not a starting quarterback.
Dallas Cowboys, Dak Prescott.
Prescott.
obviously. Philadelphia, Jalen Hurts.
Yep, Jalen Hurts just got his big contract.
Arizona, Kyler Murray.
Kyler
Well,
Murray.
he's hurt to start the year.
Geno
isn't he?
Smith, Seattle. Murray's
Kyler
still
Murray
trying
hurt?
to get back, but he
He's
probably
still-
will. He's
he'll
got
be
time.
back, I'm sure.
I heard he's not going to be back till halfway through the season.
Well, when you're so small like that, the blood flows faster. He can probably heal up quicker.
I mean, all he's doing is keeping his legs up and playing Call of Duty.
yeah.
It works out
When
with
your
the-
heart and your feet are that close
And-
together, you're good.
In betting tip for everybody, when Call of Duty has a double XP weekend, he actually plays worse.
Oh, okay.
Fun fact for you, yeah. So you bet against him, put the under on him.
Okay.
You ever hear that about James Harden? So James
Yeah,
Harden,
I know.
With the
Oh,
strip
I
clubs?
know. Yeah.
If he plays in any big name city on the road, yeah. All right, then. Geno Smith, Seattle, consensus?
Yeah.
Brock Purdy, will he be back in time for San Francisco, or is it the
No.
Trey Lance era?
Week 1, it's Trey Lance.
Wow.
But Brock Purdy's not going to be back until probably about week 4, week 5.
Here's one.
But Brock Purdy then probably takes the job back over.
Here's one for you, and I want you to think about this before you just snap and say Stafford. The Rams. His wife wants him to retire.
They needed to draft a quarterback previously to
And
this.
They didn't.
I think do it. So Stafford starts.
Okay. I mean, I got a weird feeling like you might see some out of nowhere Andrew Luck type announcement.
I don't think it's going to happen this year.
Hey, I mean, San Francisco tried getting Ben Roethlisberger to come out of retirement.
Well,
so maybe the Rams try it.
His wife does not want him to play.
No, not at all.
Stafford's wife
Stafford?
does not want him to play.
Here's what
She's
I'll
on the
say.
record saying it.
We're starting with the NFC.
Mm-hmm.
So let me suggest, if Stafford's not the starter, For the Los Angeles Rams, I'm going to say that it's Ryan Tannehill.
Okay. And I could easily see that
I like
transition
that.
happening.
That's a yeah.
All right, Detroit Lions, Jared Goff.
Yeah.
Okay, they're not going to go to Hooker right off the
No.
bat. Justin Fields, Chicago.
Yep.
Who you're going to see a huge jump from this year.
Big jump.
I think they finally figured out how to use him halfway through last year.
I think so.
I freaking love Fields. This one's, I don't know if it's as easy as we think, but you have to believe Jordan Love, Green Bay.
It's Jordan Love. They want to see what he has, so he's going to get thrown out there regardless, so they know if he's the guy or not.
The next one's easy. Minnesota Vikings.
Yeah, Kirk Cousins.
Captain Kirk.
Now, we go to the AFC, and this is where it gets dicey. Indianapolis Colts. I don't think it's Richardson.
They have to run Richardson out there because they drafted him so high.
Week 1.
It should be Minshew, but they can't do it. The fans are going to be calling for it, and we also know they got a complete kook in Jim Irsay as their owner.
Pick, Riley Moss.
And he's
Iowa Broncos.
And he's going to want Richardson to be playing, and he's going to have enough of a say.
Before we continue with the game, Cole, what do we know about Riley Moss, safety out of Iowa?
Well, he's more of a corner in my mind. A little bit of safety, a little bit of corner. He's a guy in zone coverage.
Okay.
He really excels. Put him in man-to-man, and then you start to see some struggles. He's not a big guy, doesn't have great size. Hey, I got to say, I'm just going to state the obvious here, and everybody can take this as they will. He is a rare defensive back in the NFL for a reason, strictly. And I'll let you guys figure that one out yourself.
He's
But
white.
Oh, there we go.
That's okay.
He'd be the first.
It's 2023.
He would be the first white cornerback to start in a game since 2001.
Troy Apke was of Penn State. Is at the Commanders. He's the only guy that's a white corner in the NFL, which is crazy.
Yeah, you're right.
He was the only one on a roster. So now Riley Moss joins him to be the second guy in the league.
I like this draft for the
It's so
Browns
interesting.
Right now. That defense was loaded last year.
He's a good guy, like I said, in zone coverage. But you need to play in zone coverage, or else again, he's not a press man type of corner or anything like that. Let him sit back, let him watch what's the quarterback's eyes and jump routes. For Denver, I gotta say, we'll get to this in a second. For Denver, I like the Drew Sanders pick, Vince. I'm not loving the rest of the stuff. I don't think Moss is as good of a fit with Denver as some other places.
Well, I think I would have liked a better receiver with their second round pick.
Yeah.
But you pick with what was left. Dolphins going with a running back as well from Texas A&M.
Devin A-Chain.
What do we know about him, Cole?
Devin A-Chain. He's a shifty guy. He's gonna be probably a third down back. Miami has a running back by committee group. I mean, you're going to see that Mostert's going to get touches. Jeff Wilson Jr. is going to get touches. A-Chain's going to get touches. A lot of people are high on him because of his athleticism, but every time I watch his film, you know what it screams to me? Demetric Felton Jr. He's a guy who I think third down running back / slot receiver. I think you get him the football, he can make some plays happen, but I don't necessarily know if he's going to fully translate to being a really good NFL player. I think Miami, with that quick offense they have with Waddle and Hill and the speed they have, he might be a nice little pairing out there to get him occasional touches
So he
here
kind
and
of seems
there.
a Devin Singletary kind of guy.
Well, it's just. Did you say Devin Singletary?
Yeah.
Singletary is more of a power back. A-Chain's a shifty guy, and so I just think it's something different.
As a power back.
They always use Singletary as a power guy.
Oh, that dude can't run.
No, he doesn't have much movement.
No,
Yeah.
he is a
up the middle.
Yeah.
Try to get a couple yards.
Who am I thinking of then? That started for Buffalo last year. Was on my fantasy football team.
Cook.
No,
No.
Devin Singletary.
Yeah, Devin Singletary.
He was not a shifty, speedy running back.
He's
A-Chain though.
He's a bowling ball, not a fire hydrant.
A-Chain is a better Demetric Felton.
Okay. Well, we will see.
Deion Henley, though, I do like this pick, by the way, and I will say this for the Chargers. You got a versatile linebacker he's a guy who's maybe a little bit undersized. He has the nice frame, but he can move sideline to sideline well, kind of moves around like a safety. I think he's going to cover a lot of ground, which is necessary for the Chargers.
So we believe, you believe actually the Colts are gonna start Richardson
Correct.
week 1.
Well, I think we're both on the same page. Richardson starting.
I mean,
for the Colts.
how can you not?
With that owner, I see him pushing it. So I see him starting week 1. He shouldn't be,
Irsay's going to push it.
He's going to push the new coach.
Did you see what he tweeted today?
He's nuts.
He tweeted that should we take Will Levis at the beginning of the second round and then we have a Steve Young, Joe Montana situation.
Live from the bar when he tweeted this?
I
We're
don't know. It was
psycho.
in the morning.
Why would you do that?
I don't know.
Okay, so
It
clearly he's going
Hey,
with the rookie.
It was funny though.
It was funny, but
Little bit.
Anthony Richardson's going to start.
Ryan Tannehill staying put in Tennessee.
That's tough. Like I said, if he's traded, my prediction's the
Rams are
Rams.
really the red.
My prediction's the
Or
Rams if
Washington.
Stafford retires.
Yeah.
But I'm going to say that doesn't happen. I'm going to say he starts week 1 for the Titans.
We're gonna fly through these other ones because they're gonna be awfully down and easy. Houston Texans, Houston Texans, C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
Shroud.
Okay, these one clear as can
Trevor
be.
Lawrence.
Lawrence, Jacksonville, Watson, Browns, Pickett, Steelers, Jackson, Ravens, Burrow, Bengals, Chiefs, Mahomes, Raiders, Jimmy G, Broncos, Wilson, Los Angeles, Herbert, Tua, Dolphins, Allen, Bills, and I'm gonna stop there and let you guys decide on the Patriots.
Mac Jones.
Has to be.
I know they've lost faith in him, but there's no way they move off of him. Yeah, I'll be honest. I don't mind Bailey Zappi. But
Either.
I think Bailey Zappi could actually help Bill Belichick and the team out.
I think so.
Because I think he's the
I think
other...
Jones is a psycho.
Bailey Zappi and Brock Purdy, very similar in their build and how they play. It's just... I just think Mac Jones, he's the guy right now. He's going to start week 1, but don't be surprised if
Maybe.
we end up seeing some Bailey Zappi.
And
next
I
year.
know Zappy came out of nowhere for most people, but Western Kentucky legend. He was
threw for so many yards.
He broke every record they had.
Yeah.
He number-wise, he was arguably the best quarterback in the country his senior year.
Well over, what was it, 6,000 yards in his career?
Insane.
It was-
Yeah.
it was
I don't think he was always at Western Kentucky. Hey, he's what we call the most famous soul tapper.
Yeah.
Here's what's crazy with this too. So I'm gonna play an excursion to this game, a bit of an addition to this game, because this is how loaded the AFC is, fellas. The NFC we had to stop 4 or 5 times and talk about who's going to be the starting quarterback. The AFC, I just blew right through it.
Yeah. Aside from, I'll tell you what, this team right here, the New York Jets, remember, Zach Wilson said he's going to make somebody's life hell. So Aaron Rodgers, again,
Gotta be
welcome to
careful.
hell. Zach Wilson's coming for you.
You love that.
You know, it's funny too because we have them split right down the middle. So I'm going to tell you the quarterback's name, and I want you to take his helmet and put it in front of you, Cole. You ready? Okay. Here we go. Patrick Mahomes,
Okay.
Joe Burrow,
Okay.
Josh Allen, Aaron Rodgers, Justin Herbert,
Yeah.
Jalen Hurts,
Like I'm leaning all the way up there.
Dak Prescott. What do we at? How many helmets?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
So I need 3 more. Lamar Jackson, Deshaun Watson, and 1 more. And I think this is going to surprise you guys with my selection, but let me just double check before it leaves my mouth. Kyler Murray. A healthy Kyler Murray.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Huh. I'm trying to run down this list and think.
I mean, you want to fight me over Trevor Lawrence, over Kyler Murray? Let's go. But I think Murray's a better quarterback.
And Trevor Lawrence. I would say Lawrence at this point.
So
Lawrence is way better. Lawrence was a way better college player.
Okay, so for the
He's
sake of
going to be
argument,
better.
Okay, for the sake of argument, I will agree with you this time, and say Trevor Lawrence over Derek Carr and Kyler Murray. Go ahead and take the Jaguars helmet off.
Especially when we got
So-
Kyler Murray come back from an injury.
So-
This guy's healthy.
Kyler Murray's
Right, I
probably the
disagree,
better athlete.
but for the sake of
but
this game-
we're talking about as a quarterback.
Okay.
Trevor Lawrence
True
is
quarterback.
better.
For the
Yeah.
sake of this
far.
game, all right.
Okay.
So, in my humble opinion, those are the top 10 quarterbacks in the
Oh
NFL.
my goodness, hold on. The rich get richer. The Baltimore Ravens take Trenton Simpson, linebacker of Clemson. My number 3 linebacker.
Buckets the worst on the list.
He's a guy who he gets after guys in the backfield. He has a lot of speed. You're probably going to see him actually spend some time on the outside rushing, maybe spending some time almost like an edge, but can be in the middle too. Good pick. And we'll get back to this, but obviously, like I said, another good pick for the Ravens.
How many AFC teams do we have there? 8 or 9?
Well, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8
How
AFC
disgusting
teams.
is that?
8 of the top 10 we're talking about.
In the AFC, which
Yeah.
means at least one of those teams
Misses the playoffs.
misses the playoffs. Now, I want you to tell me which one
Okay.
of the 8.
Well, let me pull these two out. These are
Yes.
the NFC teams.
Please do. I'm going to keep them handy because we're going somewhere with those.
Well, here's my thing. Jacksonville has to win their division at this point,
Okay.
would be my guess. As much as I'd say maybe possibly the worst team here, say they win their division. So they're in. Chiefs win their division. I still think Bills win their division. I believe in the Chargers if they're healthy. I believe in the Jets. By the way, Bengals win theirs.
Ooh, I still
So
can't-
now
you
we
are
come-
sold on the Jets.
Now we
Okay.
come down to Cleveland and Baltimore. Me personally, like I said, I don't trust what's going on. Like I said, here's the thing. They're trying to give some players. They're giving some weapons. I just said the rich get richer with Baltimore. But also at the same time, whatever was put out there and there, things were leaked from Baltimore's front office calling out Lamar. He was calling out the front office. There's something in that relationship that's a little bit off. And like I said, even with 10-7 record, I don't think a 10-7 record guarantees you a spot in the wild card, because I actually think Jacksonville might actually have the worst record of this group, but they still make it in because they win the division. I'm going to say Cleveland actually pulls it off this year. They sneak in. Baltimore's my team that just misses.
If we're going strictly off those quarterbacks and teams, I would probably have the Ravens instead of the Jets.
Okay.
But other than that, I agree.
So,
I actually agree.
yeah.
I'd have the Ravens and the Jets.
These are where you and I are split on.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, I love both quarterbacks. I do. But I just feel like they're just both so combustible. I
Agreed.
mean, quite frankly, you could really, as I look up at the board there, I believe the Raiders would have a better chance of making the playoffs than the Jets or the Ravens. 'Cause I just see a bust coming to the Ravens right now.
The thing is, the Raiders' defense is bottom 10 of the NFL. Jets' defense, top 10 right now. I think that's a difference maker for New York.
Okay. Now, first of all, comment. Puka04 says Trevor Lawrence is better than Carr and Murray.
Yeah.
I disagree. These guys agree with you.
Yeah.
So I'm losing that battle 3-1. And he also says, man, this is a ballsy one that I completely disagree with. Puka says Trevor Lawrence will be better than Watson, Lamar Jackson, and Joe Burrow. Hells to the no. I do not see
Dude,
Trevor Lawrence being better than Joe Burrow. No way, no chance.
I gotta say,
Out of those
this
three,
is
Lamar
Puka,
Jackson.
correct?
Yeah.
I gotta say, Puka, here's something that's interesting is Jacksonville, they're about to announce their selection. We'll briefly mention this. I have something that I think is a possibility, and we could end up being on the same page.
There's a big old picture of Trevor Lawrence right there.
Yes, we're just talking about him right now. Tank Bigsby. Hey, this
It's a great name.
This honestly, I had Tank Bigsby going to the Jaguars. I like this because now you give a room that has ETN,
Mm-hmm.
but ETN needed a backup.
He did.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now he has Jermichael Hasty was more of a speedy guy. So they didn't have a true power guy. They brought in Dearness Johnson. Now they have Bigsby. I think Bigsby, Dearness Johnson, Hasty, and ETN, that's a pretty good group there in Jacksonville. So I like that. I think they're giving, good depth. They don't have I don't think ETN's out and out one of the best running back stars out there. But I like what they're doing for Lawrence there in the backfield. Now, here's what I'm going to flip to now. Let's get back to this.
Well, it's my favorite part of Friday night. Continue.
Okay. Watson,
Hang in
I
there.
think is
Wake
going
up.
to have
I'm fine.
Watson, I think, is going to have a very good season upcoming. I think now that the scheme's going to be built for him, I think he could knock the rust off. I think he's going to be good. And by the way, he is one of the best passer ratings in all of NFL history, which is crazy enough still, if you look back at that.
Yep.
Super talented player, okay? But I also know that the Browns have Nick Chubb. They're still going to try to get him some carries. So even though they're going to spread it out, they're going to pass a bunch more. Nick Chubb's still going to get his touches. He absolutely is. Don't be surprised if Ford starts to get some touches, okay? So that's what I would expect there out of Cleveland. Now, who were the other names that were listed there as well?
Joe Burrow,
Okay.
Lamar Jackson.
Joe Burrow, he is a great player, but if they bring in a good running back and then they have something there that the injuries happen, Joe Burrow maybe might not have quite the years that he's had. Here's what I'm going to say. Trevor Lawrence, with the weapons they have and the weaker division that they're in, don't be surprised if he is a sleeper candidate for NFL MVP this next year. I feel really confident that he's going to have a really good year. They've put more weapons around him. Don't forget, Calvin Ridley is now joined that offense.
Oh, such a good grab by them.
It was a great grab. So now you have Calvin Ridley with Christian Kirk. Zay Jones actually looked pretty good last season.
He did.
I think in general, your pieces there, and Evan Ingram actually has stepped up now at tight end. I think you're going to see, especially with Etienne being, I think, probably a better receiving back out of the backfield. I'm going to say Trevor Lawrence airs it out, maybe throws the football almost more than any quarterback in the NFL, and he's going to put up monster numbers, and don't be surprised if he is top 5 in NFL MVP voting and might actually shock people.
All right, now put the AFC helmets back in order
Okay,
on the wall there.
please.
Please. No!
So demanding.
I know.
I think.
You had it. You're good. Bengals Ravens.
Yeah. I was trying to remember. It's Jacksonville here.
Enthralling television for everybody at home.
Yeah, absolutely. You want me
Okay.
to keep the
Yes.
NFC ones?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Dak
now
Prescott,
this is
Jalen
strictly.
Hurts.
Now this is because we're gonna see because we're still gonna pick the divisions in the playoffs. Later,
Okay.
All right. We're gonna see how close it matches up strictly on the teams who have the best quarterbacks.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Arizona.
Okay.
See, and this is where things are gonna get really wonky.
Derek Carr.
New Orleans, yeah,
Please,
New Orleans Saints.
please do.
Absolutely.
I
Seattle Seahawks,
agree with you, Geno Smith at this point.
Minnesota Vikings, and Chicago Bears.
Fair.
And tell me where we're at.
All fair. Honestly,
Okay.
I gotta say though, right now, the way Goff's been playing, we might need to put some respect on Goff's
Right,
name.
but here's the point I'm going to make for everybody at home. I am truly going.
But
somewhere
we're at
with
7.
this. Right.
Okay.
Now, we said we can make a point for what we said were the top 7 AFC quarterbacks. Every one of those teams going to the playoffs.
Okay.
Wouldn't shock any of us, correct?
Right.
That's how strong the AFC quarterback play is. That's how loaded and top heavy quarterbacks are in the AFC.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Now I'm going to read these teams off to you guys one more time of who I feel are the top 7 quarterbacks in the NFC. Minnesota, Chicago, Seattle, the Saints, the Cowboys, the Eagles, and the Cardinals.
Okay.
Here is the gigantic difference of the AFC to the NFC. Okay? Cole, I want you to remove the Bears, the Cardinals, and the Vikings. Right there tells you that only 4, in my opinion, only 4 of the top quarterbacks in the NFC will even go to the playoffs next year. Does anybody see the point I'm driving home here? In the NFC, you don't need a top flight quarterback to go to the playoffs as much as you need it in the AFC to go to the playoffs. Look who's still left on the board. You got a possibly healthy Stafford, a possibly healthy Brock Purdy. Was Daniel Jones a fluke last year? We don't know what we're going to get out of Desmond Ridder. Jordan Love, Lord only knows. Baker Mayfield's going to tank in Tampa. Carolina's set to start a rookie. So if you take those 4 teams...
I don't know if this dude's like holding in like something he's got to say or if he's yawning.
If you take those
You'll
4
know
teams
in
with
short time.
quarterbacks,
How's that cushy chair over there now?
in my opinion, then Cole,
My leg's starting to fall asleep.
Oh,
to be
yeah?
honest with you, yeah.
the 3 teams you would put in then, since we took those 3 out, my opinion, Lions, 49ers, Falcons. Maybe Giants. Actually, I'm going to switch that. I'll say Lions, 49ers.
Yeah, I
Giants.
think as much as I like that the Falcons have improved, I think they're a year away from the playoffs. I think they might be the team that just misses, and they might be the eighth team.
I agree.
So earlier
Yes.
tonight, I had said how important it was that Deshaun Watson hits this year for the Browns. Has to hit and hit big, okay? Because the entire point, this entire example that I've put together is that in the AFC, if you do not have a top flight quarterback in the AFC, you have no chance at going to the playoffs, winning your division, let alone going to the Super Bowl.
Right.
The days of a Joe Flacco team are over. Joe Flacco with the Ravens winning the Super Bowl, you're not going to see that again anymore coming out of the AFC. In the AFC, your quarterback needs to beat Joe Burrow and the Cincinnati Bengals. It needs to beat Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills, Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs, Aaron Rodgers and the New York Jets.
Okay.
I mean, after all that, would you guys disagree with me, or is it like crystal clear? The point I'm trying to drive home.
I think it's crystal clear. I think some quarterbacks from the AFC need to go to the NFC.
I mean, a guy like Ryan Tannehill's a serviceable quarterback. He's a decent quarterback.
Yeah,
But how's he going to compete with those 7 to 8 names that we had on the board there?
he can't. He's outmatched by them and even a couple others you maybe didn't even list.
I think, like we've seen in past years, we especially saw it with Russell Wilson last year.
No way.
We're going to
David.
see some quarterbacks that we think are top
I'm
tier
disagreeing with the comment section. Go ahead.
that we're going to look at them and realize they're not. I think Deshaun Watson's at a point that if he doesn't perform, he can be that guy. I don't think he will be, but if he plays a full season like he played those 6 games last year, I think we're going to be looking at
Yeah.
he's not the guy we thought he was.
Yeah, I mean, you would hear that, but
Browns
here's the
are in
problem.
major trouble.
Remember, the
Evans.
Browns were still running Jacoby Brissett's system.
No, I understand that. I'm just saying if his stats and his production is similar to that, we're not getting the same, and I think he's going to be fine.
I don't think it's
But-
possible for it to be that way because I think they're gonna run more RPOs. I think they're gonna have him make quick decisions. I think regardless, even if there is some rust, I think he's gonna put up better numbers no matter what. Because they almost just like, hey, let's get you on the field, let's get you comfortable. We're only gonna let you throw 15 times.
I'll tell you what. I still think he's going to struggle with the AFC North teams.
Okay.
I wouldn't be surprised if every year I feel this way that just every team's just going to split in the AFC North.
Maybe.
And I know you guys think the Steelers are going to win -2 games, but
No.
I just think
No.
it's at a point where I don't see the Browns beating the Ravens twice.
The Steelers win
I-
at least 7.
I don't see them beating the Bengals twice, though they did last year. So they could. It's the trend we've seen. I don't see them beating the Steelers twice just because it's the Steelers. So it's like, and I see it with every team, with the Ravens, the Bengals. I think he's gonna kind of have a little bit of awakening playing everybody twice
Here-
compared to that.
Remind
AFC
me.
South.
Here's the thing.
What NFC division does the AFC North go up against this year?
South.
Yeah, pretty weak division.
Yep.
Right?
AFC North should get fat off the south of the NFC. Puga also says Arizona has no quarterback. He calls Murray a Baker 2.0. Pretty much probably just trying to get under my skin, and it is working. He also says no way the Vikings don't make the playoffs. Again, that's possible because
No.
the division's crap.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I don't think it's impossible. I don't think it's impossible that they
Impossible.
don't make it. How am I going to word this? But
Oh.
it wouldn't shock me if they didn't make the playoffs.
Pasta.
It's impossible.
Also, he agrees that Bret Hart is the greatest wrestler of all time.
Okay.
All right, Cole, you're on the board right now. We're gonna start with the NFC South:
Okay.
Panthers, Buccaneers, Saints, Falcons. Oh wait, let me make a point real quick about the Browns thing. Hold on, about the Browns thing. Pittsburgh has the least amount of talent in the AFC North, but they have the best coach
No, totally agree.
by far.
He gets the most out of the players.
Okay.
Yeah.
The Browns do not have a ton of talent. They've gotten a lot better. The talent needs to be formed, but the head coach still very shaky. His last 2 years of being a head coach have been terrible. Last year, Stefanski was awful. I like Kevin Stefanski, but last year he was awful.
He's so boring.
He was awful last year. Took way too many fourth downs, all that stuff.
I hate when he talks.
2-point conversions, just
He's so boring.
I think Stefanski had I think he felt like he had house money to play with because he was going to have a starting quarterback for 11 weeks. Maybe he got a little, whatever. I think he needs to step it up next year. The Ravens, phenomenal head coach. Absolutely love Harbaugh. I think they don't have a ton of talent compared to the Browns. I think that actually the Browns have more. Cincinnati Bengals, loaded. I think they have the best roster. But I think they have the worst coach out of the four.
They
I
don't have
think their
much
coach is very
depth,
good.
but their starting lineup's loaded.
Right.
So-
So it's the way you look at it. But go ahead, AFC or NFC.
Real quick, Vince.
Please.
I think that the Ravens, Browns, and Steelers are similar, and they all have holes in different spots that
Correct.
makes each of those three teams unique. That's why I have the Steelers having better success than some other teams in the North. But you can make an argument that they can be the worst, just because their holes are different than the Browns and the Ravens.
Yeah.
So I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I agree.
Fair.
All right. So Mike Tomlin, I think we could all agree is the best coach in the North. And Harbaugh,
I think
He might be the
certainly
best
close
coach
second.
in the league.
He's up top five, man.
Yeah,
Top
but he's
five,
up there.
yeah.
He's up there.
I can't stand Pete Carroll, but I gotta give him credit for what he did last year with the Seahawks. What Pete Carroll got out of Geno Smith last year was ridiculous. He revived that guy's career.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get to our game because the Browns come up
We're good.
in about 6 picks.
And the
Go
Steelers
for
are
it.
up in 1. You kidding me?
Cole McDaniel, Panthers, Buccaneers, Saints, Falcons.
In
How does it
order?
Finish up. I need order. Yeah, top to bottom.
Saints 1, Falcons 2, Panthers 3, Buccaneers 4.
I'm gonna go Saints 1, Falcons 2, Panthers 3, Buccaneers 4. So we agree.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think other than the Saints, all these teams are going to be either dancing under 500 or way under 500. So I don't think it matters what order.
I thought you agreed with me on the Falcons maybe being the team that just misses the playoffs and being like 8. Because when
Yeah,
I just said
they
that.
can win. They can win 8 games and still be under 500.
No, I was meaning be the 8th ranked team, the 8th seed.
Yeah, I'm saying that
And
they're going to
there's-
miss the wild. That
Oh,
last wild
you're
card
still
spot.
saying they could be 8 and 9 and still be the 8th team.
Yeah, because the NFC stinks.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah.
And
very
we
fair.
always have a division like that where everyone is near 500.
It
So,
might be that one.
Yeah, so I'm gonna go Saints, Falcons.
It doesn't matter. Panthers and
And
Buccaneers.
so we're all on the same page.
North, NFC North.
Detroit.
No, I'm sorry, NFC East.
I would say I was looking. I'm
My
like,
bad.
Okay.
NFC East.
I'm like, when
Okay,
did Washington
the East.
move?
So, it's so difficult. Philly, Dallas, New York, Washington, and the top 3 all make the playoffs.
I'm gonna switch it up just one. Philadelphia, Giants, Dallas, Washington.
I 100% agree with you.
I just feel like the Giants are on the rise, and the Cowboys, their window is closed.
The Cowboys do this weird thing where they'll be good, or they'll be good enough to make the playoffs, and we're like, okay, maybe they'll take the next step, and then they do the opposite, and then the cycle repeats. So I agree with Vince.
You can't predict injuries, and I understand that. But I just, until Dak Prescott could play 17 games and tear it up for 17 games, it's hard for me to continue to invest in the Cowboys.
By the way, the Cowboys love Max Duggan, supposedly. I'm thinking Duggan could be the backup for Dak Prescott.
That'd be no great.
And honestly,
Cooper Rush.
if he learns, might end
Hey,
up a
Cooper
couple
Rush,
years, take over.
Central Michigan alum.
Okay. But no, but we're all on the same page that the top 3 still, Giants,
all make
Cowboys,
the
Eagles
playoffs.
all make playoffs, right?
NFC West.
I'm going to go Seahawks,
Mm-hmm.
49ers, Cardinals, Rams.
I agree with Cole, word for word.
Actually, I agree with,
Yeah,
that's
it's hard to
across
agree
the
with
board.
that. And the fact that we're saying Seattle is one is remarkable.
Isn't it, though? 'Cause
Oh,
2
it's-
years, last year I would have said they're going to tank. Seattle's going to be horrible.
Yeah.
You know?
I think I would have said if Brock Purdy would be healthy and he'd play all season, I might start leaning Niners. But again, if he's out 4, 5, 6 weeks, and then they're having a whole quarterback is Trey Lance in, is Brock Purdy, I think that's almost a little too dysfunctional even for a Niners team that seems to win no matter what.
None
So,
of us liked Trey Lance
Seahawks.
last year, and when they picked him, we were upset.
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
wild that a year later, almost the exact
Hey,
same
maybe
weekend, we're
Sam
sitting here
Darnold beats
again.
him out for second string.
Steelers pick is in. We'll get to that in a second for
Mhm.
Dahmer. All right, now we're at the NFC North.
I'm going to say, people aren't going to like this, but I'm going to say Lions, Bears, Vikings, Packers.
So I'm gonna go with I mean, you guys know I love the Lions. I don't know why I love
Me
Detroit.
too.
I love that city.
Yes,
And
it's
I
a
think
great
you
city.
understand. And I can't
It's
wait
a
to I
great
can't wait
city.
to go there for SummerSlam and be back for more Mac stuff. But Detroit is awesome. I love all the sports teams. So I'm always, other than the Red Wings,
I hate
always
the Tigers. But yeah.
yeah. Lions. I like the Vikings. So I'm gonna go with the Vikings. I don't think the Bears are very good, but I think the Bears and then Green Bay.
I'm gonna go with Dom, only because I think the Bears are still a year away. So I will say Lions, Vikings, Bears, Packers.
I mean, I agree with you guys that it could certainly happen. My gut feeling is, though, I still don't trust that Vikings defense. Remember, it's one of those things where the Vikings, they had to really put up points last season. And what was it, like 7 or 8 games they won by 1 possession?
Mm-hmm.
That's not sustainable. So if you keep getting in these close matchups, you're going to start to lose those when it's felt like they were winning all of them.
The Vikings.
So that's why I'm saying I think when the Bears win, the Bears don't necessarily win these like close games like the Vikings. I think what they're going to have is Fields is going to step up. They're improving that group. So I'm just going to say it's close. But I'm going to say what? Like the Bears go 9-8 and the Vikings are like 8-9 or something. They're right around each other. So, but it's tight.
There's certain teams that when they're better and they're good, the NFL's better. The Bears are one of them. The Browns are definitely one of them.
Yeah.
Buffalo's one of them. There's certain football cities.
Yeah.
You know Pittsburgh's going to be good every year. For years it's been that way. You know Green Bay is going to be good every year. You know the Cowboys more than likely are going to be good every year. But when you get those teams that you don't normally expect in cold weather cities, like again the Bills, the Browns, the
Lions are up
Giants.
there.
I know the
Right.
Lions are in a dome, but
Lions,
it's still
still.
cold weather city.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you see the
So
fans turn
cool.
out for that. Okay. Let's see here then. I believe in the AFC we are.
South.
AFC South.
Well, I'm going to say Jaguars, Texans,
Oof.
Colts, Titans.
I agree with Cole.
Man, see, I would love to see CJ Stroud ball out. And we're going to talk about that in a second. Here are the Steelers making their selection. Don, I'll let you announce it. Go ahead, bud.
Oh, Darnell Washington, a tight end for some reason. Cole, do you know anything about this guy?
Yeah, he's massive. I mean,
That's a big dude right there.
He's huge.
The fact that he's holding
So
a toddler makes him
he's
even bigger.
6'7". I'm pretty
Wow.
sure over 270 pounds as a tight end.
264,
He-
6'6".
he's
He's a blocker, right?
He was the backup tight end to Brock Bowers at Georgia, but he was massive. Again, he was their main blocker,
God, it's a
and
big dude.
he's a guy who is, like I said,
Look at him go! Oh my
Holy
god!
crap.
It hurtled a guy!
You see him swing off the first
he's
tackle?
athletic. I like his athleticism,
Woo!
but again, he wasn't used as a receiver a ton
God,
because
the
Brock
Browns are
Bowers was
screwed.
the receiver
Right.
as a tight end for Georgia. I think, obviously, we know this. We know that the starter is already set in Freiermuth as the starting tight end for Pittsburgh.
Oh,
He's
stud.
going to be brought in to be the big guy to block.
He is, though.
He's a. I would agree, size-wise, physicality-wise, he's a stud in that aspect.
No,
I don't.
Freiermuth is a
don't-
stud. But
No,
no, go ahead.
don't expect Washington to come out and be a big receiving threat though, but he's gonna be a nice backup.
I don't think you need him to. I
Nasty.
think because look at their
Yeah.
backup now. When McDonald retired, it was Gentry.
Yeah.
Like he's okay, but like
Yeah.
he's a third guy you want in there in certain jumbo packages. This Washington guy can be a true second from just the highlights that me and
Correct.
Vince were reacting
Yeah.
to. I don't know. It seems like you like him for what he is. I think the Steelers plan to use him that way.
Yeah.
A
So
blocker.
yeah,
Yeah.
I think it's not a bad pick if they use him as intended.
Yeah. I think so.
So I'm going to go in this division kind of the same way I went when I was talking about Justin Fields and the Bears a few minutes
Okay.
ago. As why the reason I had Minnesota over Chicago. I think in this division the Texans are still a year away, and because of that, I'm going to put Tennessee in front of them. So it would be Jacksonville, Tennessee. Trying to see how I have this lined up here. Texans, Colts. Simply again because just like Fields and the Bears are a year away, I still think that it's going to take a little time for Stroud and the Texans to kind of make that jump to the next level.
Yeah.
Now, would it be great for football and would it be fun as a Buckeyes fan? I would love it if CJ went there and balled out. But there's still not a ton of talent around him, no matter how you want to shape it. It's going to take some time for the Texans.
Here's the thing. I mutually like you. I really like Mike Vrabel. I think he's a great coach.
Yeah.
I really believe in
love
him.
him.
But that team, I think they've been stripping down that team a little bit. And there's some good pieces here and there. But again, Henry's wearing down. And they have been for years. As Henry goes, the offense goes. And as Henry starts to slow down, it's getting worse. Tannehill, I think, has taken some steps back. And if then they try to run Levis out there on the field, I don't think he's ready. I think he needs a little bit of time. I have too many concerns with the Titans. So that's, I think, why Dom and I are like, I think the Titans might still be headed towards the bottom of that division at this point.
I just don't see it. All right, we shall see, as I always say. Moving on, as the Bengals on the clock, Browns coming up in a few here. It is the AFC North.
Dom's going to hate
Here
this.
we go.
No, I was gonna have a different list. That's fine.
Bengals, Browns, Ravens, Steelers, and like I said, honestly, the discrepancy between the Browns, the Ravens, and the Steelers, it's not that wide of a gap, honestly. It's just how records are going to shape out. And like I said, I just think Bengals win that division. Obviously, they're going to be one of the top seeds for the AFC. I think the Browns barely sneak in as a wild card, maybe by like a game or a tiebreaker. And the Ravens are the ones that just barely miss.
I don't know, man. I love the Browns. You know, it's so hard to pull against your hometown team.
Yeah.
I'll tell you mine in a second. Dom?
So I think the Bengals are one.
Yeah, fair.
Right. I think the rest, it can be no matter what.
Yeah.
And the Ravens are the worst team, I think, because there's just too much going on behind the scenes. They brought in OBJ, who tears every team he's a part, despite other than the Rams,
That's
because he was there the shortest amount of time. He couldn't do enough
Yeah.
damage to him, right? I mean, and I like him as a player.
That's true.
I mean, he would have been the MVP of that. I almost said the World Series of that
Super Bowl.
Super Bowl.
Yeah.
I remember when I saw him with my own two eyes fall to the ground.
By the way, the Bengals are about to make their selection, guys. I really think, I question the Joe Mixon thing too. I really think they should go Sean Tucker or Israel Abanikanda. They need to take a running back.
I would love
I think it's
Israel
Israel right
Mandakanda.
here.
That would be a great pick, Cole.
I think Sean Tucker is my number 3 because he reminds me so much of Nick Chubb. But like I said, Abanikanda, if he's available, he'd be a huge win as well.
He is available.
Which he is
Been a
available.
big
And-
fan
and-
of his
and
for a
they've-
couple years now.
Yeah.
Him and his family have been waiting a long time here today.
But yeah, Mixon certainly has the concerns, and Samaje Perine's no longer there. He's in Denver. So
They're thin.
they're thin at the running back spot,
They're thin at every spot. Their backups stink.
especially at wide receiver too. Yeah, they don't have much. For fantasy football purposes too, whoever the Bengals running back would be, new one on the team, you gotta look at him because he might actually end up starting right away.
Yeah.
To me, 3rd round, 95th pick makes too much sense here.
See, as we sit on the AFC North, I just think each team is deeply flawed. Like each team has a boom capability to them. Maybe not the
Agreed.
Steelers,
Agreed.
but the other. Sorry, Tom. But like the other 3 have a chance to be elite, but they're also deeply flawed.
I think
so-
Mike Tomlin gives the Steelers a potential, but
Right.
yeah.
This pick's never going to happen, so I'm just going to do my list real quick. What's going on?
Go ahead.
They're doing it now. He's reading the name. If it's not Israel Mandakanda, I'm going to be really upset.
That's such a taste for a cigar.
Oh,
Wow,
Oh, interesting.
Jordan Battle.
Secondary
another
again. Okay,
Seattle,
forget about the Bengals.
Well, who cares?
Who cares? Drop
Uh,
them down your list.
Go
all
ahead,
right.
Dom.
So number 1 is it's not the Bengals anymore.
Okay.
So it's Bengals. The back end is the Ravens.
Okay.
I think the Steelers finish second. I think the Browns are third.
Okay.
And I say this because I don't think the Ravens are that good because of everything that's been going on with them. The Browns is the Browns. I will put them. I will put them in top 2 when they prove that they're a top 2 team in this division.
Yeah,
Okay. That's fair.
They have not proved
Yeah.
once since they came back. Once that they deserve to ever be in the top 2. Their roster shows they should be, but you two know that doesn't mean
No,
they're gonna be.
It does not. It does
so,
not.
And here the Steelers roster
Yeah.
isn't the best out of the division.
It might be
But-
4th
but-
on paper.
but guess what?
Yeah.
That doesn't matter because their best players play better than they would on any other team because of Mike Tomlin.
I really wish I could argue with you, but I can't.
It's just how it is.
I
It's
can't.
like, and you can call me a snobby.
No,
No,
you're
we
telling
don't
me.
You
care.
can call me a
You're
snobby
right.
Steelers fan, or that I'm
Nothing.
arrogant, or that I need to go back to Western PA, and you can say whatever you want.
I'm John
but this is
Clary,
the
I'm-
truth.
I'm coming to your house.
I make them pay.
I agree. It sucks. You're right. Everything you said's dead on balls accurate.
And last year we had the same argument where you guys were saying the Steelers were getting 6 wins, and I told them they were going to have a winning record.
See, the
Okay.
Steelers
I love
suck.
the reference there.
They suck.
Thank you for
That's
the
the
Marissa
problem,
Tomei, my cousin Vinny reference right there.
Dead on balls
Dead on
accurate. I
balls
say it all the
accurate.
time at work. Here's the thing.
I think you're a little doe-eyed deer.
Yeah. No idea. Tip down for a drink and BAM!
Oh, that's
Your
great.
brains are in the... All right, so
Utes?
here... Well, what's a you?
What's a ute?
Yeah. So here's the thing. Here's the
Cleveland's
problem.
on deck.
This is... We'll get there. This is the toughest division in all of football to predict.
Yeah,
Because,
honestly.
again, these teams are so freaking flawed.
That's why
right?
I love the North.
Yeah. So I'm going to go off of quarterbacks alone. And this is the only way I know how to do this division, okay? Let's say everybody's healthy, regardless. Cincinnati, Cleveland, Baltimore, Pittsburgh. And the thing, to Dom's point, it's like, I could give you 10 reasons why the Browns are going to finish last. I could give you 10 reasons why the Steelers are going to finish last.
Yeah, agreed.
I could give you 10 reasons why the Ravens are going to finish last. And by God,
I could still
this
give
might
you
be
5
shocking.
of why the Bengals might finish
Yeah, exactly.
last. It's
right?
not 10, but
that's
it's
how
5.
hard. I would never put money on this division and try to
No,
gamble as to who's
no.
going to finish where. I feel confident that the Steelers are going to finish in last place.
Okay.
And he says you are not a snobby Steelers fan. They're the unnamed soldiers has your back.
Good.
So, but you understand why it's so difficult. This is the most difficult division in football
Right.
to predict top to bottom.
Fair.
Cincinnati with Joe Burrow should win the Super Bowl next year. Should. But if he gets hurt, they're screwed. One of his best receivers gets hurt,
They're screwed.
they're screwed. And you saw it last year when he went down.
Yeah.
So that's the problem.
Yeah, Higgins and Chase had injury issues.
Yeah, when Jamar Chase went down.
Remember when Tyler Boyd
That
went
was
out and
trouble.
all 3 were out for that game?
Yeah,
That was wild.
yeah.
Yeah.
So that's the problem. I really don't believe in their head coach. I'd put him fourth out of the head coaches, actually behind Stefanski. I'd have Tomlin, Harbaugh, Stefanski, Taylor.
I would put Taylor and Stefanski pretty evenly.
Pretty similar.
Yeah,
He is better.
Taylor's scheme is what got him there. But again, if they don't have Burrow, they don't do anything they're doing.
Stefanski is a cookie cutter.
There's nothing special about him. No.
It's frustrating.
Here's the shape. Here's the mold. That's what it is.
He had the balls enough to get rid of Baker Mayfield and push Haslam to do it. Stefanski was behind that. Whether he'll ever come out and say it, he was behind. He was one of the guys behind it. I don't care who
I'm
tries to tell me
always
different.
Rooting for him. He seems like a good person. I think he's
He
a
does.
good coach.
Big St. Nets fan.
But I want to see somebody who, when he needs to go in there and ream a locker room and light a fire, I don't think Stefanski can do it.
Doesn't seem that way,
No.
right? So the West, I think this was actually the easiest division to predict. Chiefs, Chargers, Raiders, Broncos,
Yeah.
but with the
Correct.
caveat of it would be cool to see the Chargers do it next year. But
I think it would be cool too.
yeah.
The only thing I'd change for me is the Broncos not finishing last. They
I would
finished
love
second
that.
to last.
God,
I
still see
will.
it happening.
As much
You hate the Raiders. That's funny.
You know what's crazy? I
It is
actually
weird
like,
how you
I actually like. Well, it's the Steeler fan
The
in me.
Steelers,
I
the
can't like the
70s,
Raiders.
Yeah.
Despite me being like
Yeah.
40 years away from being alive, or 30 years from being alive.
That's what's
But
called being a fan, down. You're good. That's
yeah.
what fans do.
I have respect for the Raiders. Don't get me wrong. I love their jerseys and their logo. Their tradition is phenomenal. But
Yeah, I mean, it's
I've
pretty similar
always,
color
I
scheme.
think I don't know if we ever had this conversation. I love the Broncos. When I was little, I was obsessed with Champ Bailey.
we haven't.
I
That's
have
really cool.
I
Here
have
we go.
I have
Save me
multiple
now.
Bronco
2
jerseys.
Broncos fans.
I'm not a Broncos fan, but that was my team in Madden as a kid with Jay
Oh,
Cutler throwing to
God.
Brandon Marsh.
You know how much I love Jake Cutler? I was a
Marshall?
huge Arizona State Sun Devils fan when he was there. Loved Jake the Snake. Then he goes to
Jake
Arizona.
the Snake.
I always rooted for the Cardinals when they had him. Then he freaking goes to the Broncos. I'm like, this is slick. But I knew it was like right when they drafted Cutler, so I knew it wasn't going to last long. But still, he got them to the AFC Championship game in Denver.
But
Anyways, back
Yeah,
to this.
that's the only thing I would change. It's, I love Russell Wilson as a player. I always have. It doesn't. He could have one leg left on level.
The problem is,
I don't know
that
why he's so weird.
I think
he was in
only
the
has
wrong.
one leg left.
He was in the wrong scheme last year. He was hurt. The coach sucked. They didn't start the right running back.
Yeah.
That's the first thing Denver needs to figure out next year is who's going to start Williams. Done. Solved.
Yes, right.
Solved.
No, here's the thing.
Screw Melvin Gordon.
He's
not even there anymore.
Gordon's gone.
Yeah.
No, your running back room got better. Here's the thing.
Yeah.
Javonte Williams, there is a question on whether he's going to be able to play week 1 or not. But if he's starting, great. But I'll be honest, Samaje Perine looked really good for Cincinnati
He was
last year. So
great.
bringing in him as a backup,
Clutch
that's
City.
excellent.
I agree.
Excellent.
All right, Browns fans, you are on the clock. Thank you for joining us. And as it is with the Steelers and the Cowboys and certain teams, every time a certain team is on the clock, the chat room starts to fill up again. Kind of cracks me up. So leave your comment as soon as possible here, as Goodell's going to make this pick in about 5 seconds. Who should the Browns take?
Edge rusher, safety, those are two things that I'd like to see here. I think that would be good. I would avoid defensive tackle. I don't think there's the value here right now. So maybe Adetomiwa Adebayor of Northwestern. But they decide to go Siaki Ika, a guy who, again, should be a nose tackle in a 3-4 scheme. You know what this screams to me right here? Danny Sheldon all over again.
Think so?
Danny Sheldon.
That's not good.
No, I don't like it. Again, he's going to plug the hole in the middle, but I don't think he generates a ton of push usually as a pass rusher. At 6'2", 360 pounds, he's actually fairly athletic for his size, but he's overweight. He's 360 pounds, and I don't think his build really supports the top heaviness of 360 pounds. Honestly, to get the best out of him, he should cut down a little bit, and I'd like to see his playing weight closer to more like 330, maybe, if he can drop 30 pounds. So, moves actually pretty well, but like I said, I just get the Danny Sheldon vibes here if you put him in a 4-3 scheme. So, again, I'm not necessarily loving the Browns pick so far this year.
It's just so hard when you have 2 third-round picks, and that's all you have to work with.
Yeah, they got a bunch of picks still coming up here in round 4 and round 5 as well, but 2 apiece in each round. But I'm honestly not too thrilled with the third round. I think it's okay. It addresses needs, but it's not the selections that I necessarily love.
Fans, we want to thank you again for tuning in to our draft coverage this year. Vince McKee alongside Cole McDaniel and Don Cleary. If you want to be a sponsor of anything we do, please email me, Vince McKee at CoachVin14@yahoo.com. The first kicker off the board in the 3rd round.
There's your number 1 kicker, Jake Moody.
And I'll
Pretty
tell you
consistent
what,
at Michigan.
man, was he clutch. Jake Moody won numerous games for Michigan last year, late in the season.
The Illinois game.
Illinois for sure. I remember I actually wrote an article about that game as the Wolverines and Moody. You know, a 3rd round is a pretty high pick for them, but going to the 49ers, this was a team that could pick luxury, and they just did so. Cool.
He's the Cade York of this year.
So I'm gonna say something, and you guys probably think I'm crazy. Kicking in college, going from high school to college, is a harder adjustment for a kicker than it is for. And this is for players that are able to make the jump.
Yeah.
Than going to college NFL. And hear me out why. So when you're in high school, the post they are as wide as the hashes. When you are in high school, when you go to college, the post thins up in NFL level, but the hashes stay wide. Okay, so you have to continue kicking inward while the posts are thinner, and then the NFL, the hashes thin out.
Okay.
That will never make sense to me.
No, speaking of Big Ten kickers, you know who I hope kicks about 45 field goals this year? I literally hope every time Wisconsin gets inside the 20,
Nathaniel Vickos.
they start kicking field goals on 1st down because he's
Oh,
such a good
is that
kid.
where he transferred?
I've known the family for years.
From Ohio to Wisconsin.
Now,
Good for him.
How crazy would it
Jordan
be?
Fickle.
How crazy would it be 3 years from now, 2.5 years from now, we're sitting here and they call the name Vlachos and Eller in the same draft? I think we would be doing monkey flips. These are kids you covered. It's just a special feeling. Would love to see it.
Don't be surprised if Aller's a Heisman candidate this season, too.
I've had so many arguments with Ohio State fans, and they're like, "Why do you like this kid?" Because he's in our backyard.
Yeah.
1 and 2. Go talk to a Penn State fan.
He's
They
good.
love him.
And he's a
They
good.
love him.
Here's the thing. He's a
good.
good kid.
Yes.
Baker Mayfield got drafted with character issues.
Yeah.
Okay, look what's going on right now with Deshaun Watson. Character issues. Whether it's true or not, I really don't give a crap. But the thing about it is, Drew Eller, unless something drastically changes over the next 3 years, which I
Yeah.
don't see happening, he's a good kid. I could also see him playing all 4 years at Penn State. He's loyal like that.
I can't believe Penn State's trying to play it off in their spring game and stuff that there's actually a QB
They're
competition.
nuts. If there is. James Franklin's an idiot if that's the case.
He
I
always
watched
does
some of that spring game, and it was obvious Allard didn't split reps at all. He just played with the first team. It was obvious he's the front runner, but they tried to play it off like a QB competition. It's like, you got to be kidding me.
So-
here's
they
a
did
hot
that-
take, and you could
Okay.
disagree. It's fine. He should have started last year.
Yeah,
I understand
he's
you have
better
your
than
5th,
Sean
6th,
Clifford.
7th, 8th year senior coming back in Clifford.
I know that Sean Clifford's experienced. He knows the offense better. He's
That
he's
drove
the
me
leader,
nuts.
but he's not more
They-
talented.
Eller lit it up when he was in there
So
last year.
they've always done this.
Yeah.
With so, I mean, I was probably in high school and they were, I mean, what's his face was still playing, the quarterback that led to the Big Ten. I think he was still playing. It was like him
Are you
and then like
talking
Levis.
Trace McSorley?
Yeah,
What
and then
have you
like
with
Clifford.
Sorley?
They were like playing it off like there was a quarterback competition. And you know, actually with they had a quarterback leave because he thought there was a quarterback competition and found out there wasn't. 'Cause he went to Pitt. He was a 3-star guy. He was a good quarterback.
Clifford reminds me of Cherokee Parks, who played played Duke at Duke, played basketball at Duke, and Cherokee Parks was at Duke what felt like an eternity, 7-8 years. Clifford, it just felt like he was there for like 7 years at Penn State.
There was a basketball player.
5th year senior, he was the
I
COVID
think he
year.
was a 6th year.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
nuts.
Yeah.
There was a basketball player for Syracuse back in like the 2010s or 2010s. It felt like he played with Carmelo Anthony. I think it's be playing. He was at CJ Fair. If you remember him, CJ
remember
Fair
him. Oh,
played
yeah.
there for 100 years.
Dude was
He-
there forever.
Oh my God, he used his 10th year of eligibility. It's insane.
So we're gonna wrap up the show here. We got one more division to go before we close it out. Few more picks here as well. So we finish up with the AFC East.
Vince isn't gonna like this, but I'm gonna say
You better not. Say
Bills, Jets, Dolphins, Patriots.
that you're gonna say the Jets never wanted the Cole wife. But okay, Dom.
Jets, Bills, Dolphins, Patriots.
You think the Jets are gonna win more games than the Bills next year? Hey, please ask what you base that on.
Josh Allen not being accurate and regressing.
God, no. Man, if you're right, I'm gonna feel like a fool a year from now if we're sitting.
I don't know if he hasn't been accurate.
I haven't.
His issue has been that his completion percentage is not as high as it should be. He has to do everything athletic wise.
No way.
Yeah, because their line actually wasn't impressive last year, so
Bills won.
I agree. Yeah.
Bills 1, Dolphins 2, Jets 3, Patriots 4.
Hey, you know what I gotta say to you?
What's that?
Jets, Jets.
All because of Aaron Rodgers.
You trust Tua and his concussions more than Aaron Rodgers in that
And his
defense?
conspiracy theories. Oh.
I do. We'll see how it goes. Fans, we had a lot of fun again tonight. For Vince McKee, Coleman Dale, and Don Clary, we want to thank everybody. Before we take you home, though, our favorite part of the draft, a random text message from Tony Bogan just says, Trey Tucker, former CVCA grad. First local product in this year's draft.
Yeah.
Thank you, Tony Bogan. Okay, guys. As we kind of wrap it up here, though, who had the best draft to this point?
Oh, that's tough.
Pittsburgh Steelers.
I think the Steelers are in the competition.
Mm-hmm.
Despite one pick that I don't like, I think the Houston Texans automatically put themselves up there because of
Absolutely.
what they did in the first
They have
round.
the big boom prospect.
What a luxury for Houston to pick second and make Carolina make that choice of who they're going to go with at quarterback.
Yeah, I think so.
Sometimes it's a luxury.
Yeah, no, I think that was good. And then I gotta say, I think Seattle did some good things. I'm impressed with that. And I do think the Philadelphia Eagles did a lot of good things too.
I agree with you on
So I think there are multiple teams that I was impressed with there with that. I'm gonna lean Houston just because of what they did with 2 and 3, and I thought that was genius. They started off hot, but the other ones definitely are in the conversation. I would actually say, by the way, sorry, all of my Cleveland Browns fans, trust me, I'm wearing this right now, but
Don't like either one of those picks.
I'm gonna say that the need at defensive tackle was there. I don't like the fit scheme wise with Ika. I hope I'm wrong on that one. Tillman makes sense, maybe not just for this year. He's gonna obviously be a part of that room. You might see him more the following season if Cooper is not back. But I'm gonna say the Browns are one of the losers at this point of this draft.
It was almost hard for them to be a winner because like you have 2 3-round picks. I thought about it coming in. The best they could do is get a C+.
Yeah.
Because it's not like they were gonna get the next big thing out of the draft.
The Broncos didn't have a first-round pick, and I like what they've done. They've made 3 quality picks. I know you disagree. I know you disagree with the one.
Drew Sanders
but
was good.
I like what I've seen out of the Broncos. But I would have to say, probably going to sound like a broken record here because I'm going to take all the teams Cole just took. But I think Eagles, Texans, what's the third one? Steelers. I think Eagles, Texans, Steelers have had the best drafts so
And
far.
I said the Seahawks too.
I like
Yeah.
the Seahawks as
well,
well.
the Seahawks, there's a ton of potential there with that receiver.
Devon
running
Witherspoon,
back.
Jackson Smith, and Jigba.
Not a fan of the running back they took. But
I don't love that pick, but at the same time, then all the other ones they made were so good that I'm
Here-
okay with it. Yeah,
Here's the biggest loser of the draft.
the biggest.
Colts.
Yeah, I'd say the Colts are
The
a
fact
massive
that
loser.
they took Anthony Richardson proved
yeah.
that they were the biggest loser.
I thought the Bears would do a little bit better too.
I haven't been.
I thought the Lions would do better, but I ended
Yeah.
up liking what they
The
did.
Bears had some chances. They kept trading back. I don't like the Bears draft, but I don't think it's enough for me to, same with the Commanders.
Well, the biggest loser of the draft is the Miami Dolphins because they had to
Agreed.
forfeited first round pick
Why
and
did
they
they
barely
go-
have any selection.
How they get no? Was that something with the Tom Brady thing?
Tom Brady tampering with Tom Brady.
Unreal. How stupid. And they didn't even get the guy. They're all that
Yeah.
dumb. Real dumb. So we had my cousin Vinny references.
Real dumb.
It was a fun night, guys. We thank you again. Thank you to Brandon Soder-Penner for all of his help last night. Those awesome highlight packages. Clearly, the pulp. You see cups everywhere. The cleanup crew will begin very soon here in the studios of Keon Sports. Cole, Dom, final thoughts.
Well, hopefully the cleanup crew comes down from bed and their slumber upstairs.
Not happening.
But, just love this draft and getting to come here and do this. And this draft show continues to get better and better every year for us. Obviously, you saw the highlights. You saw all of that last time. And everything put together courtesy of Brandon yesterday and all he did. So thank you to him, like you said. Everybody out there who watched and listened, again, thank you for tuning in with us. If you need to go back and you need to see some evaluations of some of these prospects, you can go back and see my rankings, my big boards also on the website. Nothing wrong with going back and taking a look at that after these selections have been made. But no, a good time here. I enjoyed this. Day 2 is always a blast because we get to play some of those games. We get to talk a little bit, not just about picks, but we get to talk about the NFL and the whole landscape, the complexion. So great day 1, great day 2. Of course, I'm going to try to watch as much as I can tomorrow, specifically round 4, round 5. It's going to be a fun one. So we'll see what the Browns do. Hopefully things kind of turn the tides for them a little bit. But thankfully the good news is they had a good free agency. But other than that, hit the subscribe button on our channel. Obviously here on the YouTube channel, a lot of content posting right now. Going to continue to go up and make sure that if you want to pay attention to high school football in the fall, you already are subscribed to the channel. So make sure to hit that.
Dom, final thoughts?
No, I mean, it's always fun when we all get to do stuff together. Cole, we work together a lot. Vince, we probably talk on the phone more than we were actually work together. But no, it's fun as always. The draft was fun. Thanks for those that tuned in and stuck it out. I know there are a few draft parties out there.
And you stayed
that
awake.
include us.
comfy
I'll tell you what,
chair.
my eyes started closing early in that second round. I'm exhausted, but that didn't stop me from staying alive here to make sure that the Steelers had a good draft.
Yeah.
So good day.
Final thoughts for me. It's funny because Cole mentioned the videos and the articles. And the last year, because last year is really when we really hit that YouTube
Mhm.
hard. It's funny, but his videos and his articles get more hits now in the next 2 weeks following the draft
Yeah.
than they do before. And the reason being is now fans everywhere, not just Cleveland, but fans everywhere are going to go and look at those different videos to see
Right.
what he said about who they just picked. So I've always thought that's kind of unique. At first I couldn't understand why, but then it hit me like $1 million. Well, of course they want to go and they want to analyze that, which is 100% true. I do the same thing with wrestling all the time, where I'll go back and read the different magazines afterwards. So it makes a ton of sense. Honestly, I said it last night. I'll echo it again. What we do here is high school football has always been our bread and butter, but it goes that extra level, right? So for me, girls lacrosse, girls high school basketball, Dom with the MAC, even though he disagrees with the Tuesday and Wednesday night games, we know he loves doing it, right? We all have our passions here, and that's why it all works. And we can bring you nights like we've brought you the last 2 nights. If there's anybody out there from Avon or Avon Lake, you are our 2 biggest audiences. We cover Avon and Avon Lake more than any other school. We don't have a single sponsor from either one of your 2 cities. Email me, coachvin14@yahoo.com. If you know any small business owners in either one of those 2 cities, or even a huge business owner, let us know. High school football will be here before you know it. You are missing out on something gigantic. You've seen the evolution of Keon Sports the last couple of years, and as I always say, you've seen nothing yet. I mean, the best is certainly yet to come. My final thoughts on the draft, clearly, it was, again, a lot of fun. I love what the Eagles did. Never really been an Eagles fan. Used to love Terrell Owens, so that was really the only year I ever rooted for him. But they are going to be very, very difficult to beat next year with what they did. Interesting to see. I've always hated the Seahawks, but again, they improved as well. So some teams that you wouldn't normally root for, it's funny how things work out with drafts, because suddenly they are on your radar. Thank you again for Cole McDaniel, Don Cleary. I'm Vince McKee, and this concludes the 2023 Keon Sports Draft.